Colin, can you hear me? Colin? Colin, can you hear me? Colin, testing. Colin? Colin, can you hear me? Colin, testing.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Let's see. Join.
Colin? Yes. Did you see that I just sent you a link to the new logo? Colin, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Testing.
Testing, and I'm downloading your new logo right now. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Let's see. Join.
Colin?
Oh, I see what I'm doing.
Yes. Did you see that I just sent you a link to the new logo?
I did, and I'm putting it on right now. I can hear you.
Testing.
Testing, and I'm downloading your... Mute that, and then... Download image... Okay. Now, Lorna, I just had your camera up. Where did that go?
I'm here.
All right, cool. Let me put this in.
Just let me know when you're ready. I'm trying to pull up the live stream over here.
Okay. Right, and there's the waiting room too. So whatever. All right.
Hey, Colin, I'm on video, but it looks like you still have just my Zoom screen. Okay.
Trying to update it at this exact second. It should be that Zoom meeting done. We're showing that. Let's see.
All right, I'm going off video for a minute.
Oh, shoot. Okay. All right. Thank you, Miss Kasie Dailey. We're getting all set up right here. We're just waiting on Lauren to send me one thing back, and we should be good to go. I've recognized that. It's just for this Zoom meeting. I can zoom that down. Let's see.
Okay, Colin, I'm back.
All right, perfect. Let's get you on. We got Larry entering into the waiting room. And let me just put this on display capture. And that should do what I needed to do for the Zoom. Here. Larry, can you hear us? Oh, that's privately. No, let's move that to everybody.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, Larry, can you hear us?
I hear you wonderfully, Laura. How are you? Lauren, sorry. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Of course.
Yeah, I think Colin is working to get us live. Colin, what is an update?
We are live right now. I can put you guys on the screen just at any time, and as soon as you're ready to go, we're ready to go.
Okay, Colin, let me confirm. We are going live to YouTube and Facebook, correct?
Yeah, let me log in Facebook at this exact second.
Thanks for your patience, Larry. I understand that this all came about because David, my Twitter manager and guru, reached out to you. I told him that I was a big fan.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to just talk about, generally women's issues. There are 4 specific ones. I'll bring them up. I'll talk
Great.
about how I think culturally we can change them, what government can do.
Yes.
And I'll take lots of Q&A. I'm happy to do. I mean, I would do 10 minutes and do 40 minutes of Q&A. But
Okay.
I don't mind. I'm happy to make that happen. Whatever makes the most sense for your audience.
Okay, excellent. Let's check in with David. David, what is an update for us?
We are good to go on the live stream, and as soon as you guys are ready, I'm just showing your faces and letting it roll. So.
Okay.
Lauren, how will I be taking questions? Will someone be giving me questions? Will I be looking for them?
So I have a few questions here that we had ready to go. And then Colin, can you confirm, will you be able to monitor the YouTube and the Facebook chat?
Yes, I am watching that as we speak.
Awesome.
So.
Okay, great. Then, Colin, did you say we're live now or we're ready to go whenever we are?
Whenever you are, we can launch you right on.
What are we live on, by the way?
We're going to be live on YouTube streaming and Facebook streaming.
Hold on, let me see if I can find where.
I can send you the link right now on the YouTube stream and the chat if you want on the Streamlabs.
People for Liberty, I see you. Okay.
And Colin, confirming you're going to use that, the way that I found to share the YouTube live link was to go to that share arrow in the top right corner and use that URL.
Yeah, that's this is just a direct link right to the live stream URL as well. It's the same link actually.
Well, I'll say that the stream URL did not work when I tried to put it on Eventbrite. So using that arrow in the top right corner to share that link, that was the only one that worked.
Okay. I'm just confirming this now. This one definitely works too. So okay. We're good.
Okay, so Colin, I'm watching your preview screen right now.
It should be now on Larry's face.
Yes, and I see the chat box open. Can we minimize that chat box?
I just did.
Okay. All right, I'm waiting. All right, I see Larry.
And then as we're switching, we're going to switch in between you and Larry on this.
Okay. Okay, so we'll switch in between, so it's just one of us showing at a time.
Yeah, I get a better image that way for both of y'all, if that works for everybody. And then I'm just going to be quiet and watch the chat. And if you guys need me, please let me know.
Okay. Then I would say, let's go live.
Okay.
And Colin, will you do us a favor and tell us when we are actually live?
Yeah. All right. So welcome to the People for Liberty Women's Anniversary of the 19th Amendment. We have Larry Sharpe and Lauren Postler here to talk about women within the Liberty Movement and how the thing is progressing. So please, Lauren, take it away.
Thanks so much, Colin. And Larry, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Of course, glad to be here.
Yeah, and to all of our viewers and listeners, happy Women's Equality Day. As Colin mentioned, August 26th is the celebration of Women's Equality Day, which wasn't the day the amendment was approved, the 19th Amendment, but it was the day that it was confirmed into the Constitution. So August 26th, 100 years ago, the 19th Amendment, which guaranteed women the right to vote, became part of our Constitution. And that's especially important to people in the liberty movement because we uphold the Constitution as the highest law of the land. And with Larry, we're excited to have him here today because this is his particular area of expertise. The principles of liberty, incorporating them into our daily lives, and discovering how we as people can help live out those principles of liberty in everything that we do. So, Larry, I understand you're a former Staff Sergeant in the United States Marine Corps, Semper Fi. My brother was as well. And you ran for governor in New York in 2018, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's true. Absolutely. And I did not win, sadly.
Well, I think probably in New York, they're saying sadly as well, right?
Now they probably are. Then they weren't.
You're also a leadership consultant, small business owner, husband, and father of 2 daughters, correct?
That's true. Yes, 16 and 10.
And host of the Sharpe Way podcast.
The coolest podcast there is.
Yes, I'm a big fan. And I admit, I was sharing with Larry earlier, I had a bit of a fangirl moment when I found out he was following People for Liberty on Twitter. Mm-hmm. So this is exciting for me. I hope it's exciting for our audience as well. And, you know, Larry, we really wanted to have an open conversation today about what women's equality means at home, at work, and in the political arena as well. We know there's a lot of attention on this election, but we know that it's not just the federal elections, it's also the local, the state, and the more, you know, kind of meaningful and tangible elections and policy decisions that we make in our own hometowns, our communities, our counties that make an impact as well. So I'm excited to learn from your perspective, what are those 4 key areas that you think where we have an impact on women's equality and how we can really live those principles in our lives?
Well, yeah, I think the most important aspect is we don't want to focus, believe it or not, on equality. I know that may sound crazy. We do want it, but we don't want to focus on equality. What we want to focus on is fairness, right? That's the goal. We want to focus on fairness, not equality. If we focus on equality, then we start creating mandates to basically force people to do things when we focus on equality. Yes. Now, again, we want equality. I want to be clear on that, right? Okay. We want equality, but we don't want to focus
Larry,
on it.
Forgive me.
Please.
Yeah. So I will say, because I'm a fangirl, I know all about you, but I realize that probably there are some people who are just getting to know you. So
what? People don't know who I am?
I know. I think that's crazy. But let me do everyone a favor, and I'll back up a little bit before we jump into some of those policy discussions. Let me allow you the chance to introduce yourself.
You kind of did. I'm Larry Sharpe. I'm a New York City kid who grew up in the city and on Long Island. I joined the Marine Corps when I was 17 years old. My father passed away when I was a kid. I was raised by a single mom as a teenager. My mother had a lot of issues and problems with the system. She wound up becoming a convicted felon. I pulled her out of prison. We started up my first business so that she could become much more. One of the reasons why I started a business is because I realized that when you're not part of the system isn't good to you. So I didn't want my mom being a hostage anymore. And the best way for my mom to not be a hostage was for her to own the business. So we started a business. She was the owner. I just ran it for a little bit. And then I let her, take it till she retired. She had to leave New York State because the state's so oppressive. She actually moved to South Carolina. It's where she passed away. And from then I became an entrepreneur, a leader, a trainer, a teacher. I've taught at several colleges, Yale and Columbia here in New York and Connecticut. I've also taught at Baruch College here in New York, John Jay College. I do some veterans transition work, not much now, but I used to many years ago. I spent a lot of time transitioning vets back into the civilian world. I ran for governor because I didn't want to lose my state. I didn't want to have to move. So I decided to try to change my state. And I've been active in the Libertarian Party since 2012. Gary Johnson was the person who brought me in. I've been active in the party as some type of candidate or a serious activist since 2016. So the first 4 years kind of learning the party, donating, being a donor, and then 2016 being a bit more of an activist, and then 2018 on being a candidate. Now I'm a trainer, a coach. I try to be a thought leader. I do the Sharpe Way because I honestly believe something that most people don't believe, which is right now we have a serious issue with a left-right paradigm that makes everything in our world left and right, regardless of whether it makes sense or not. We judge each other and unite not based upon what we believe together, but who we hate. So we hate these people. Oh, you're on my team. Not because you and I agree with anything, but because we both hate this person or this idea or this thing. Everything becomes that. It's tearing our country apart. And the only way we can save this is by the Liberty Movement, of which I'm obviously a part of. A Liberty Movement which has been broken for 40 years. It has not been a very effective movement, right? I'm a business guy, and if you don't buy my product, I don't go, you must be stupid. I don't do that. I obviously say, my message isn't working, my product isn't working, or the medium isn't working. Something's not working. You're not dumb, I'm doing something wrong. Now I know that my product is amazing. So therefore, obviously my message or my medium is not working. So I'm trying to fix that piece right there. So I believe, honestly, the only way our country is fixed is by breaking the left-right paradigm and instead making it authority versus freedom paradigm and changing it all. The left wants to impose his view upon you. The right wants to impose his view upon you. I don't. I want you to be as liberal or as conservative as you want to be. I just don't want anyone to be forcing their views on others. I can't see any other way for us to heal our country.
Well said. And, you know, Larry, I really appreciate you really zeroing in on one of the challenges within the Liberty Movement, which has been our messaging.
Yes.
And I'll share that I'm a former Republican. And I will admit in this safe space with you all, my friends on the internet, that I voted for Trump. And I feel a huge sense of guilt and shame around that. And my joining the Libertarian Party, my founding People for Liberty, is really part of my way of making a living amends. That I recognize that I played into the duopoly. I recognize that I was duped. I recognized that the rhetoric that I heard on both sides of the aisle and the gold plating when people speak about liberty or, you know, throw out terms like freedom for all and justice for all, that they were coding rust, they were coding metal that was completely corroded. And that's how I came to understand our system the more and more I dug in, that under this shiny gold plating was corroded.
Well, the reality of it is people, the error that we make often is thinking that, one, people want liberty and freedom. They don't. They want happiness.
And security.
And for some people, that's security. For some people, that
Yes.
isn't. For some people, that's heavy risk. For some people, that is freedom. For some people, don't want to be free. And none of those things are a problem. The Liberty Movement has a problem that it focuses on liberty and freedom. That's the means to an end. The end is happiness.
Yes.
The means is liberty and freedom. This is why I keep saying, I want equality, but that's what we don't focus on. We should focus on fairness.
Yes.
I don't want to focus on freedom and liberty. The average person in America says to themselves, I'm free, I went to work today. Right? Liberty, what's that? From the 1700s? They don't get that, right? That's talking points. Doesn't mean anything. But if I say, do you want to be happy? They go, yeah, I do. Well, here's the reality. And I would ask anyone who's watching now, is there any one thing, specifically one thing, that I could give every person watching and listening that would make them happy now and happy 10 years from now? And the answer is no, I can't give you anything, right? Because what makes you happy, Lauren, doesn't make Bob happy, doesn't make Jane happy. You different things. And not just that, you're different than you were 10 years ago, and you will be different 10 years from now. So what would make you happy now may not make you happy 10 years from now. So me and my magic powers I just made up, I can't make you happy. So how can government? Government can't. Instead, what can I do? I can create an environment to where you can chase happiness to the best of your ability, where you want, how you want. And sometimes you'll be wrong. And sometimes you'll fail. but that's still your right. You own your life to chase happiness the way you want. Sometimes you'll get it and then you'll lose it and you'll find it again. But my goal is to allow you to do that to the best of your ability. And people say, well, Larry, can you voluntarily, detain yourself? Can you voluntarily, put yourself in shackles? Yes, people do it. I joined the military. People go into rehab. People give their money to church groups or civic groups. Yeah, but it's all voluntary. You chose to do so. You wanted to do so, and you can leave. I am no longer enlisted in the Marine Corps anymore, right? I did it for 7 years. I'm not anymore. I made a choice to not be enlisted. So, and that's what I wanted when I was 17. It's not what I want now. And so
I appreciate, the distinction, Larry, between freedom, liberty, and happiness, and looking at freedom and liberty as a means to an end.
Absolutely.
And instead of focusing on the rhetoric, focusing on the outcomes that we hope to achieve.
And that's where we almost all come together, right? Democrat, Republican, left, right, Libertarian, doesn't matter. We all want happiness. We can agree on that, right? Instead of me yelling and screaming and saying, I need school choice or I need more money in schools, why don't we instead start saying, don't we all want better schools? Now we look at the outcome that we would all agree upon, right? Mm-hmm. And now once we all agree upon that, we can have a conversation. If I start with school choice or more money in schools, we can't even have a conversation.
Yes.
It doesn't matter because school choice, oh, you're Republican. More money in schools, you're Democrat. That's it. Now we want to fight. But if I say, do we want better schools? Yes, we do. Okay, let's talk.
Yes. Eliminating the discussion of tactics and going first to solution. How do we define the problem?
Yep.
What have we identified as a common solution? And then
not even a common solution, a common goal.
Common goal.
Just the common goal.
Yes.
If we don't want the same thing, then there's no need to even have a discussion on tactics.
So let's talk about this in, the realm of women's equality, and I'm using that in quotes now, because I love how you, spun that conversation on its heel and said, let's talk about fairness.
Yes. The reason why I bring up the concept of fairness is, I'll give you an example. People will say things like, we need more women in science. I'm making that up as an example. We don't need more women in science. We need more women to do what they want to do. If that means that more women want to be in science, there should be no barriers to that, and we should encourage that. And we should, and we are. I mean, that's actually happening now, right? We are encouraging that. You're seeing it happening.
Yes.
Right. So that's what we want to do. We want to build upon issues that say maybe women want to do this. If for some reason women don't want to be in, astrophysicists, but don't want to be biologists, I'm totally making that up. We shouldn't have a quota system. I don't know what, statistics women want to do.
Yeah.
But I don't want to create a quota system to go, wait a minute, there aren't enough women biologists. Let's make a quota system. No, encourage, no barriers, speak about it, show it, let women see leaders in that field, and then let women decide if that's where they want to go. Right? If women get motivated by Neil deGrasse Tyson and want to become astrophysicists, then let them. I mean, wherever they want to go. The goal is to focus on fairness. That's the goal, right? There are going to be, more men who want to be Marines, right? You don't want to go, the Marine Corps should be 50% women. No, there should be no barriers to entry. We should show women here is what you want to do. But the reality of it is the way we are currently wired, the way our culture is set up, there's going to be more men in the Marine Corps. That's how that's going to happen. Now, is that the future? I don't know. Is there a future where there's more women in the Marine Corps? Maybe. But that's not today. And I'm okay with having our culture and society evolving the way it does, as long as we understand that the issues that we're dealing with now, with gender, with women, didn't happen overnight. These are literally thousands of years of culture that have also now become not just culture, but have also become part of evolution and everything else in what we do. That's not going to be changed because we voted D this time. That's not going to all of a sudden change thousands of years of evolution and culture. We have to work on that.
Yes. And now you're speaking my language. My background's in evolutionary psychology and social work and public policy.
So you get it.
So how those things interact. And I really appreciate the focus on barriers and removing barriers and increasing access.
Yes.
And that's a conversation that I have a lot. I work with women entrepreneurs. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I have a tech startup. I work with startup development organizations. I teach in colleges as well. And the conversation around access is what everyone wants to lean into. We aren't doing enough to identify the barriers.
Yes, and the funny thing is, if we just open ourselves up, they tend to solve their own problems as long as government doesn't get in the way. And since you're in this, I'm gonna say something that you'll know, but others may not know. Why in the world do we have so much female entrepreneurism right now? Right? Why is there so much of it? There's one part that's government when it comes to minority owned, but just in general, this happened prior to government, and it was the glass ceiling. There were so many women who were in the corporate world in the 80s who were busting their rump to get to the top, and the good old boys club simply wouldn't let them in. So what did the women do? Great, I can't grow in your business, I'll grow my own.
Exactly.
And women entrepreneurship exploded from that, and now you had men who, many of them thought it was a good old boys club. They had been raised that way, that's what happens, right? That's how you do things, that's what they believed. Some of them were bad sexist and misogynist. Some of them just didn't know any better, right? They were both of those things were together. Some just didn't know any better. And some just wanted theirs and were selfish and didn't care. And just thought, I'm getting ahead. If women get ahead, great. If they don't, great too. I just want mine. So there was all a mix of people in that world. And what I want to make sure we don't do is focus on punishing the bad ones. I want to punish the bad ones. Again, I don't want to focus on that because what winds up happening is everyone gets lumped together as you're all misogynists. Some weren't. Some were just selfish, which is still bad, but not misogynist.
Yeah.
Some were just ignorant, which is still bad, but not misogynist. There are levels that we have to worry about when it comes to that issue. I don't want to focus again on punishing them. I want to focus on showing the value of women and promoting women empowerment. So that, because this is what happened. Now men are going, oh my God, that company's amazing. In fact, since you tell me you're in startup, you know it's something that I also know being in business. There are a series of bankers now, investors, who will not invest in a company unless there's a woman in either in charge or in the leadership team.
Yes, and that's
a thing now.
And that's because of the return on investments that investors are seeing.
That is not because, that is not because of government mandate. That's not because of I want to be more woke than you. That's not because of that. It's because they realize that when you have diversity in a leadership team, you have a better leadership team.
Yes.
They get that. That's why they're literally saying, oh, no women, no thank you.
So let's talk about this, as it relates to fairness and equality and mandates versus no mandates. When we allow the free market to make decisions based on higher returns, based on value, what is the difference there?
There's an issue here. Like I get that completely. The problem is the free market also responds to culture. The free market also responds to government. The free market also responds to other things, right? So in the perfect magical libertarian world of everything's a free market, that'd be great. That's just not how it works though, right? Government does respond, culture responds, right? It's how it works, right? The example I'll give, it's a funny example, but it used to be, not so true now, since TV. Prior to TV, when you saw a chef, you wanted a chef to be heavy. Otherwise,
they ate their own food. Yeah.
Otherwise, you would say, well, that doesn't make any sense, right? I don't want that chef. He's not heavy. And the chef had to be a male.
Yes.
Right? That's how it was. It was a male, heavy chef. Since TV, that's changed. Culture has changed because now we have the Iron Chef and the TV show, reality show chef, which not every chef now is a male and not every chef now is heavy. So now our culture has made that, so a chef can be a woman, a chef can be thin. That's changed, right? The same thing happens in our culture in general. A CEO is a man, right? Because that's what we saw. That's not true anymore, right? And you see that, by the way, on TV shows like Shark Tank.
Sure.
Where the Shark Tank people are men and women. Oh, okay,
Yes.
so women can be investors too? I know
Yes.
that sounds silly to some people watching, but if you look at how we decide, the reason why someone believes that someone is the other, whether that is gender or race or ethnic background, you're not born that way. It's stories you've been told in some way, shape,
Yes.
or form. For your friends, TV, your family, whatever, you've seen it. So if I think women can't be CEOs, I wasn't born that way.
Mm-hmm.
I watched TV or movies or podcasts or friends or family or my world, and that got in my head. Women can't be CEOs. Well, at the same time, those stories must be told the opposite way too, so that the culture can go, oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So when we think about
the key is on
stories.
changing culture with the storytelling within your culture.
Yes. And Larry, may I ask, is this part of the 4 things that you had identified?
It isn't. You and I are just chatting.
Well, I love this, and it's personal to me, certainly. I know it's personal to other women, and it's also one of our goals with People for Liberty, elevating the voices, sharing the stories of the people involved in the liberty movement. Because you and I both know that if we don't see those outcomes that we're hoping to achieve, then we can't visualize them, then we can't realize them.
Yes.
So as we're sharing those stories, as we're changing the narrative, as culture begins to shift, I would say that is my hope as a libertarian, that government doesn't have to mandate.
Right. Yes, it doesn't. Now, government can assist, right? And I don't have a problem with a government righting a wrong. So the example I bring, as I mentioned, the first part I brought up was the glass ceiling, right? Women in the 80s and 90s creating their own businesses, and that now becoming more of the norm, right? And in fact, now women have an advantage when it comes to investing now, right? When it comes to finding investors, women actually have an advantage now. Now, don't get me wrong, men still have the good old boys club, right? If you look at investment, and you know this, if you play in this world,
Yes.
there is still a good old boys club, and it's heavily based upon Ivy League and military institutions.
Yes.
Right? Those
Yes.
two are the biggest issues when people start, getting money, right? Oh, we
Yes.
all came out of Annapolis, or we all came out of West Point, or we all came out of Yale, or we all came out of Harvard.
Yes.
Right? That there's a big good old boys network there too. But it has been being broken by women, and mostly because of money, not because of good old boys club. The value in the women entrepreneur has become so much stronger that now these guys are going, I don't care if she's a woman or not. I don't care if she's in Harvard or not. She's making us money, fine. I love her now. Done.
Yes.
And that's happening now more and more, right? But there's a thing that government can do, and this has been a value in a case specifically in larger cities. You've not only seen a growth in women businesses, but a growth in women of color becoming entrepreneurs.
Yes.
Right? And one of those reasons is because of so many of the government mandates within the entrepreneurship, it is very hard to find women of color working in a small business unless they own the small business.
Yes.
And that's sad, but it's true. And that is not because women of color don't do anything right. It's because government rules and regulations have created an environment of fear. And this is not politically correct, but you as a small business know it's true. A small business owner is afraid to hire women of color because they're afraid of getting in trouble.
Ooh, talk to me about that.
Yes. So the problem is, do I want to hire a woman of color from a small business owner? Well, I've been told, and these are the stories we tell each other. Again, the stories we tell each other. This is not based on truth. This is based upon stories being told. Oh, if you marry a woman of color, if you hire a woman of color, then there's a higher chance she's going to sue you. You're going to get in trouble. You're going to miss this. You're going to mess up this. You're going to mess up that. I see it in New York City like there's no tomorrow. A fear of hiring women of color. Now, because of the Me Too movement, a fear of hiring women.
Yes. The fear that they're going to claim sexual harassment.
That's correct. Absolutely. And now, where does that come from? This goes back to my idea of government coming in and focusing on the punishment.
Yes.
Whenever government comes in and focuses on punishment, there is always a cultural backlash. When you force people to do things, there is always a backlash, right? Jim Crow was the backlash for ending slavery. the war on drugs was the backlash for ending Jim Crow. Women are gonna get you is the backlash of women actually growing, right? There's always a backlash. The attack on transgender bathrooms was backlash from gay rights, right? There's always a backlash, right? So the backlash from women actually becoming more empowered, and it was, all women are gonna get you, right? That becomes the backlash. And the backlash is not based, Jim Crow wasn't based on reality, it was based on anger and backlash. Women are gonna get you isn't reality, it's based upon the backlash, right? So that story, so we have to counter that story. Does that am I making sense here?
No, absolutely. And when you say backlash, what I'm thinking and what I'm hearing is fear and prejudice.
Correct.
Fear and prejudice.
And remember, aggression, the root of aggression is always fear.
Yes.
So when government starts saying, you will, there is fear, therefore there is a backlash. But when government says, if you want, here's a benefit, the backlash doesn't happen. People pick and choose. There are always early adopters, right? The problem is twofold. Number one, if you're not part of early adopter, you don't like it, right? I'm just being forward. You don't like it.
Yes.
Right?
It wasn't
You're
your
mad.
choice. You feel like that wasn't my choice. I didn't know we were going in this direction. I didn't agree to any of this.
No, not that. That's when you're being forced. I'm saying, let's say that we mandate every company must have 3 women. I made that up, right? That's a mandate. The government says so. Well, now all women start getting hired. Women are happy, yay, but companies are angry.
Yes.
Right? But if you instead say, if you hire a woman, here's a benefit. Now now 3 companies decided to take this advantage and hire these women. Well, what if those women weren't you? You're like, but I didn't get hired. Those 3 women did. Well, what about this company? They haven't done it. Instead of allowing culture to change, we don't. We focus on punishment and law instead of allowing culture to change. Once the early adopters come in, the others will follow. It happens in everything. You're a tech company. You know this better than anybody. You have your early adopters. They jump on board. Then all of a sudden, boom. No one had an iPhone until everybody had an iPhone.
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's how it works. You're seeing that now in investors. You're seeing that now in business. You're seeing women, jumping to the head. Now, if you look in colleges now, more women graduate college than men. You look at most of the professional fields, women are killing it. Well, there weren't any women lawyers until there's nothing but women lawyers. Right?
Yes, exactly.
You see it again and again and again. There were no women doctors until there's tons of women doctors.
Yes.
Right? You just see it happening again and again and again. And government mandates not required. They mandated it through affirmative action when it came to race. And law firms back in the 70s and 80s and 90s started hiring black men. And they'd be very proud of it. Say, look, we have 10% of our firm is black. Great, where are they? Mailroom. They're all in the mailroom. Well, 30% of our firm is women. Where are they? The secretary pool.
Yep.
Right? So they would take them and then put them in the protected class area.
Yes.
I want natural growth. That's what I want. And we have to focus on fairness for that to create equality. There are basically 4 areas, as I mentioned. Workforce, and then there's 3 I break up when it comes to non-workforce. Childcare, family law, reproductive rights.
Yes.
Right? When you take those 4 together, government can do things that work. So when I come to the workforce piece, what New York City has done is when it comes to city contracts, meaning contracts with the city, they have specific plans that they will assist and work with when it comes to women minority-owned businesses.
Yes.
What does that do? That gives a leg up for minority-owned, women-owned businesses to get the experience they require so they can now get bigger gigs.
Yes.
Right? And you know this. If you're if you just start a business, who's going to hire you? You just started. You don't have a track record. Who knows who you're? You're somebody who thinks they're cool. Lots of people think they're cool. It doesn't mean anything. But now work for New York City for 2 years. Now you have a track record. Now you're actually better. Now company A, who's not New York City, goes, oh, I'll now hire you. The problem that we have with this, why in the long run it struggles, is because now that becomes institutionalized, And now you have women, minority-owned businesses who think their only answer is working for the government. So whenever you create any plan like that, the plan should be, and this is the hard part, the plan should be a temporary plan to empower women to now move on. Mm-hmm. Sadly, government does one thing well, doesn't help well. It services well.
So tell me what you mean by that.
All right. If you're a government organization, me and you are a government organization, and I work for you, right? We and I have a very small thing, and we're supposed to service people. Mm-hmm. In this case, poor women. I'm making this up, right? We're supposed to service poor women. And I go, Lauren, boss, I've been great. I serviced 100 poor women today. And you go, awesome, you're the best, Larry. Great. This week. Awesome. Next week, we serviced 110. Larry, you're awesome. It's great. Next week, we service 200. 200. Oh my God, we're going to increase our budget. Life is good. We're going to hire some more people. We're going to hire Colin now. All right, Colin's on board. Now we're servicing 400 women. Are women getting any better? No, that's not our goal. Our goal is to keep them at that spot so we can keep servicing them. That's our goal. That's what our incentives are.
This is my issue with nonprofits as well.
Now, hold on. I'm going to go there in a second. Let me stay here for a moment. Let me go. We are literally incentivized to do this. It isn't that, Lauren, you're a bad boss or me and Colin are bad people. It's just how we're incentivized.
This is how we're rewarded. We are rewarded with more money, more contracts to do what we feel we do best without solving the problem.
Correct. In fact, if we solve the problem, we're out of business.
We go out of business.
Yes.
Yes.
So you don't want to solve it. You want to, and again, not because we're bad. The system makes us bad.
Yes.
Now change it. Make it a nonprofit. Now I am very specific about my nonprofits. I divvy them up.
As am I.
One side is a government-funded nonprofit, and the other side is a donor-based nonprofit.
Correct.
If it is a government-sponsored nonprofit, it's the same as government because they're checking boxes. Government happy. They're wasting money to make government happy, and they're checking boxes. If it's a donor, now it's donor-based, not government-based, and you now run this nonprofit, you don't have to go to government now to get your money. You have to go to individuals. And if you do your gala every year when you do your nonprofit, what do you have to show all the people who give you money? Success stories.
True. I appreciate the distinction.
Yes, you have to show, hey, here are women who succeeded, who we got out of the program. Look, it works. Otherwise, nobody's giving you money.
Yes. And I'll say this, and I've worked with nonprofits for years, I appreciate the distinction between nonprofits who are depending on government subsidies, public grants, grants from HUD, all of those.
They're still government.
They're still government versus privately funded nonprofits who are responsible to their donors. Their donors who are their investors, who are their shareholders, with whom they have an agreement that they will produce a return on their investment.
Absolutely. Right now, if I care about helping poor women and you don't show me you're helping poor women, you're not getting my money.
Yes. So, Larry, how do we apply this in terms of workforce, as we've identified that as one of the key areas where we're seeking fairness for women?
So I was going down that road because I wanted to express that.
Yeah, I deterred you, sorry.
No worries. The government programs to assist minority-owned or women-owned businesses can be good as long as they're temporary, as long as their goal is to give them some experience to move on. Now, let me now move that now to another area where government can help and is actually hurting, supporting the gig economy. Women,
let's talk about that.
Yes, women really benefit from the gig economy tremendously. For those who don't know what that is, the gig economy is an economy where I don't have to be an employee, where I can do things temporarily, side by side. I have a side hustle, like that kind of thing.
Yes.
In this world still today, this goes to childcare and family law. In today's world still, whether you like it or not, the women are always so often the primary caregiver for children. They just are. Right? And some people don't like that. But women and kids are always together. Is that sexist? No, it's a fact. That's what it is in our country. In fact, across the world, but I'm talking about America. That's what it is today. When you're a mom and you have children, by default, because you are a human being, not because you're a woman, because you're a human being, you will be more conservative in what you do because you have someone else that depends upon you.
Yes.
That's what people do.
Yes.
So the woman by default, more of them, because more of them are primary caregivers, are going to be more conservative on these things. They're not just going to stop and start a business.
They can take less risk because they have others that are depending on them. Absolutely.
That is correct. That's a fact, right?
Yes.
So because of that, and not because they're women, because they're humans.
Yes, they have a biological imperative to take care of their children.
Bingo.
Yes.
That's how that works. Yes. So when you take them into account, the gig economy is the way so many women are able to start that side hustle, reboot themselves, change, right? If a woman gets divorced and now she's the primary caregiver, this may change how she can work now.
Yes.
So if it changes how she works, she can't get promoted. She can't do the things she needs to do to get to the next step. So how does she reboot her life? The gig economy.
Yes.
She either does a side hustle, which is one option, and some women do that, or she starts a side business. Some people do that.
Yes.
Or she begins to take on other jobs to gain the experience so she can make a career change.
Yes. Yes.
Any of those things can happen, and she has to have the freedom to get around her child or children.
Yes.
So you have to support the gig economy to make that happen, and we don't.
And when we talk about supporting the gig economy, and Larry, you didn't even know this, but my tech startup is aggregating access to benefits for independents.
It's how it works. This is the world. And government doesn't, I live in New York State. New York State and California are going out of their way to destroy the gig economy. They don't realize they are crushing women.
Yes.
They don't get it. Crushing women. They're trying to force everyone to be an employee.
Yes.
Which devastates small business, devastates the gig economy, crushes it all. And another reason why people are leaving. Almost always, and the saddest part is when government gets involved heavily in any industry, the people who are punished most, almost always, are poor women. In almost every involvement. And government gets involved, all people are beat up. The people who are beaten up the most, almost always, poor women.
Yes.
Almost always.
When we look at welfare reform and the history of the state, yes, they're the ones who suffer. Disproportionately women, disproportionately communities of color, and it's the children of those generations that carry that forward.
Yes, and the worst part is usually their answer for that children of those people is prison. That's generally their answer, is prison. That's the answer.
We could talk for hours about prison. I'm sure you and I both have some strong feelings on that.
Absolutely. So I do think government can absolutely assist in that regard. It can by creating temporary programs that give a benefit, not a requirement, allowing the market to go, ooh, there's a benefit in that?
Yes.
Let me try that. Ooh, I want to use the carrot, not the stick.
Yes.
The concept of a backlash is significantly reduced if I use the carrot and not the stick.
Yes.
And we see it already happening in many different arenas already, right? Naturally, once you give an incentive, people start doing it. There are a lot of women who have spent their time, kind of honing themselves with a government contract and then going out and becoming great someplace else.
Yes.
So it can work, right? That's the workforce. But it's the second piece when it comes to law. When it comes to harassment, equality, things of that sort, we as a culture and as a government have to be able to make a nuanced distinction. And this is going to sound horrible, I want to be clear. I want us to focus on fairness, not punishment. Justice should not be punishment.
So talk to me about that a little.
What we do, because we are politicians and we want to sound like we're good, is we create things like zero tolerance policies. Mm-hmm. Zero tolerance policies every single time. You've heard me say 1,000 times, it's not 100% rule, general rule, maybe usually. Not this case. This is a 100% rule every single time. Zero tolerance policies make things worse. Not just make things worse. Worse. And so what I want to do is I don't want to have zero tolerance policies, and I want to have good distinctions. What do I mean? There is a difference between sexual harassment, sexual assault, and rape. Yes. They are all wrong. They are all bad. Yes. I'm only saying there are levels. someone who says, "Hey, sweetheart," or whatever. I don't know what the cool sexual harassment words are today. Whatever the cool harassers are saying today, whatever that is, right? Whatever those phrases are, is a difference between that and rape.
Correct.
And when you connect them all together in an attempt to be righteous or woke or strong or whatever is your goal, you actually insult and hurt the women who were actually raped.
And you create a culture of fear.
And you create a culture of fear.
Yes.
Which now reinforces the backlash story that's being told by people.
Yes.
Don't hire women because they get you. You're now feeding in to the propaganda. Now people are going, oh, wait a minute, maybe he's right. This is that thing. Yeah. That story I heard, maybe it's real. And now we're perpetuating the backlash. I want to make sure there's a difference, right? There, and there is a difference. All are bad. What people always think about is black and white, right? Left and right. Oh, so now you just love harassers. Here's why zero tolerance policies don't work. I'll give you a generic rule and then specifically to this. Generically, here's what happens all the time. You have you've worked in a business, you have a conference room. The conference room is used by many people for years, 2-3 years. You've used the conference room, eating lunch there, talking, making things happen. Life is good. One day, Jim spills coffee. What does the boss say? That's it. No more eating in a conference room. That'll solve this. I'll make a rule. No one eats. Right? That's the new rule because Jim is taking action and Jim is showing that he's going to make it happen again by making some harsh rule. Okay, so now what actually happens? The average worker doesn't eat there anymore, which means what do? They eat at their desk. Which means now the desk is dirty, they're less efficient, they're not communicating anymore, that collaboration goes away, the company's less efficient, less at work as well, the people are unhappy, some leave now they're taking longer lunches and not working, you've just lost productivity from your workforce, right? Now some of them are spending more money now because they're eating out versus eating in, so now they want raises, lose on that level, right? But not just that, here's the worst part, the elite still eat. Right? So the senior saleswoman, Jane, she's the best salesperson there. She walks in with coffee. Were you going to fire her? No. She's a top sales rep. You're not firing her. There's no way you're firing her. Jimmy comes in. He's the boss's son. You're gonna fire Jimmy? No. He's the boss's son. You're not firing Jimmy. So top sales rep, Jane comes in. The boss's son, Jimmy, comes in. They get to do it. So the elite still do it. So the elite get past the rules, while the average people don't. And now they see hypocrisy. Now what begins to happen? The average people go, why do they get to do it? Why do they do it? And what does the boss do? The boss now has to validate this. Well, when you're selling $100,000 of widgets every month, you can do it. Which now reinforces this.
Yes.
You're now reinforcing everything. So now let me take those policies now when it comes to gender, when it comes to women. We have a zero tolerance sexual harassment policy in this company. Okay. So now we'll go back to, in this case, we're going to change the gender of the top sales rep. In this case, top sales rep isn't Jane, it's Jim. Jim is now the top sales rep. He's selling tons of stuff. Jim is boisterous. He feels good about himself because he's the top sales rep. And he knows because he's selling, right? You got to keep asking till you sell. He actually likes the executive assistant out front. He actually likes her. And he wants to date her. She's not interested at all. She's not interested in him. He's a jerk. She doesn't like him. But he asks her out, compliments or whatever. She starts feeling weird. He's harassing her now. He may or may not know it. He might know it. He's a jerk because why won't you go out with me? Or maybe he's ignorant. He doesn't know. But Jane is worried about this because he's so powerful. So Jane won't get angry. Jane smiles and nods because she doesn't want to anger the powerful sales rep. He takes this as, oh, she's not angry. She's smiling and nodding. No, she doesn't know what to do with herself. Right? She's an executive assistant.
Exactly.
He's top sales rep. So she's just by self-defense smiling and nodding, right? But
there's a power differential.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
Now, what happens? Does she want to go to the boss? She doesn't because there's zero tolerance policy. So what's going to happen? Now, the boss has to fire Jim. the boss is not going to fire Jim. And she knows that.
Yeah.
So now she knows that if she does that and the boss does fire Jim, that might end the company. That might hurt the company. What's going to happen next? Who's fired next? She is.
Yes.
And she knows she's fired next. Worse, if she says something and mentions it and the boss thinks it might happen, the boss doesn't want to fire Jim. He'd rather fire Jane.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, what's going to happen? Jane is going to have, problems. All of a sudden, her review is going to be horrible. All of a sudden, we're not going to like her anymore so that we can fire her before she gets Jimmy fired.
Yes.
Why do you think women wait 30 years before they say anything?
Or never speak up at all.
Or never. Here's the worst part. Let's say she's a crusader and goes, that's it, I'm going to get rid of Jimmy, he's a bad guy. In this case, I don't know if that's always true, but in this case, Jimmy is a bad guy. He's a jerk.
Yeah.
He's a misogynist. So she steps up and gets him fired as he should be fired because he's a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if her industry is small? She's now blacklisted. She's not getting hired again. Her career is over. Her career is over. And she knows that. That's why she's not going to say anything. Of course. But if you instead have a coach that's not zero tolerance, that is not believe all women, it is respect all women, it is hear all women.
Mm-hmm.
If you have that kind of culture, that when the woman feels she's being harassed, she feels open that she can say, hey, boss, I think Jimmy's coming on to me and I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have that now because now the law in New York City and New York State this is law now. Mm-hmm. It is one harassment is okay to be fired. One is now considered sexual harassment. That's what it was. It wasn't that 20 years ago. 20 years ago, it had to be twice, which to me is fair. I know to some women, I don't want to be harassed. I get it. But if you have twice, at least now the guy who's just an idiot has a chance to not be an idiot. The guy who actually thinks you like him has a chance to go, whoa, I didn't know. And the jerk doesn't stop because he's a jerk and he gets fired anyway.
He's always going to be a jerk.
Correct.
And I think this is especially powerful when we talk about culture shifts.
Yep.
When we talk about shifting culture and the power of that, instead of being so punitive that these men have no opportunity to learn.
Yes.
You're creating resentment. You're creating fear. Now the men don't want to work with women at all.
Yes, you see it all the time.
So if we can institute policies that encourage learning, encourage listening.
Yes.
I'm on board with this and I'm getting kind of fired up. So I need to
because it's true, right? I want to focus on something important. I don't want to focus on punishing the harasser. I want to focus on women not being harassed.
Yes. What is the outcome that we're seeking?
Yes.
Yes.
Right? I want to focus on women not being harassed. I want a woman to feel, and anyone, we're talking about women in this case.
Yes.
But I want anyone to feel comfortable in their workforce and open enough to say, hey, boss, I think I'm being harassed.
Mm-hmm.
And then what does that mean? I respect what you said, Lauren, you think you're being harassed, so I don't punish you immediately. I do what America's supposed to in the Constitution. I assume that everyone's innocent until shown that they are guilty, unless shown that they are guilty. And I have conversations. We open up dialogue.
Yes.
Now, boy, is that hard to do. Yeah, it is. Much easier to fire people, yell at people.
Yeah.
Way easier.
Absolutely.
But the reality of it is I want to sit you down with that individual because I want that person to actually learn. Now, I do this kind of training for a living. I remember one time, it was probably about 10 years ago. It's an interesting story you may enjoy. What I always say is intent matters.
Mm-hmm.
And you try to separate intent from impact.
Yes.
And this is challenging to do, but you want to separate intent from impact.
Mm-hmm.
I may not intend to insult you or make you feel awkward, Lauren, but my impact might be that.
Yes.
I might still do it without trying to. Why do I separate those two? Because I want in your head, Lauren, to go, you know what? I was insulted or I felt weird, but maybe Larry didn't intend to do that. Let's have a conversation.
Yes.
When I hear the conversation from you, I want to go, ooh, Lauren was impacted by what I said, even though I didn't intend it. I should respect the fact that she was impacted by it, even though I didn't intend it. I should respect her feelings while also acknowledging that it wasn't intentional on my part. This is emotional intelligence, and this is not easy to do, but it must be done at the top level. The leadership must be saying this and encouraging the conversation to say, because the reality of it is, Lauren, if you can separate in your head my impact from my intent, then I can learn, you can learn, and we can be better. If you can't, then I'm just a bad guy. And when you call me a bad guy, now I hate you, Lauren. Backlash. But if you go, so what I want always when this happens is I want the individual who has been accused of something or that to announce their intent, not fight. I want the person who feels like they've been insulted, right, to announce the impact and not assume the intent.
Yes.
To say, I don't know what Larry was thinking. I'm going to tell you how I felt. And now I know, wow, okay, you know what? That's not what I meant. Let's talk this thing out. If you encourage that environment, things will get better. And people always say, but Larry, you're now supporting the harasser. I'm not. The harasser comes out. And I'll give you an actual story. About 10 years ago or so, I'm working for an accounting firm. I'm doing a training, believe it or not, on gender communications. Perfect. Something happened that I wish I had created. I didn't, just lucky. During the break, during the class, one of the partners, who at this point was in his 70s, so this is 10 years, so he's probably in his 80s now. He was in his 70s, senior partner in an accounting firm, mid-level accounting firm, probably 200 people total in the firm. So he takes a phone call, and while he's in the phone call, people can hear him, and he says, yeah, I'll have my girl send that over. Now, did his daughter work at the firm? No. The phrase girl wasn't his daughter. Now, if it was his daughter, you can call your daughter your girl all you want.
Yeah.
But you don't want to call your executive assistant your girl.
Yes.
Right?
Thank you.
Yes. Right? You don't want to call that. And in this room was at least a dozen savvy, credentialed, educated, female executives, managers and executives, or in this room. How did they feel? I could watch them just look at him after he said it. So when he came back, I was so happy that what I was saying worked, because one woman got up and all she said was this: I'm going to say his name was Jim. It wasn't Jim. But it wasn't. She goes, Jim, do you know how that made us feel? That's all she said. And you could watch his face go from this to go, it connected. Connected.
Yes,
right?
Awareness and understanding.
And he literally said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And he began to explain. I cut him off because he was about to put his foot in his mouth.
Yeah.
So I cut him off. He was about to. But his intent was good intent. He was trying to say, I'm not a bad guy. That's what he wanted to say, right? So I stopped him and I said, understand that his intent was just bad habits. When he came up, the guy was in his 70s 10 years ago. When he came up, literally, and those of you who are old enough, I'm old enough to remember my mom had this in her resume. In the 60s and the 70s, the literal job title of an executive assistant was called Gal Friday, office girl. That was actually in the newspaper. That was on my mom's resume when she was an office girl. That was on her resume. That's where he grew up. It was horrible habits that he had to break. It doesn't validate what he was doing. He shouldn't say that. He should break his habits. And he learns them that day, and he began to break them. That's what I mean by separating impact from intent. If instead she had yelled at him, and you know this, Lauren, I'm going to say things that are politically incorrect now, but I'm telling you what's happening in today's world. If she had said, you misogynist, how dare you say that? He would have defended himself as a backlash. What are you talking? I would never, blah, blah, blah. And 3 months from now, she's fired. Her performance got bad all of a sudden, and she's fired. And that's totally unfair and absolutely wrong. And in fact, illegal, and happens every single day.
So Larry, I want to be respectful and take some questions if we have some, but if you had some takeaway, ideas for implementation that people can use in their daily life at home and in work, I think this is a phenomenal topic related to women's equality or women's fairness. What can people do in their own homes and in their own offices and environments?
Number one, accept several things. not every woman is going to want what you want her to want. Number one thing, emotional intelligence, understand they're not like you. And this goes for women too, not just men.
Correct.
Right? Women can also attack other women because you're not the way I want you to be. So this is
and they
both.
do.
Yes, this is both male and female, right? If you are in a peer position, not senior or junior, let women and men, but in this case about women, be who they want to be. If that, I was on a podcast and one guy was talking about, women being moms and it's the greatest thing they can do. And I said, if they think so.
Thank you.
Not because you decide that, because that individual woman decides that. If she decides that being a mom is the most important thing in her life right now, awesome, then that's true. If she doesn't, then it's not true, right? It depends upon what that individual woman wants. And you as a peer shouldn't be judging her as good or bad for that. Now you can, but if you do it, understand you're also hurting yourself and your company corporate culture. Not just that, while that woman might think, you might think she should be a mom or whatever you might think right now, right? She might not. And she might think that later or earlier in her life. You might think, why are you being a mom? You should be a strong woman and growing your business or whatever. You might believe that to be true. Well, maybe she doesn't think that, or maybe she'll think that 10 years from now, or she thought that 10 years ago. It doesn't matter. So number one thing is don't project your values on others.
Yes.
Right? Except if that person wants to be where she wants to be. Now, if she's complaining, then help her.
Yes.
If she's saying, I want to be a better mom and I'm not a good mom, and she believes that, if you believe you're not a good mom, you're not a good mom because you believe that, not because I judge you to be so. Right? So then help her to be that better mom. But the next thing is, and now that's for peers, for bosses. I'll tell you a story that came from years ago, and it's kind of not PC now, but you'll get my point. Again, I'm in my 50s, so I've seen some things. So people in their 70s saw even more than me, right? So there was a story that I remember my friend told me about. It was a boss who he was a male, and he had a female executive that he adored that was very talented and good, but she was very emotional. She grew up in a world where women didn't ask for what they wanted. Women didn't say what they wanted, and many women still to this day. I'm a nudge with my daughters. I force them to tell me what they want, so they will be more forward in asking what they want. I know that's still a cultural issue in our world. So whenever she would ask for something, she would cry. So he literally had tissues in his office for her because he knew when she came in very often, she would cry because she was fighting through her emotional baggage to request what she wanted. Right? And he knew that. So he literally give her tissues. Go ahead. We'll cry this out. Tell me what you need. Right? And he'd do this. Now, that doesn't happen hardly at all now. But that was a thing. Why do I bring that up? Because when people come to you, usually women in this case, they're going to have obstacles that many men aren't going to have, or more importantly, aren't going to care about. And this is also sexist, but often true. Many times men are prepared to sacrifice everything to move forward. But again, we go back to still to this day, still statistically, more women are primary child caregivers than male. It's the way it is.
Yeah, they don't have the luxury to be a risk taker.
They're not going to sacrifice everything to move forward. Where more male, I should say a male, that's sex, I shouldn't say that. More male statistically are going to just sacrifice anything to move forward, right? So when you know that if I want that talent from that woman, I have to say, okay, how do we get there? That has to be my answer. I have to be flexible on how we get there. I've been amazed, and the good thing about COVID-19 has been a disaster for so many people. There has been one advantage. It's allowed leaders to allow their boss, their juniors, to do more in different ways they wouldn't have accepted that before, which in the long run is going to help women.
Yes.
In the long run, right? This is a short-term disaster, obviously. In the long run, it's going to have bosses when women go, hey, I've got a childcare issue. I've got a mom issue, right? Not just childcare, but women are also primary caretakers of elderly parents.
Yes, absolutely.
They're also primary caretakers of that. They just are.
Yes.
So I got a mom who's in trouble, a dad who's in trouble, a grandma who's in trouble, a kid who's in trouble. Boss has to go, okay, how do you get your work done? I will, boss. I'll need A, B, and C, and I'll get it done. The answer can't be, that's not how we do things around here.
Yes.
Which was the answer years ago. The answer has to be, okay, get it done. When? All right, good, go. And
what is the support you need to get it done?
Get it done. Yes. Exactly. And I think if you act that way when you're a senior, much better.
Mm-hmm.
When you're a junior, right? I did peer and now senior and now junior. When you're a junior, when you feel that you're being harassed or bothered, when that happens, because generally speaking, it's, position of power.
Exactly.
Speaking, right? Good general rule.
Yes.
When it's a position of power, don't assume the worst. Assume bad habits. And let me give you an example of the example I brought earlier. I'm going to go back to that example.
Mm-hmm.
If they had assumed the worst, let's assume that they were good to that 72-year-old partner, but he was actually a jerk. That he wasn't just bad, he was a jerk. What if they had said, do you know how that made us feel? And he was a jerk. He wouldn't have said, oh, I'm so sorry. He would have been like this. Sorry, what do you guys want to be called now? That's what he would have done. He would have outed himself.
I was just going to say, yes, it would have been very clear.
Absolutely.
When you gave him that opportunity to state his intention, he would make that clear.
Absolutely. So my point is, if you're a junior, give the person the opportunity to state their intent.
Yes.
If they're a jerk, it always comes out. It just does. It'll come out in sarcasm. It'll come out in an open attack. It'll come out in some way. So now you know, all right, we need to take action. Action needs to be taken because the intent was bad.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to be clear. I'm not saying all men are good at this. No, there's some real jerks out there who need to be punished. Absolutely. All I'm saying is not every one of them does.
Yes.
And when you start punishing every one of them in an attempt to be righteous, you will get a backlash that will punish more people. And the most who will be punished, as always, are poor women.
I love this, Larry. And I know that we could go on because I'm passionate about this topic. You are as well. Colin, what I'd like us to do is collect some of those questions. And Larry, we'd love to have you back on. We're going to be hosting a regular Twitch series. Colin's going to be our host. But I anticipate we're going to have a lot of feedback, positive. We're going to have a lot of questions. And so, Colin,
so don't be mad at me too. It's fine.
That's okay. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about intention.
It's fine.
Intention versus
do you
impact.
want just one question out of this?
Yes, please.
All right, we got one from Kasie Dailey, who wants to know, what are Larry's most inspirational women within the Liberty Movement, whether past, present, or future?
Cool.
That's a tough one. It's difficult because there are so many people that I adore. So I think one of my favorite ones probably is Mary Ruitt. Probably one of my favorite ones. She's smart, savvy, a good communicator, written books. So I shouldn't be a Dr. Mary Ruitt. I know her, so I don't always call her doctor, but I should. Dr. Mary Ruitt. I think she's probably my number one. I think probably, and she's still alive, by the way. Those you don't know, you can go buy her books. She writes books on. She's written several books on the medical systems in the United States. I think she's probably my number one if I'm going to guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I love that. And I think that's a good takeaway as well. If people are interested in literature from inspiring women in the Liberty Movement, if Dr. Mary is an author.
Yes, she's one of the best ones. Yes.
And, Larry, tell us, where can people find you? Let's talk about the Sharpe Way podcast.
Go to the Sharpe Way. The Sharpe Way is Sharpe with an E, and the
Let's
E
talk
stands
about
for
all things Larry.
Entertainment. Yes, it is. E, Larry Sharpe with an E. E stands for entertainment. Please go ahead and check that out. I'm go live almost every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. And I'm live. I take text.
Thanks so much.
Of course. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Oh.
Okay, Colin.
All right. So next up, we have Christy Mowrey, who is a candidate for Texas, I believe, the congressional race, the 32nd district, right?
Oh, Christy, you're on mute.
Oh, let me unmute. I'm sorry. That is my bad. I'm transitioning in and out right now so that we can get everybody settled. That was an excellent interview with Larry. We got 3 new subscribers on the channel.
And Colin, let me share for our audience that I'm going to address the issue that we have with our Eventbrite page to make sure that we're live streaming on our Eventbrite page as well. Okay. We should be live on Facebook and on YouTube, correct?
The Facebook link is being blocked because we can't do it simultaneously with YouTube Live and Facebook, but we're going to push it on there as soon as we can. So right now it's just on YouTube Live.
Okay. Well, then I will make a point to follow up with Eventbrite and Facebook, and I'm going to let you, Colin, as a male ally, take our next interview with Christy. So y'all enjoy with Colin and Christy, and I'll try to work on those technical challenges.
All right, Christy, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, Colin?
Doing well. Give me 3 seconds here to fix the stream images. Switching over. I abandoned Texas during this hurricane. I'm up in Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, okay. I spent some
now.
time away.
So you can't see my face, but if you're on the YouTube live stream, then you will be able to. So I apologize for that. But anyways, we're excited to have you on. Excited to have you as a candidate.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you inviting me to this incredible event. I think it's a full day of speakers speaking on behalf of women in the liberty movement is amazing. So I'm very honored to be here.
Yeah, well, we are very honored to have you. I mean, so first off, just who are you? Tell us a little about yourself and what's going on with your race and how it's going.
Yes. Well, Christy Mowrey. I have been in Texas about 16 years. I lived many places. My dad was a Navy pilot. So of course I moved around a lot. From those experiences, I built a lot of resilience and got to know people from different areas. I was born in California, different states. And, I think it gave me a very good sense of wanting freedom, growing up in sort of that lifestyle. I went to a liberal school in Bellingham, Washington, in the western part of Washington State, and that sort of also motivated me to get more involved with the liberty movement. Particularly, it wasn't a straight path, but I started out with the Republicans, took a little detour to the Constitution Party, and now I'm wholeheartedly committed to libertarianism. And that is, primarily because I've seen how government negatively impacts nearly every aspect of our life, especially as a mother of three, a business leader, and an educator. You name it. And as a single mother, even, I mean, every single thing that we do, it seems like government has been a hindrance rather than something to help us. And we know this. I mean, this is the way I was raised, and my character is that we need to individually take responsibility for ourselves, our families, our livelihoods, and not rely on the state to provide anything for us, or the state doesn't owe us anything. And that is sort of the way that I've done business, raised my family, and that's the way that I lead my school, Liberty Private School here. I had about 40 employees pre-COVID, and I still have about 25, and primarily women. I feel the responsibility of coaching those women, just like the kids in the building, and helping them see why liberty is so important to fight for. We don't need to be ruled by authoritarians. That's not how I parented, and that's not how I run my school with my teachers. So I just want to be a good example and fight. And I really got to the point last year where I wanted to do more. And I have this fantastic Collin County Libertarian Party group who are just so encouraging and motivating, and they welcomed me in several years ago without judging that I came from a different so that's really helped, and they encouraged me to do this, and I don't really feel I can be like on the sidelines just on Facebook or sharing, that's all great and good, but I want to be doing more, and I want to inspire people to do more, because it's not enough to fight for liberty for myself. I know in my lifetime, we can fight for what we can, but it's more important that we pass the torch to future generations, to posterity. I want my kids to carry this on, and so far so good. My oldest is an attorney now, and she's definitely on that liberty train. She's seen it too with her in her college, fighting against some of this collectivism. So that's who I am. I probably rambled on a little longer
no, it's
about
fine.
that. brought me to this place where I just want to do more. And if anything solidified it probably is COVID-19 and all of the more mandates and government regulations thrown at us, seeming to me to make our problems worse by not utilizing the private sector and the free market to solve this problem, and instead just create more mandates and authoritarianism. It solidifies the fact that we're going about everything wrong. And I want to see that changed.
Are you a native Texan?
No, I've been here about 16 years. Yeah, I grew up with the military. My dad was a Navy pilot, and so I moved all over the place. But I do love it here. We're still somewhat free, maybe not as free as we think, but we're going to work on that, right?
Yeah, we got all the oil money. It's going to be fine. Down in Texas.
Yeah. Let's just become one country.
It's the Texas movement. But okay, cool. So what kind of pushed you through your journey of coming from the Republican side to the Constitutionalist to the Libertarian? Is there anything that you felt more attracted to as a woman within those parties, or with the certain issues that really crop up again and again with you?
Yes. Well, I mean, I guess would have originally fell under the conservatarian beliefs. And when I was in college, I was probably the only conservative / libertarian on my college newspaper. And I was really attacked during that time, and didn't realize that that sort of woke me up as well. That's when I had to start researching. Wait, what do I believe in? Where am I? Where do I take my stand? And from the smallest little things, I realized kind of that. Let me backtrack a little bit. This was the early 90s. I don't want to say my age. When I was in college, it was the early 90s. And I didn't know that we had options between the two parties. So libertarianism is still in its infancy, but was definitely more so 30 years ago. So I didn't think I had a choice. So for me, I aligned with the one closest to my values, my personal values. And it wasn't until later on in life, I did the research. I didn't want to listen to what the media was telling me of these two parties, because I could see how they were wrong. Portraying, the media tries to push everybody as far as they can, right or left. They want you to believe that you have to become more extreme on the left and the right needs to be more extreme on the right, to the point where they have us so divided that nobody understands that the majority of individuals are probably somewhere in the middle of all of that. And we're getting to a point now where, I hate to use this word crisis because everything is a crisis, but it is a political crisis, because I don't see, no matter, unless it's Joe Jorgensen, I don't see anything major changing in November if either of the the major parties win. I think we'll become more divisive and it will get even crazier. So something's got to change. So back to your original question, it was just the ongoing research continuously. And I think that many people knew I was a libertarian before I did. And they were so great about sending me books to read. And I did my own research. I wanted to be as educated as possible. And the biggest thing that stopped me from joining the Libertarian Party much sooner was the pro-life issue, because I am pro-life. So I felt like that means I can't be a part of the Libertarian Party, until I dug even deeper and joined up with some of the pro-life libertarians and realized that the solution to this is just like the solution to everything else. Volunteerism, charity, the private sector, encouraging women to make the right choice, but helping them, not just saying you're bad, you can't do that. This is wrong, you're evil, but being there. Because I personally was also faced with that choice while in college, when I, found out that I was pregnant, and I had, like I said, a liberal college. I had all of my friends said, well, when are you going to make your appointment and take care of this situation? And I thought, well, I'm not. Yeah, I made this choice. I have a set of principles that even though it's not going to be easy at all, I chose to have the baby. And she, like I said, 26 years later, she's was top of her class at law school and is a fantastic attorney.
Congratulations.
And, thank you. And it was definitely not easy, but to me, that was the right thing to do. But I look back and say, what would I had preferred in that situation? I had so much pressure of telling me what I should do, and it wasn't what I wanted to do. So we have to remember that it works both sides, that we shouldn't be forcing women to do what, people shouldn't be forcing women to do what they think is right, but be there to help in those decisions. We can start with, working towards making these things obsolete because we teach women about safe practices and we encourage, make things, be there to help. Let private charities do their job in assisting, get government out of the way of these things. Stop funding abortion, stop funding anything that's private, and give the money back to the people. So maybe they can raise it if money is the issue for raising a child. And it certainly was for me, but all of those things that it inhibit and get in the way of, maybe somebody's decision to raise a child also is government in the way. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but that was the main issue that stopped me. Every other core value that I hold is libertarian. Basically, get the government out of the way so I can live my life, pursue happiness. At very most, if anything, government should only be there to protect life, liberty, and property. And they're not doing that. They're failing at that too. So
how do you feel things are going with running a school during COVID times? And what are the challenges you're facing that are kind of unique to this point?
Yeah, the challenges I face are fear. Just absolute fear. I've spent I never closed. We go up to 5th grade. My school never shut down. We did drop in March to only about 35 kids. And again, it was fear. I spent a lot of time on the phone with parents that are worried and concerned. I looked up the statistic, which I'm happy to do because they're basic health practices, with updates. And so far, not one healthy child under 19 in the state of Texas has died from close the school. And some schools did. And of course, knock on wood, we haven't had any issues. We're up to about 145 kids now, which typically I have around 250. So still low, but we're just doing basic health practices. I've had a couple of cases of strep, but nothing major. The kids are happy. We're not doing the mask thing if they choose to. If teachers choose to wear a mask, they can absolutely do that. I will not tell anybody what to do or ask them their private reasons for not wanting to wear a mask. We are, like I said, I run the school very liberty minded. And as long as somebody is not doing anything that will harm the school or that goes against child development practices or education, if there's something blatant, then I'll step in. But basically, I respect the rights of my teachers. I respect the rights of the parents who trust me to educate their kids throughout the day. So, we went down in revenue, but I did a little bit of layoffs. But we are resilient, and we're still one of the fullest schools in North Texas, last I heard. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing.
Well, heck yeah, man. So it's Women's Equality Day. Can you tell me a little bit about your thoughts on women equality, both as an educator and now as a politician and just as a Texan in general?
Yes, well, we've come a long way. There's a long way to go, but I think that thanks to the women that came before us, before me, I have a lot of gratitude towards the women that paved the way and the strong leadership where they didn't just go with the status quo. They didn't accept things that weren't right. They wanted to do more with their lives, and they fought for it, from the right to vote to, in the boardroom. Now, with that said, I believe strongly in equality for women, not necessarily any special privileges. And some people think that's not an appropriate stance, but it's the right stance. I don't want, there's so many incredible men in my life that have, my dad, for starters, that have been so supportive of me and what I wanted to do. I think sometimes we push things a little too far. I see this in family court systems too, and this is changing as well, but where we're not looking at a fair perspective on things, but we take it a little too far, and then we're not being fair to the men. So I believe absolutely in equality, and I think we're getting better about that, but there's a long way to go. And I think the best way to keep that, like I said, torch going is to educate our kids and our daughters. And again, I'm in an industry where at this point, although it hasn't always been this way, all of my staff are female and women, and they come to me sometimes with their problems that are unrelated to school, that they just want advice on. And it is, they feel beat down by the system for whatever reason. And I just try to motivate them that, hey, you're responsible for yourself. You can do this. You are powerful. You are smart. You're beautiful inside, and you can take on the world. And so I'm glad that a lot of the legwork is done before us, and we just need to make sure we keep that fire going.
Yeah, interesting. I think we've kind of it's a pendulum effect, like Larry Sharpe was talking about. Like a lot of things that we have with Jim Crow laws were a reaction to bad laws and bad policy we've had before that. And
right.
We've kind of reached a point of almost equality under the law. And there's still things that obviously need a lot of work and a lot of updating, and some of these things probably took way too long, but they're here now. And as you said, I think one of the other interesting parts about you said it's more about preserving liberty for future generations. And that's where I think a lot of the politicians of the day kind of get caught up in winning 2020 or 2022 or 2024, and they get caught in the races. Whereas you've obviously tried to find a party that you found foundational roots, or just kind of somewhere you felt consistent with the platform about the libertarian side. But
yes, yeah, most definitely. I think that we need to get away from this collectivism way of thinking and go back to teaching kids to think for themselves, not what to think, but how to think, and how to think with an open mind, and how to respect others. I think that's a big part of libertarianism as well, where we need to stop judging and assuming that we're right, because I guarantee you there are families and people out there and women who feel as strongly about their views as I do about mine, and I might not want to take that same path. I may not agree with everything that they do, but we can never make any kind of positive change if we don't respect and listen to other people, because like nobody's going to necessarily at my age change my mind. I've pivoted a little bit here and there based on just what I've knowledge and learning and educating myself. But for the most part, on my core beliefs and fundamental principles, they're set. They're pretty set in stone, and nobody's really going to change that. But when we can talk to each other and share why we feel a certain way, my reasons behind it, and again, as a pro-life libertarian, I don't want to come in and take away anybody else's right. I want to show you why defunding these things and being there and removing regulations to private charities that want to help, that's a better approach. Make things obsolete based on, helping people rather than more laws and more mandates and saying no and being divisive and attacking people. That is not solving anything. That's created, that's creating, more problems. I have not seen this country in the 30 years that I've been paying attention to politics as divided as I do right now, which is alarming. And I saw this before I decided to run last year, before COVID, before really the riots, the Black Lives Matter, before all of this really started coming back. Not a great 2020 year. I saw that we were divided, but after that, it is incredible to me how divided we've become based on whether it's mask mandates, vaccinations, the police brutality, and it seems like it's just a lot of fear and divisiveness, and that's what we need to stop. That's what we need to teach our kids at this age, from our littlest kids, to have a little empathy and respect, and be able to talk about these problems. And I do believe changing the future starts with our kids. It starts with our youngest. We're not in a great place, but there's been many times in history when this country and across the world, people have been in pretty bad places, and they've come back from it. So I know that we will when we get a little more liberty and a little less government.
I can hope so. We have a question actually from one of our viewers. It's, how do you feel about school choice or charter schools?
Oh boy, how long do I have?
Well, there's nobody at the 10:30 slot, so quite some amount
Yeah. No, I am absolutely supportive of school. If I could defund public education, I would. I think we need to get the tax dollars back into the hands of parents, and stop taking the tax dollars out of the hands of parents in the first place, and allow them to choose how they want to educate their kids, because only parents know the individual needs of their own child. Nobody knows that. Somebody sitting in Austin making rules about public schools has no idea what's right for your child or what your community is like and what you want for them. Every child's different. Some might want to go to trade school. I spoke about my 3 kids, and my oldest being an attorney. My second daughter is going to school in Portland at Portland University. She's an artist. She runs an art gallery. She's able to make a living off of this, sort of. She's not going to make as much money as my old. But when it comes to education, we've got to facilitate the talents and gifts that our kids have. And that is not done through public schools, where it's just this one size fits all box with a lot of testing and a lot of collectivism, which, public schools were modeled after the Prussian model, which was intended to make people, to train kids to submit and get in line, and really train them to be in the Army later in life. And that is we modeled our public schools in America somewhat after that, and it's a failure. And so while they can be improved, and I know the opponent in my race, the Republican opponent, wants to put money into improving public schools, but that's the wrong direction. We need to give the money back to the parents. We need more school choice, more private schools, the right to homeschool without the government being involved. And COVID, again, has opened many people's eyes to just how bad our public schools are, and how big brother they are. I think it was Tennessee that wanted parents to sign a waiver that they wouldn't listen in to the Zoom meetings and lessons that their kids were having online. And there was another, right here where I am right now in Wiley, Texas, there was an 8th grade teacher on the news for comparing cops to the KKK in some assignment about political cartoons. And so that's literally a couple miles down the street from here. So we've got to be very careful about just handing our kids over to this government system, which teaches a lot of propaganda and things that we may not be aware of. And in truth, my kids did go to public schools, but I was very actively involved in those schools. And it's really unfair that you're being taxed to pay for schools that you may not want to use, and you've got one option. So absolutely for school choice.
Well, it seems like there was a time to talk about it. The COVID times might be the most interesting time, when you have all the schools being closed down, a lot more parents having to at least taken homeschooling for the next 6 weeks in a lot of places. Some are open. It's different across every state, every country. But there's been a big push more towards the free range kind of school kids movement. But you're running for a federal office, right?
Yes.
So we're really not supposed to talk about running for office too much here on this.
Right.
We just want to talk about women's rights and those kind. I just think it's interesting from your position, both as leading a school directly, and just the times we're in, of how can we set kids up for a better future than what we're doing now, which seems to be put a lot of emphasis on these tests, then go to college, get these grades, and then go into the workforce. For a lot of times these jobs are becoming more and more obsolete as technology changes so quickly. and they're going to have to deal with more adaptations within the workforce than probably anybody of our lives having to deal with the embrace of technology.
Right. I agree. And I think that whether we like it or not, whether it's good or bad, the fact is women are typically the ones to make these education decisions for their kids, whether that be to stay home with them those first few years or homeschool, private school. Typically now dads are, again, very involved in a huge part of their kids' lives, but women are typically the ones that make those decisions. And especially for single women who, they own, well, such as myself, and, I own my own home and I'm taxed and I fight those taxes all the time. And they're probably sick of me at the tax office saying, I'm ready for your fight. But just the fact that the money is taken out of our pockets that we worked very hard for and is forced to pay for public schools is just, to me, morally and ethically wrong. We accept it. Because that's how it's always been. But every year they're taking more and more and more, and they're taking away more of our choices. And it's time to stop that. We've got to put an end to that. And education would be, it will be one of my biggest focuses, because I think that's how we change the world. We have better educated kids, free thinking kids. And I, like you had mentioned, I think a little while ago, free range parenting. That's absolutely how I raised mine. And that's my philosophy on early childhood and education, is we need to let kids experience failure. We need to teach them to fight. They need to have empathy for others. There's so many things we're missing when it comes to education. We're making it too easy. We're just saying, okay, we just want you to pass this test so we can get more money from the state. If you don't pass, we'll give you another opportunity to pass. If you don't do it then we'll give you another opportunity, because we need that money from the state. And we've just gotten completely away from real education and what kids need to succeed when they grow.
Well, I think people get in the line where we're scared of libertarians when they talk about defunding education, when a lot of us are more along the lines of, we don't want to take a penny away from education. It's just about how we use the money. It's just like with Social Security, it's like you may not, of course savings is important, and maybe a mandatory savings program is good, but don't give it all to Congress and let them make all the decisions for our lives. And same thing with like the Texas legislature. You can't really have 170 guys deciding what millions of children need to learn on a regular basis. And you're so far distanced from the classroom when you have the lawyers and the politicians deciding everything that needs to happen with schools. And of course you have a massive lobbying groups and the unions that protect teachers, and there's lots of different issues when it comes to education. How do you feel that libertarians could reach out to those people that do want to embrace new options and lots of different choices without scaring them or taking away the bite of saying we want to take money away from public education? You know what I mean?
Yes,
It's a loaded
definitely.
kind of question, isn't it? But
Well, no, it's a hard conversation, and it's a slow conversation. You have to reach out to the people and ask them what they dislike about what's going on in public schools, and then go from there. And there's always something. Right now you see, and to show them just the pure numbers, just how much we spend on education per student, and how much of that money is going to administrators, or the perks that administrators get, or superintendents. We have a few here in Texas that are making over $500,000 when you include their benefits and salary. And some may say, well, they're worth it if they're doing a great job in public schools and all these kids are doing wonderful and going off and being successful. But the truth is, they're really not. There's not a lot of very successful public school districts in Texas that would be, a good example to the rest of them. There's some that do okay, but the amount of money that we spend is absurd. And I apologize, I can't remember the name of this. I believe it's out of North Carolina. A libertarian, had started a private school where he was able to educate the students, and they got a very high quality of education with very minimal expenditure. I think it was around $5,000 a year.
Whereas John Stossel, I think they're like Excalibur Academy.
That sounds about right. Yeah. And they did it in such a such a, I guess, innovative way that made perfect sense. If you cut the cafeteria, you cut the bus, you cut the bus runs, which they're doing already here. They cut that out to save money. These districts are all trying to save money, so they're making a lot of cuts and asking for more money because of COVID, which doesn't make a lot of sense because they have less expenditures. But the system in North Carolina was brilliant because if you look at the way public school system is right now, it's really run in a very socialist way. And I don't mean that to say that we don't need to take care of our kids, but a lot of excuses for not being in school or closing schools, the reason why some on the left wanted to reopen was because they were worried about the kids not getting their free lunches. Well, if it's about free lunch and all of these things, that can be a different approach. We can probably do that through private charities and free market solutions to get these kids what they need who truly need it. But public schools shouldn't be just a place to go get all your
your food and your shots and whatever else.
Right. So there's so many. If we just got down to basic education in the schools, we could cut a lot of expenses and have a better quality education for our kids and get away from this. If you look at the real actual amount of educating in a school day, it's so minimal, but kids are there 6, 7, 8 hours a day. Completely unnecessary. They could probably get everything that they learned in one day done in about an hour. And I think that's been more apparent than ever with parents now seeing how much they're actually doing in their lessons with this online learning.
Of course, that's not at your school, right?
Say that again?
They can take in a little bit more than that at your school, right? I guess it's more about
yes.
teaching them how to challenge themselves and
yes. And we, like I said, we go to 5th grade, but we took any public school student when the schools closed were welcome to come to my school. And we had about maybe 25 that opted into that program. We took field trips. We did real life learning. We just kept going, and they did science experiments. They had free play. Everything in their lives really stayed completely normal. Which is how it should be, because this whole COVID thing, as far as kids go, it has a very minimal impact on their health. So we owe it to our kids to keep their lives going. And so yes, at my school we kept them busy and challenged, and I use a Reggio Emilia approach, which is they can spend as much time on an area of interest as they would like, and you can start to see. I've seen it, as an educator for 25 years, even before I was running the school as the executive director. When I was teaching in classrooms, you could see kids just their faces light up and their interest in certain areas. And I follow some of those kids years later, and they're still doing something in the field with what they had this interest in when they were little. And so it's just amazing to watch, and that's why I've seen it work, and I've seen it with my own kids and the kids that I've taught, which has probably been 1,000 or more over 20 years. When you focus on their talents and interests and get away from all this other stuff that public schools try to squish into their day that has nothing to do with education, we can do better.
Yeah.
So,
do you think if you had like $10,000 per child, which is about what Texas spends, do you know how much does your school tuition? Do you generally know? Like, you don't have to say it's like crazy.
Yeah. Well, for our students that came from public schools, because again, we have our after school program, we go to 5th grade. It's about $200 a week. So significantly cheaper than what public schools are spending on kids.
That's almost as cheap as we spend on daycare. It's like $180 a week. But,
Yes. And many of our teachers have masters or working on PhDs. They don't have to have certifications here. A lot of that is unnecessary. And, as a libertarian, I think a lot of licensing and certification is more about getting money to the state rather than whether somebody's qualified enough to teach. So I have a rigorous interview process and hire teachers who have an absolute passion for educating kids.
And I think that's kind of the cool point with school choices. What does it do to protect teachers and not just students? And if you have more choices, you have more options. And if you have good schools that are constantly competing for the best teachers, you're going to put money and time into investing in their continuing education and making sure that they're best qualified to do their job as possible, right?
Right. And, I do have many teacher friends that are in the public schools, and they do, they worry about private education, but I tell them that everything, you will always make more money if you are good. And the schools will have higher quality teachers. And if you're bought in and you're passionate about education, you will always make more money in the free market because they want better teachers. And parents will pay more for tuition when they know it's a school that has the very best. And many times, and not all, our public schools keep bad teachers for way too long because of it's very difficult with the unions in some states and other things in the way to fire a bad teacher. So basically, taxpayers are paying for a teacher to be there that's not doing a fantastic job, and the process is difficult to fire them. In the free market and private industry, you can fire away and replace them with somebody that's better. So yeah, I don't think anybody who's in education for the right reasons should be concerned if we went to full-on private education. I think they should be thrilled about that because it would be a better, freer work environment, and ultimately they would make more money.
So what would you say are the biggest improvements that we could make if you had 2 or 3 good policies? What do you think you would focus on that would help more with women's rights than anything else, or generally what you're passionate about? It doesn't have to be just women's rights.
Yeah. 3 big things to focus on. Well, 1, we need ballot access everywhere. We need to be able to get women on the ballot, not hinder, like right now, as everybody knows, we have 2 men, arguably with not the best character, running for presidents. And then we have this incredible woman, Dr. Jo Jorgensen, who isn't even given an opportunity to speak on the debate stage. And we know why, because once the world hears her speak, people will jump on board. She's got some amazing, brilliant ideas, and it comes from her life experiences too. I know she stayed at home with her kids for a little while, and now she's a professor, and she's had this cumulative experience as a woman that can make her a better leader. And I hate to say that, because every time I say, well, women have these traits that can make them great leaders, it doesn't mean men don't. They absolutely do. But traditionally, the experiences, like for myself, in the education field is primarily female. Raising kids, that was primarily me that did that. And in many other industries, we need those experiences to kind of guide us to do better and to make better policies and think about the future, think about how we want our kids to be raised and educated so that they can carry on the ideas of liberty. So as far as policy, we've got to have ballot access. We've got to push to make sure that women can be heard who are on the ballot. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
No, ballot access is definitely a good one. It's one that all libertarians, and not just libertarians, but Green Party and anybody that wants to have something besides the Republican, Democrat, oligarchy, basically. It's a challenge
Right.
to every libertarian, and that makes it
Right.
hard.
And just opening up these conversations, with the money, and I've seen this recently, but I'm not going to comment on it, but the Democrats and the Republicans will try to do anything in their power via the courts or to stop these third parties, candidates, libertarians, particularly in my case, from speaking. I've reached out to try to get in a debate with my 2 opponents, the Democrat and Republican, and to no avail as of yet, but I can't even have that conversation. So we've got to fight to open the doors so that we can have those conversations. And I know that it's a powerful machine that is against us when it comes to this, but we've just got to keep fighting that establishment and one at a time if need be, just one person, one conversation at a time, and maybe that person will carry that conversation on and get motivated to do more and so on and so forth till the movement grows and they don't have a choice but to listen to us.
Well, it seems that's happening. People like Rachel Maddow and stuff call us libertarians a bunch of toxic white males that live in our basement with our moms. Did you feel like coming into the liberty movement like you were pretty welcomed into the party and what was going on? Felt like you had a voice here?
I really did, and I was extremely nervous because of coming from the Republican Party, again in the Constitution Party, that I would sort of be labeled as somebody who I don't know if the word is too stiff or too conservative or I think that just I had to get to know, and build that trust with people within the party. And I was, like I said before, I was so welcomed with my Collin County group. They were incredible. And just with the whole education piece. And what I've seen, I've been at dinner parties I was at one with an elderly lady. She lives on a golf course. And she said, "Do you want to smoke some pot?" And I was like, well, I don't really do that, but you're the most conservative lady you've ever met. And, it's those experiences. And that's when I was like, if this helps her with her hip problem, why is this illegal? It's absurd. Like this, we need to fight and stop putting people in jail for these victimless crimes. And I guess just about anything else, I think maybe I'm more libertarian than some of the ones that I've met at the party. Not, like I'm heading toward, the more government get involved with our lives, the more I'm getting to those anarcho-capitalist ideas. But because you just, you realize that everybody, again, like I said earlier, has their own idea of what their pursuit of happiness is. They have their own ideas of, their own sense of morality. And so long as you're not harming somebody else, hurting somebody else or their property, let's live our lives and let's respect the choices that others make. And again, get the government out of the way so we can do that to the very best of our ability.
Huzzah, man. That's the original American attitude. Of just mind your own business. If you're not hurting anybody, you have the right to live your life the way you want to. It's just interesting to see more and more people, because I probably come out of hardcore Republican politics myself, and then went around Ron Paul and then went to like the Bernie side, and I've kind of been in the libertarian middle for a while. I probably hail now more from the left libertarian side, which is an interesting place to come through when you live in Texas, which is traditionally very conservative in that, but it's a very wide-ranging population, and there's a lot of people that have a lot of different views.
Well, I'll tell you, especially with Governor Abbott, being a Republican, the Republicans they've been a little bit split, but I think we're seeing a little bit more of that. And I hope that works into the favor of the Libertarians, one, for bringing people who are disgruntled with the party and probably, like myself, have always been Libertarian, but had a few issues that stopped them from jumping on the train full on board. But I think they're seeing how even the draconian measures of the Republicans in office have impacted them in such a negative way that they're really no different than the Democrats in some ways, whether it's red flag laws or the business shutdowns. They're realizing that, wait a minute, maybe this isn't the party for me. What else is out there? So I believe the libertarian movement is growing. I believe it's growing very rapidly. I think it is the place to be if you're a woman for a variety of reasons. And if anybody's listening, females out there that, like you had said before, Rachel Maddow said it's the party of old white men in their basement. I think that's what she said. Yeah. I don't really watch her, so I don't know.
I don't watch too much of her, but every now and then I get some clips.
We all have flipped through those channels every once in a while, and it's like a bad car crash, so we have to watch. But I would encourage any woman who's on the fence there, or I think there might be a lot of Republicans watching this right now. I do have a lot of Republican support who are mostly from the Tea Party movement right now. I think I'm again, we're not talking about the race, but I'm polling pretty high compared to where normal libertarians might be at this time. But I want you to message me. My phone number, my email, it's all on my campaign side. I would love to help educate or help women see why this is the party for women, from being a parent to a business owner and leader, to your daily lives, to owning a home, to the right to own guns. This is absolutely, women have the right to protect themselves and run a legitimate business without being shut down by the government. Libertarianism is the party, and you can be in this party and you can fight for liberty while still having your own personal views on abortion or gay marriage or whatever it might be. We've got to look at the bigger picture and respect each other and listen to each other. But ultimately, what you can be as left as you want, you can be as right as you want. Just make sure you don't make anybody else pay for it, or do what you think is right. So don't force your views on somebody else, because we truly are, we are one united country. It just doesn't look like that right now. It's just not in the best place.
Well,
so
and some of those pendulums are coming around, right? That, like, especially on the gun control, I think it's been really interesting that some of the biggest proponents now of the Second Amendment are women and black rights activist groups are now arming themselves at higher rates than ever.
When you talked about, when you were in Texas, I'll tell you, and this, I guess it has to do with women too. I remember getting pulled over about 5 years ago. Might have been speeding just a little. And it was actually the police chief in my town. And I gave him what at the time was my license it was actually CHL, concealed handgun license. Now it's a license to carry, because by law I have to show him that if I get pulled over along with my driver's license. And he looked, and he said, "Okay, where's your gun? Do you have one in the car with you?" And I was like, "Yes, I have two." So one is here, one is here. And he looked at me and he said, "Why do you need that?" And I was like, "Why do I need what?" And he said, "Why do you need this concealed handgun license? Why do you need to carry a gun?" And I just thought that was the weirdest question. Yeah. And because I have the right to defend myself. And it was almost like, I wonder, would he have asked that same thing to a man that he pulled over, a Texan with guns in his truck? I don't think he would have. But I don't recall my exact answer to him, but it was something to the effect of, because you may not get there in time, and I have the right to protect myself. But, again, the Republicans are not doing a great job with gun rights. And that's, if we don't protect that, if we don't have the right to own guns, which is a natural right to protect your life and property, then anything could happen. I mean, ultimately, that's the last line of defense if the government does get a little crazier on us.
Well, it is Texas, too. So do you have anything in particular you'd like to say to any women that might be watching, or about other things within the Libertarian Party that frustrate you, or how you're feeling with it, or other than that?
Well, I would just like to say, get involved. It's not enough to just think a certain way or believe in something, but be there for somebody else. Be there to educate somebody else. Share your thoughts. Share books that people can read. I know somebody, one of my friends, recommended The Law by Bastiat, which is a brutal read.
That's a tough read, yeah.
I'll be honest, I listened to it a little bit. That was pre-recorded while I was at the gym and multitasking, because it was just a bit much, but it's still brilliant. Yeah. And so if we can just be there to help other women who are on that search for liberty, or on that search for where do I truly belong? And if you're waking up to the fact the other two parties have become corrupt beyond control and do not have your best interest but theirs at stake, this is a good place to be. And particularly if you're in Collin County or North Texas, I want to meet you. I want to have coffee or wine or whatever you do, and I want to discuss how we can keep fighting for liberty and the future for our kids.
Yeah. Well, that sounds like an awesome message, and I wish you the best in your campaign.
Thank you so much, Colin.
Thank you for coming on, and we really appreciate you, and we hope to have you back on sometime soon.
Thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, Christy. All right. Next up, we have Miss Angela Fisher. That was a great guest. I'd like to once again thank Miss Christy for coming on. And let's get the next line up going here in just 1 second, guys. Sorry, this was a little bit weird because I fled Texas to come to Charleston because of the hurricane, so I'm working off my laptop right now, but we were changing it up now. Screen. Angela, are you on?
I am.
Excellent. How are you doing, Miss Angela?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing super well. Thanks for coming on the show today. Let me bring up...
Happy Wednesday.
A happy one indeed. Now, you're not in Texas, are you?
I'm not. I'm in Florida currently.
Oh, okay, so you're missing out on all the fun this time. Super. So, Miss Angela, welcome to the People for Liberty podcast. Can you just tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, where you're from?
Sure. I am currently a sex educator, passionate about teaching students the idea of sex for recreation or sex for other than reproduction, and how the digital age has changed the landscape. There are a whole lot of variances, nuances with the digital world that didn't exist 10 years ago and aren't being taught. Also, I am one of the founding members of Reproductive Liberty Coalition.
Yeah, I'm listening. Reproductive Liberty Coalition. Sorry, this is a fascinating subject because I've been talking about this quite a bit. I'm excited to hear what you have to say. Because I was taught in South Carolina where if you had questions about these things, they're like, what about sex? They're like, don't have it. Don't think about it. It's not worth it.
So I was born in Indiana and I'm in my 40s. The idea of what a woman did for sex in those days was much different than what it is now. I'm currently the mother of 3 fantastic humans, 2 of which are adults that now have their own families. Also the wife of a man that I would be honored to have my daughter marry, the kind of man. He's that kind of man.
Okay.
And he was also born in Indiana, which I'm not sure is relevant, but he was. I've lived in California, Chicago, Florida, Colorado, Virginia, and a couple of places more than once. So I've had the opportunity to talk to a plethora of different kinds of people from many, many, many different walks of life, many different backgrounds, and grown to understand and respect the idea that, well, also I'm really upset about what it is that you get for sex education as, I think middle school is where we pretty much start teaching it.
Yeah, 6th or 7th grade, I think.
Right, and it doesn't involve the majority of things that youngsters need to know about sex. It talks about, in the anatomy books, we have page after page after page about penis and testicles, and a couple of pages about the uterus, maybe a single page about the external vulva. Never, ever does it mention the only single organ that either a male or a female, biological male or female, has with the sole purpose of pleasure. It never, ever teaches either, and this is only in this country, by the way, it doesn't teach young men or young women anything about the pleasure organ of a woman. In fact, there is nothing in any of the education that teaches that a woman deserves to be pleasured or should be or even can be. And that's part of where my passion stemmed from in education, and the idea that it's time, it's long past time, that women should be taught. We're allowed to enjoy it, that we are supposed to enjoy it. In fact, we shouldn't be having it if we're not enjoying it.
Well, that's the key part. You're just here to spread more joy in the world through education.
That is. It definitely is.
So what attracted you to the libertarian side when talking about sex education specifically?
I've been a nonconformist my whole life. I was born to a biological mother who was an addict and didn't know who my father was. So she raised me in her own relative manner. When I was 5, she gave birth to another daughter, so it would have been my half-sister, or it was my half-sister, who had a significant amount of brain damage from seizures in utero and upon delivery. So she had the use of like a really insignificant amount of her brain, and she was significantly disabled for her all of 10 years. And I remember as a young child growing up with a really sexualized environment, and mostly because of the circumstances of, you know, being surrounded by drugs and people who are more concerned with consuming them than they are with being role models. When I was 5, I have this distinct memory of having chairs lined up outside, and they had the little girls dancing with boas for the neighborhood. You know what a boa is? Feathered thing on your neck. And I just can't even fathom that as an adult now. At 7, I remember falling in love with one of my mom's boyfriends, and that ended in consummation. And at the time, I felt like I had given consent. And when I work now within the idea of education, and I work with trauma victims, I see a whole lot of children who were abused who come to me and tell me that they don't feel like they were abused. They think they gave consent. And I'm talking about people as young as I was at 7, or as young as, you know, some people are even younger than 7. But even through teen years, I hear people tell me that they felt like they gave consent. And you and I both know as adults, that's not a physical possibility. But there's no education out there. There's nothing for people to fall back on unless somebody recognizes that you've been a victim. So there's no education in the beginning that says, hey, you know, this is grooming behavior and this isn't okay. And just because an adult tells you something that encourages your emotion doesn't make it consent. And so then I became compassionate. I became passionate about consent as well. The idea that a 15-year-old who was groomed by her uncle to wear high heels on his chest for his own fetish pleasure, and she consented to it, even at the age of 15, when you might know better, or you might be expected to know better, blows my mind. And the kind of guilt that women are carrying around with them without having any recourse from the beginning. Does that make sense?
Sure. What I'm really interested in is how does sex education relate into women's equality more than anything else?
Well, you can imagine how empowering it is to recognize that sex is fun.
Yeah,
we have a very sexualized environment for men, and it is, you know, everything is man related. It's, when we look at the actual statistics, gay men orgasm 90% of the time, straight men 80% of the time, lesbian women about 70% of the time, and straight women are in the 40s to 50s. So we're looking at the lowest number of women who are having sex with men, not enjoying it, not being able to climax. Understanding, one, the empowerment of the idea that sex for recreation is okay for women. It's not, we're not calling you names. It's, you know, the age-old idea that men are allowed to have sex with multiple partners, but and enjoy sex, by the way, but women aren't. We are supposed to be submissive. We are supposed to be providers of sex. We are supposed to be objects of sex. We're not supposed to like it. So just that alone pushes the envelope to equality. In fact, one of the reasons I became a therapist in the first place is because I recognize that men, as they age, continue to identify with their masculinity as their penis and their genitalia in total. And if anything goes wrong with their ability to continue to use that, it affects more of their emotion, more of their outward decision-making processes than pretty much any other thing, any other ailment or depression, anxiety that exists out there. So the idea that one, women can become empowered to actually enjoy sex and have it when they want it as opposed to when it's expected. And two, for men to be able to grow older and still be able to utilize sex again for recreation so that they can not lose that connection, that attachment to their inner soul.
Yeah, and consent's interesting with that, especially with women's equality, like understanding consent. Can you tell me just a little bit more of your thoughts on just between adults and how that empowers women is understanding consent and having that?
Can you ask the beginning part of that question again?
Yeah, just generally consent involved and how it relates to women's equality, because obviously it's a hugely important part, and sometimes it seems like we're having trouble defining that as a society about what is consent. It shouldn't be that hard. Most libertarians, it seems pretty straightforward.
That's one of the reasons I love the Liberty Movement, because it is intended to recognize the idea of consent, do no harm to others, right? The rest of the world, not so much. And the idea, even when I watch educators try to define consent, I see them applying it in a black and white situation, even if it's gray, like somebody who has been drinking. But what I don't see them do is apply it to life situations. Consent doesn't exist if you've asked 3 times for sex and somebody is manipulated or guilted into or pressured into sexual experiences. That's not consent. Consent is not bringing up a conversation and continuing to force it, regardless of its nature, regardless of the context. So for instance, if we were talking about something traumatic that happened in your life and you felt uncomfortable, I immediately no longer have consent, right, to continue this conversation. If we are out to eat and you decided you wanted a salad and I'm like, hey, I think you should really try this steak, and you say, no, I don't want the steak, right. I have to recognize that falls into the idea of consent and to respect your decision to not have the steak that I want to push at you. And that's probably where I think people fail overall. And then again, as I said earlier, it's proactive. It's teaching young men, young women, young non-binary humans how to approach the situation when you are placed in something that makes you uncomfortable, how to have a safety plan, and how to not be that person who pushes beyond consent.
Interesting. One of the bigger part, or the draws of the Libertarian Party, is we're one of the few talking about the rights of sex workers in America today, and how a victimless crimes bill also includes that. For me, it's more about, like, if we really want to focus on human trafficking, let's focus on that and stop wasting police time with, consenting adults and how this works. But maybe that would tease up. Do you know much about the sex rights workers movement in America with the Liberty Movement?
Absolutely. I started being interested in sex workers at a very young age, for obvious reasons, I suppose. And I've since become a significant member of an activist community in Indianapolis where support of sex workers is not the same as, say, it is in Florida. You probably experienced something similar in South Carolina. Conservative places tend to have more trafficking and less opportunity for people. In fact, one of the things that I really wanted to be able to do when they took the back page when they shut down Backpage, they took away sex workers' ability to pre-screen and to collect payment securely and confidentially, right? So now there's a complete loss of safety net, and police are focusing on streetwalkers who are, there's a large percentage of streetwalkers that are trafficked, and it doesn't necessarily fall into the women in semis or young children in semis being shipped around and introduced to drugs. Sometimes it's women who are already introduced to drugs and somebody is utilizing that situation to traffic them. But it definitely happens on a large scale. One of my dear friends who continues the fight in Indianapolis has a safe house where he provides resources for women who are on the street, feminine supplies, feminine napkins, cleansing supplies, and he offers them safety by virtue of allowing them into his home if they ever decide that they're ready to move into a different direction, and he offers that safety and defends it, obviously, with his Second Amendment. So he's been in some pretty precarious situations, and the people who are trafficking these sex walkers are not interested in losing their return on their investment. So they respond violently sometimes. So it's not necessarily easy. And in addition to having to fight with or worry about police and arrests, you're also dealing with the people who intend to harm you. And then an additional issue is not being able to properly prepare. So one of the initiatives that we started there, because it's obviously different than Florida,
Sure.
Is having a volunteer network of people willing to accompany an escort, for instance, to a client meeting and remain within a safety plan and some relative close, not too far distance from the actual client meeting, so that they have someone paying attention, someone actively involved, and also to serve as a deterrent. So I talked a little bit more about the community aspect than I did the police aspect. I feel like because the police aspect is probably something that we all pretty much hone in on. Nobody wants victims. Nobody wants consenting adults to ever have to go to jail for consenting to sex. That's the most ridiculous, other than the plant, having a flower that sends you to jail. It's the most ridiculous law in the books. 100% against it, 100% in support of consent. And when you have two or more consenting adults of sound mind who are interested in any exchange of their free will, they should be allowed to do it.
It seems like it would clean up a lot of the things that provide dangerous elements too within there. Like, it wouldn't be that hard to have somebody watching a buzz door that you could prepare for, those kind of things, if it wasn't illegal in the first place. So maybe that's just one of the bigger steps of a victimless crimes bill in general, how it would affect women, I think, more than anybody else, is ending these kind of drug wars, but also letting people be truly pro-choice as long as you're not hurting anybody else through force or fraud. Did you come from any other parties, or did you come straight into the kind of the Libertarian Party?
Oh, no. I'm a bleeding heart, and I during my first bout in college for my first undergrad degree, I was introduced to the idea of libertarians as Republicans who like to smoke pot. Mm-hmm. And my brief experience with libertarians in those days was pretty negative. And so I never really jumped ship into the liberty movement. And at that point, I was working on a woman's campaign. Her name is Jill Long. She was a congresswoman. She was my first campaign. So she's a Democrat. And I did 2 cycles with her. And then I did another Democrat who ran for mayor for 2 cycles. And then I worked for Obama in his first run. And then after that, I realized that I just can't stomach it. I literally can't move forward. And I think there's a point where you come to terms as a human, like, I cannot deal with this regulation and watch it harm people. In fact, there was a significant movement at the time from an association called the American Family Association, and they were working really hard with the intent of shutting down gentlemen's clubs. And in real life, without gentlemen's clubs, there would be a lot more abusive sexual interactions on a large scale, whether it's people who are predators of children or people who are abusers of women who are adults. There would be a lot more sex crime, a lot more victim crime if these establishments didn't exist. And that's one side of it. The other side of it is that it's obviously 100% consensual. And then the other side of it is that there are people within the economy and their local economies that depend on that turnaround of revenue, and it's really good for the economy in a multitude of different ways. So working against, I should say, the American Family Association is one of the things that brought me out of the Democratic Party and into the Liberty Movement, because I watched them do nothing. They didn't do anything. They whined about it. They cried about it. They said, hey, this probably isn't okay, but they didn't do anything. And we needed an active movement to stop this, because they were going to shut down, and they were trying to do things like use zoning as their bully to shut down clubs. They were trying to pass laws that offered or created and mandated a 10-foot rule between customer and entertainer. And it was just, small processes to be able to get to shut down. And so that was the point where I was like, okay, I kind of have to come to terms with this. I do not belong here anymore. I can't stomach it. And I'm out.
Well, it's always interesting to see, how different people come to be libertarians, because they're a very diverse group of people. United by saying, I don't want to run your life and you don't want to run mine. I think that works out. But it's always interesting to see from the left side as well, because we always get talked about as the Republicans who smoke pot, which it's true, though. The Libertarians talk very differently than Republicans do.
They definitely do. And I was really pleased to see that, because I get my life as a Democrat, I got to see Republicans in a different light maybe than Libertarians even do, because they hated me. They absolutely hated every part of me because I was not on their team. Now I can say exactly what I want, exactly what I mean, and exactly what I feel. And now I get, I don't understand you. What are you saying? Okay, maybe that makes sense. And maybe you're not wholly wrong. And there's still a significant number of people who are tied to presidential campaigns, but not necessarily to local campaigns or statewide campaigns or state level campaigns, who are willing to put their vote for somebody that they actually deem worthy of the position.
Yeah. And it's weird, too, that coming from just the side of sex education is your push for what do you think would have a maximum impact for gender equality? Just letting people know more about their bodies and who they are, and talking. Why do you think there's such a taboo about that in America today?
I think it was created. It's programmed. It is part of the colonization of America. It came here with the people who intended to colonize this country, and it has little by little by little by little been pushed. But somebody always has to be lesser status for anybody to be elevated status, and there was just too long that women allowed it to be them. And in the same vein, it's been too long that minorities allowed it to be them, or still allow it to be them, and sometimes it's women who allow it to be them. But ultimately, being empowered. And so the idea of consent goes to a further corner in that if you are having sex for recreation, if you intend as a biological male to ejaculate into a biological female, you need to have consent. Without consent, here, right there, is the difference between pro-life and pro-choice. If you don't want to have an abortion, you need to get consent for ejaculation. Women need to understand that it's their choice. It is completely up to them to say, that's not okay, don't do that, and to ensure that that's not a thing. And I think once women are empowered to fully understand the idea of sex for recreation and that their pleasure is equally important as their partner's pleasure, then they'll care more about the idea of the recreational aspect of sex and take more precautions in preventing things like how many women are pregnant with unwanted pregnancies and didn't even enjoy the adventure to get there, right? So changing that whole worldly aspect in this country is why it matters and how it empowers women.
Cool. Who would you say are some of the more influential women within the liberty movement that you look up to or get excited about talking about?
My favorite is Jess Mears. Jess is the most organized, the most, she's a powerhouse. It's hard to really compare her to many other people. She's a force. She's probably the most pure, well-spoken, radical and pragmatic libertarian as a woman that we have.
Interesting. Well, cool beans. Do you have anything you'd like to say to everybody listening?
Happy Women's Equality Day. Please celebrate. If you have any questions about education or you're interested in sex for recreation or reproductive liberty rights, please visit us. The website for education is restorevirility.com, and Reproductive Liberty Coalition exists on Facebook. There is a website, but I don't think it's ready yet, so I'm not going to share that just yet. We've just recently become organized.
Yeah, Lauren's been a big pusher of the Reproductive Liberty Coalition as well.
Thank you, Lauren.
It's going to be a big, important battle, I feel like, because that's where the social conservatives are kind of coalescing around. Like, they've lost almost every battle they've engaged in on the social side, right? From rock and roll, interracial marriage, what bathroom you can use. And so one of the points where they do have some valid options, I think, is talking about pro-life and pro-choice, because you're talking about personhood and when somebody comes around. But if they're coming in from one angle, I think they're going to lose a lot of different people, and this needs to be a discussion that needs to be taken seriously.
I think the idea that we were founded to bridge the gap to say, hey, nobody wants to have an abortion. Nobody wakes up today and says, hey, I'm going to go have an unwanted, or I'm going to go create an unwanted pregnancy so that I can go abort it. That's not a thing.
So not what the kids are up to these days?
I'm sorry?
That's not what the kids are up to these days?
Not at least by and far. So the vast majority of people are not happy to find out that they are carrying an unwanted pregnancy. So we have to say, okay, there are other solutions. There are free market solutions, one of which is education. And we need to just eliminate government from the personal choice of a woman and educate both men, women, and all of our entire society, all humans, to understand what it is. Fun fact, the evolution of the female genitalia has changed over the years. For instance, in order for a cat to release an egg to become pregnant, the cat must have an orgasm, female cat. That's not the case for women anymore, and it once was a very, 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 very long time ago.
So
there
women
used
for
to be
hundreds of thousands of years have just given up.
yes, and because
Yeah.
because we allowed failure. If it hadn't happened, we wouldn't have been able to reproduce and maintain, a society of humans. So Darwin came in and said, "Okay, you're not getting the job done. We're going to do this to make sure that it's you're still able to reproduce and have additional people on the planet."
So tell me just a little bit more about the Republican Liberty Coalition, or not the Reproductive, excuse me, not Republican.
So the idea of this coalition is to bridge the gap between people who are pro-life and people who are pro-choice, and recognize that the one thing that we agree on is that nobody wants to have an abortion, and that we want to support keeping government out of the equation. We want to support people who need to have education or counseling, or even further than just the idea of abortion. If you want to have your child born at home, if you want to have a midwife as your birthing partner, or if you want to have a water birth, all of these things where government keeps trying to push its infringement on and create regulations for, and different mandates, and state to state it's always different, but it's not their job, it's not the government's job. And so it's our intention to be able to lobby that narrative that we need to keep government out of it, so that we can keep it. For instance, if women want birth control over the counter, should they be able to get it? And we say yes, they should be able to get it.
Yeah.
That's a pretty easy task, right? You can get Plan B, but you can't get Plan A. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, for me, it's always been a weirder thing with abortion, that if you took how the law would actually have to work, is that you have to register every single pregnancy, probably every menstrual cycle with the government, because you have to investigate every single miscarriage as a potential murder trial. There's a huge security apparatus that goes into that. If you're saying that every human being is a full, protected human life, liberty, and property from day one, there's a lot of stuff that goes into actually making that law work. Can you talk a little bit about Planned Parenthood? Do you think funding it is a good idea at the federal level or not?
So this is a really, really difficult topic for me personally, because in the 90s, Planned Parenthood was the only place a woman could go to get any services. And without them, there would have been so many more women staying quiet about domestic abuse and about rape, and there was no such thing as date rape before Planned Parenthood. Obviously it happened, but Planned Parenthood is literally the organization that brought about the awareness of date rape, so that women could recognize that you don't have to have sex with somebody just because they bought you dinner, because that used to be a thing. The evolution of Planned Parenthood breaks my soul, because they used to have very, very definitive lines. We are here for recreational, we're here for STIs, we're here for education, we're here for counseling, we're here to make sure that every woman has access to birth control, every woman has access to healthy cervix services. And then they moved into a realm of the world that I just don't think was appropriate for them, especially receiving federal funding. I am extremely unapologetically pro-choice personally, but I'm not still okay with my tax money going toward somebody's abortion. I would like to have consent. You know what I mean? Like, if I want to participate in somebody's abortion, maybe I want to give them education. Maybe I want to counsel them. Maybe I don't want to put money on the table for it. So in that aspect, I can't support them. The direction that they went was their demise ultimately, and we need some other organization or for them to back down from where they've come.
Well, it's been weird because the Republicans have the same tactics the Democrats have used on gun control for a long time when it comes to abortion, and making it much more harder to access. So your hospital has to have 16-foot hallways, and it's limited the amount of choices for how many abortion clinics are available. And some might say that Planned Parenthood had to fight, just by stepping into that game, you had to be a big enough player to continue to fight the increased regulation that the government was throwing on. I'm not just throwing out the devil's advocate here side for what Planned Parenthood had to step in and try and do it. I understand not having the federal government pay for other people's stuff. It's a complicated question, isn't it?
It really is, and that's why it's a difficult one for me in particular, especially knowing that without them in the 90s through the early 2000s, women would not have had access to affordable birth control pills or even other options, because there are many times where the hormones and birth control pills don't mesh well with a woman's body, and it hurts. It causes more harm to take the pills. So the idea that you can get an IUD, or you could have a Depo-Provera shot, or the multitude of different options that exist were created from the 90s and throughout the 2000s. They were the forefront. They were the place that women could go to get help, to get health services when you didn't have insurance, or you couldn't tell your parents or your partner that you were raped. That was the place that you could go that was safe. And I can't not support it because of its history and how much it really, it moved the idea of women. I mean, it empowered women for sure, but it definitely pushed the narrative that women have to and deserve to have a safe place. And then I just think their direction went, in the wrong, they definitely took the wrong direction.
Well, it seems like there's definitely a need for more private charities within that region to step up and talk about not just options about abortion, just about anything. And, maybe sex education is one of the most important things, because that's how a lot of people do seem to get hurt and deeply psychologically scarred. What do you think about Joe Biden and Donald Trump when it comes to sexual harassment?
I think they're both dictionary definitions of male predators. I'm not even sure that there's a better picture perfect example of entitled white men who feel like they are, not Donald Trump, but Joe Biden doesn't use the phrase pussy grab, but come on, this is exactly what they were put in here, and they're the people who make women feel like we're not supposed to enjoy it. Yeah. I don't like either of them, obviously.
I think there's a lot of people in America that don't, and that's why Jo Jorgensen might be one of the more interesting candidates that's out there right now. How do you feel about her and her run for office right now?
So there's a whole lot of hoopla about her, but I've got to tell you that one of the most amazing things I've heard her say is probably one of the most controversial within the party, and I don't really understand why, but the idea that it's not enough to be passively against racism. We have to actively be anti-racist. I can stand by all day. It gives me chills because it is exactly what we need to be, not just for minorities in ethnicity, but for minorities in gender. So as we celebrate Women's Equality Day, how can you not stand behind that? Like, I don't even know how somebody who is going to vote can talk themselves into voting for rapist A versus rapist B, or at least harasser A versus harasser B, when there is a woman out there willing to fight for the rights of all of us.
Yeah, 2020 is a weird time in politics, but it also opens up new doors and opportunities for the Libertarian Party. So just kind of want to get your thoughts on the Let Her Speak movement. And what
this is one of the reasons that I love Jess Meir so much. When Jo Jorgensen was first nominated, there was a few hashtags tossed around, she's with us or I'm with her. And then the Let Her Speak came out, and it's somehow or another, and I think probably it has a lot to do with people on her team, but that hashtag trended quickly and largely. So I think we need to have a Let Her Speak movement, and I think it needs to be bigger than the Me Too. I think it needs to be bigger than Time's Up. I mean, if we can apply Time's Up to Let Her Speak, if you look at what happened in the Me Too movement, women were shut down. There was a list of people who were known harassers of women in the sexual context that women were sharing with each other privately, that somehow or another made its way to some of the men who were on the list, and then they were shamed for acknowledging that these men were harassers and that they were known. So Harvey Weinstein got a sentence, right? Epstein was in jail, but what are they really doing? They're certainly not letting her speak, and that is all her across the board.
Yeah, it's a crazy time. Well, Angela, I appreciate you coming on the stream. Always want to hear more from you, and it's always good to hear from libertarians from all over the different political spectrum.
Great, I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, have a good day, and we shall
You
get
too.
on. Let's see.
Colin, that was great with Angela.
Excellent. Thanks for having us, Laura. It's been a good guest. It's been a good morning so far.
Yeah, and we actually have a little bit of time before our next speaker, Christy Witchers, comes on at noon Central Time. So what I'd love to do is share with people the video we did of the Let Her Speak movement.
Okay.
So, Colin, I'm going to share that link with you so you can share it live. Give me just a minute.
No problem. And while we play that, I'm going to grab a water. Libertarian conversations are much more fun than Republican conversations. I can see that.
Always, always.
Just never quite know what's going to happen.
No, and I've been so appreciative of everyone who's been commenting and sharing their feedback. I know we got off to a little bit of a late start this morning with some technical difficulties. I also want to share with people that I'm in Houston getting ready for Hurricane Laura, and Colin is in South Carolina. He had to drive up there, adjust his travel plans because of Marco and Laura. So this has been an interesting last couple of days, getting ready for a, all-day live streaming event while simultaneously prepping for a major hurricane that looks like it's going to come in at Cat 4. So
is it going to be 4? I saw 3 this morning, and it's going to hit Beaumont from what I saw. I don't know. Freaking hurricanes, man.
Well, today actually is 3 years to the date at the anniversary of Hurricane Harvey. And that's really personal for me because during Harvey in Houston, 3 years ago now, which seems crazy, I was serving as the executive director of an animal welfare nonprofit here in town called Houston Pet Set. And we had to mobilize immediately. We shifted all of our activities to supporting the animals who were suffering. We worked with FEMA, we worked with Harris County Animal Shelter, we worked with a number of groups to convert our Astro Arena into a temporary shelter for homeless animals during the hurricane. And, I'm kind of having some flashback moments here as I'm battening down the hatches, but thinking about people in crisis and how we come together, I'll say that the same kind of feelings and emotions and fears that I had around Hurricane Harvey are the feelings and emotions I've experienced during this election cycle and over the last, 4 to 6 months, really. The fear related to COVID-19, the fear related to police brutality in our Black communities.
There's very real consequences that are coming out right now.
Related to that, it brings up emotions and it brings up responses. And I think, with Angela also talking about consent and hormones and emotions, that reminded me that our responses are sometimes absolutely primal. And when we talk about women's equality and women's rights and consent and some of these topics that really bring up an emotional response and reaction in people, this is where the libertarian principles and the libertarian movement, I think, really shines, in that we lead with do no harm. We lead with respect for all. We lead with all of your freedoms all of the time. And that's where I really say that I was able to lean in to being a libertarian and ascribing with the liberty movement, that it recognized you're going to have emotions and responses and fears, and you're allowed to feel them. And we're here for you, and we respect you as you're going through these challenges. And we want to help you find a way that's respectful of your rights and of other people's rights to navigate these crisis moments and challenging situations.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the fun things about how we can take policy now. If we look at it not from the red, blue paradigm, but just like, what are the practical policies that are going to help people? Let's talk about our history, but let's do it unemotionally and say, here's the things that were causing trouble and here's the things that we can fix. I'll say, not to negate emotions, but to recognize them, to name them, and recognize where they come into play in our decision making, and to be respectful of others in that as well. Yeah, and that's the core, I think, of the libertarian greater philosophy. You could call it the non-aggression principle.
Yes.
But
yes.
In general, just respecting somebody else, whether a man or woman or whatever race, or who cares. That you have human rights, and that's kind of been the biggest focus of the party. That's why I think it ultimately unites so many of these different groups, though, in different ways.
And speaking of respecting rights, I did just share with you over our chat a link to our YouTube video for Let Her Speak.
Okay.
And I'd love to share this with our audience. If they haven't had a chance to see this yet, it is on our YouTube channel. We have 2 playlists currently. We have a Let Her Speak Live in Austin, Texas, videos that we took from the recent bus tour with Joe Jorgensen. And then we're working through the submitted content from people who participated in the Let Her Speak car convoy on Saturday, August 8th. We're going to have Kasie Dailey, the founder of the Let Her Speak Movement, speak with us a little bit later, around 5 o'clock today. But for people who aren't aware about Let Her Speak as a movement, I think Angela did a really great job touching on how it initially evolved around women being silenced regarding sexual trauma and their experience as victims. And in the liberty movement, we've taken that to really expand the suppression of women's voices and negating their experience in this election cycle. So, Con, let me know when you're ready to show that video.
I am. I don't see it in the chat for the sharing.
Okay. I shared it over our Zoom chat.
Okay. Exit private chat.
It looks like you might have had it up, though.
I did. Yeah, do you want me to play the bus tour? That's what I was bringing up.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that right now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem. Let me just make the screen. Boom. Boom.
I hear it, we just don't see it.
Yeah, you should be able to... Oh, hang on. It'll come up in just a second. Let me mute myself on this.
The Republicans and Democrats are not going to solve the same
problems
that they created. So a change is coming.
I'm here today because I love liberty. I believe in individual rights as an objective fact of reality, and not something that someone says, this is yours, or the government says, this is yours because I said so. That's not true. You have an objective right to your own life, your own liberty, and your pursuit of happiness.
When we vote R's and D's into office, they give us more war, more taxes, fewer freedoms, and less security. So a change is... The the Republicans and Democrats are not going to solve the same problems that they created. So a change is coming.
I'm here today because I love liberty. I believe in individual rights as an objective fact of reality and not something that someone says, this is yours, or the government says, this is yours because I said so. That's not true. You have an objective right.
The Republicans and Democrats are not going to solve the same problems that they created. So a change is coming.
I'm here today because I love liberty. I believe in individual rights as an objective fact of reality and not something that someone says, this is yours, or the government says, this is yours because I said so. That's not true. You have an objective right to your own life, your own liberty, and your pursuit of happiness.
When we vote R's and D's into office, they give us more war, more taxes, fewer freedoms, and less security. So a change is coming.
I think this is the party that, it's a party for adults because it's about being responsible for yourself and your life. It's a party for kids too because it's the one that lets you follow your dreams for real.
We know that the red team and the blue team are just going to keep us in this continual cycle of debt and war and spending. And so a change is coming.
I'm the founder of LetHerSpeak, and I'm so honored to be here today. The first female president and the first Libertarian president are all my dreams come true. But more important than that, we need a third party to break the hold that the two-party system has over our lives. To be more specific, if a candidate is able to get ballot access, we demand they should be automatically included to speak in the debates.
The LetHerSpeak movement is hugely important because the two parties have a stranglehold on the debate system. And so we need to get the word out to the people as much as possible so that they, first off, know we exist and then realize that we need to be included so that the American people are not cheated out of a third option.
We're of the people, for the people, and by the people, and we want to give the American people their voice back. We want them to know what our country was founded to be. We want them to have those principles embedded in their hearts and their souls, and we want them to be equipped to go out there and exercise their voice.
I believe in the individuals who make up our great country. I see America through my grandmother's eyes. A place where the rights of the individual are greater than the power of government. A place where liberty means minimum government and maximum freedom. A place where the American dream isn't a dream at all. It's real and it's right there in front of you because you made it happen.
Thanks, Colin. So those of you that are interested in seeing more of those videos, I encourage you to follow us on YouTube.
I'm from here in Austin, Texas, and I'm here today to support the only truly anti-war candidate that's running this year. Dr. Jo, she's been saying the same thing for, at least 20 years. I don't know when was 96? Yeah, 24 years ago when she ran for vice president. And I love that consistency. You don't have a lot of that in politics. 25 years ago, Biden was writing, what would become the Patriot Act. So, and of course he'll swear up and down that he was against it after he voted for it. That's the sort of thing you just expect in politics these days. It's really refreshing that Dr. Jo's just way more consistent and principled than any other politician. There's really nothing in the platform that I disagree with. Listening a lot to Spike Cohen answer questions and then revert back to, the Libertarian platform I agree with says, X, Y, or Z. There's so many principles. Primarily, though, like I said, first off, very anti-war, and it's the only party that's just consistently anti-war year in, year out since '71 when it was created.
Right. Bum, bum, bum. All right, and let's go to some questions if people are on the live chat here. Basically, the big Let Her Speak. Lauren, how did you really get involved in the Let Her Speak movement more than anything else?
Sure. So that's a great question, Colin. People for Liberty, we founded People for Liberty back in May, really. And the impetus was grassroots volunteers coming together and really talking about where do we think that we can best be of service in this movement. And, you know, we had initially come together around Dr. Jo Jorgensen as the Libertarian candidate. And where and how were people learning about her, learning about the Libertarian Party, and, you know, how could we help facilitate raising awareness, raising money if possible, and really helping people to connect to the message of liberty as they found it in their own lives. And so I'm very blessed that I have some amazing friends, amazing women friends, female friends, one of whom is Liz Coleman. And she reached out to me early on and said, hey, I'd like to start some peer-based or affinity groups around, you know, women voters, former Republicans or former Democrats, the LGBTQ community, Black voters, people who are interested in learning about Dr. Jo Jorgensen as a candidate and about the Libertarian Party and principles, who don't see themselves in either party. And I said, okay, all right. You know, I've worked with nonprofits for 15, 20 years, formal social worker, you know, evolutionary psychology, public policy background, and working within peer groups and affinity groups made sense to me because what we've seen is that people don't see themselves in either party. And they felt like neither of the major parties represented them. And so leaning into peer-based or affinity groups was a way to really work within identity politics, but I think that gets a really bad rap. So it gets a bad rap when it's used in name only, and it's used as a talking point or a sound bite. But really creating groups for the purpose of listening and engaging, that made sense to me. So working with Liz to help launch these affinity groups, Women Voters for Jo Jorgensen, you know, I mentioned a number of others, was kind of our first foray into this experience. And as we started to move forward, Kasie Dailey, who was working with us at the time, said, you know, guys, in addition to, you know, bringing peers together, I really see that there's a problem that the duopoly isn't allowing Jo into the debates.
Right.
How can we make a difference about that? How can we raise awareness about that? And so it was through these questions and listening and learning and really making thoughtful decisions that both People for Liberty came into being as an umbrella organization supporting grassroots movements, and also how Let Her Speak spun off as its own unincorporated group of people who were interested in a marketing campaign and raising awareness around the fact that third-party candidates are excluded from the national presidential debates. So it was this organic timeline. And I feel so grateful for Liz Coleman and Kasie Dailey, Ryan Thompson and Jennifer McAvee and Stephanie Diaz and other volunteers who worked with us through this journey early on to say, how can we listen? How can we learn? How can we engage people, embrace those principles of liberty that are meaningful for us, and affect change at the national, state, and local level? And so People for Liberty coming into existence as both a 501c4 nonprofit and a super PAC meant that we would have the opportunity to support these grassroots movements, these groups that were doing their own thing already. They knew what the heck they were doing. They didn't need us telling them what to do.
Right.
And this is in line with the libertarian principles. Less government, more people. And so People for Liberty is here to support those movements and those opportunities. And it's been a joy to watch Let Her Speak take off, again, organically, with, you know, smart strategy, with dedicated people, and by creating a path and tools and resources for people to launch their own events. I think it's been really inspiring and, you know, fun. And when was the last time that you could say politics was fun? You know, that video from the bus tour in Austin, I think captures a little bit of the passion, that people are passionate about Joe. They're passionate about the libertarian principles, and they're passionate about breaking the duopoly that has such a stranglehold on our country. And so, again, we're going to hear from Kasie later on at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time this evening, but I think, and I hope that gives a little bit of an insight into who People for Liberty is as an organization, the rise of the LetHerSpeak movement as a grassroots initiative, a little bit about our affinity groups. And, you know, in regards to our event here today, we knew that women's issues are everyone's issues. And we didn't see anyone else talking about them or talking about them enough, or talking about them in such a way that was, again, promoting listening and learning. And so our goal today with this all-day live streaming event was to invite women in the libertarian movement and male allies to share about their experiences, so we could listen, so we could learn, so we could engage with one another. And I'm excited that Christy Wichers is up next.
Yeah, let's see. Christy, do you have your microphone up or your camera going?
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, Christy.
Hey, Christy, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you guys?
Oh, it's an exciting Wednesday.
Woo!
Christy, if I can share, I have been a big fan following you on social media. I love that you are outspoken. I love that you are advocating for yourself and for other women. And I'll say this, you're not shying away from controversy, and that's the kind of honest and real conversation that we need. And, you know, I shared a little that we felt it was important during this event that it not just be an echo chamber of women talking to women.
Right.
We need to include our male allies in the conversation and have real, honest, and meaningful dialogue. And Colin has been such a gracious host. Colin, I'm excited to turn this over to you. Christy, I know that you're gonna take the lead on this conversation, I have no doubt, but thank you for being here with us. Colin, I'm gonna turn it back to you.
Okay. Thanks for having me, Lauren. I appreciate it. You're doing great work.
All right, Miss Christy Wichers, how are you doing?
I'm living the dream. The first day of my last semester of my MBA, so I'm celebrating by hanging out with you guys.
Well, who better to party with, honestly? So, you're Spike Cohen's Director of Communications, unless I'm...
No, I am his press secretary.
Okay.
And I am the Communications Director for the Libertarian Party of Ohio.
Cool. Tell us just a little about yourself and, you know, your background and why you came into the Liberty Movement and what brings you here.
Okay. I'll start with, my path to liberty is the same as I feel like a lot of people. I heard about Ron Paul in 2006, and I had just gotten my driver's license. I was driving down the street everywhere I could, just started driving, and I saw a homemade sign. It said, Google Ron Paul. And this is before Facebook. It was right around the MySpace days, and I was bored on the internet, and I was a high school junior. And I thought, you know what, I'm just going to Google Ron Paul. I had never cared about politics before, my first vote was going to be in 2008, and I just assumed I was going to be a Democrat. Right. I'm young, I'm going to be a Democrat. But I Googled Ron Paul, and I saw that the first thing I saw was that he wanted to legalize marijuana. And being a high school junior, I also wanted to legalize marijuana. And I was like, who is this old guy talking about weed? And so then that kind of led me into learning a little bit more about him. And I learned about the Federal Reserve and, fiat currency. I learned about the IRS and how taxation is theft. So I learned a lot about him, and I became kind of obsessed. I ran for student government. I just got super duper involved in politics. I worked as a social media volunteer in 2008, and then in 2012, I actually got a paid campaign position on his campaign doing the Northwest events coordination. So that's kind of my path into here. But But in 2012, I was also a delegate to the RNC, and I thought maybe I could be a Republican. I knew I was a little different than them, but maybe I could be a Republican. I went to the RNC, and I was holding a Ron Paul sign, and I got beat in the head with my own sign by a lady from behind me, wanting me to leave, and I got escorted out by security. And that's when I knew that the Republican Party was definitely not for me. It's not for anybody that's a libertarian or socially libertarian. So I made my exit and came here, and now I'm in the Libertarian Party, and I have a lot of hats.
Well, welcome home. Let me say, is another former Ron Pauler coming out of the Republican side of South Carolina, where it's just like, these people don't really care about liberty or actually ever cutting spending. So I didn't feel at home there either. So
I even have a Ron Paul tattoo.
Oh, nice.
That's how crazy I got.
It's okay, man. Those were good times. Everybody's learning about the Federal Reserve, and that kind of, the Ron Paul movement was interesting because it brought so many different people together that you would never think would be in the same room. And the Libertarian Party, I think, is finally catching up to some of that momentum that is, people are finally realizing there's nothing left to the Republican or Democrat Party.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I'm happy to start welcoming those people here. And I know as libertarians, we don't like newcomers and we want them to be perfect in their ideology. But, you know, the more people that are willing to move that notch a little bit more towards liberty, the better.
Do you feel like that's how we really are, though, if you talk to most libertarians, like on a day-to-day basis, outside of like Facebook arguments with the most extreme?
Yeah, so definitely social media is toxic. That's definitely where a lot of those problems are and start out at. I will say that as we experience our growing pains, especially with the Jorgensen campaign, bringing new people in, I've seen a little bit more of an uptick in the "you're not a real libertarian" crowd. But for the most part, in person and at our events, we are all very nice and very welcoming, and it's definitely a different kind of crowd compared to online.
Sure. Yeah. Do you feel like as a woman there was anything that was holding you back when you were coming into the libertarian movement, or was it?
Ooh. I would say the liberty movement in general has always been kind of awkward for me as a woman specifically. During the Ron Paul campaign in 2012, I was working out in Oregon, the state of Oregon, and you have to register Republican to vote in a primary. So I was registering people to vote, and the Ron Paul campaign, well, not the campaign, but people on the campaign asked me to cut a slit in my shirt so to show cleavage to get people to our booth. And so that was kind of like my entrance. So it hasn't, I would say that libertarian men in general are a lot less likely to ask those kind of things of you. But it was kind of awkward. It's always kind of awkward being at events because out of, let's say 100 men, there's 20 women. Mm-hmm. So it's a little awkward in that sense. And when you're kind of the outlier, you get a lot more attention, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and sometimes that can be healthy, that you can bring extra attention to your cause, and sometimes obviously it's unwanted. And there's a lot of subtle things that I think you learn more now. Me at 30 is very different than me at 18. I guess you meet a couple different people and you're like, oh man, I guess I wasn't right about everything at 18. Who would have thought? And I've been really happy to see a lot more women and just in general minorities and stuff coming into the Libertarian Party. There's a really cool poll in Georgia that had Joel Jorgensen on it, where it just showed on the demographics. I think we were like 8%, which is pretty cool.
That's really cool. That's awesome.
But across the demographics of people who were voting Libertarian, it's pretty much just matched the demographics of society almost perfectly. Like we had the right amount of blacks, the right amount of women, right amount. It doesn't really matter about any of that stuff, but it's just cool to see that it's having that broad appeal that you don't get in a lot of the bigger parties.
Yeah, I think having Joe Jorgensen as our candidate is really showing that, first of all, the Libertarian Party isn't just old white men, right? Because we elected a woman, or we nominated a woman. It's also bringing in, I feel, a lot more minorities and a lot more women than maybe the Johnson campaign did, because I know for myself, I was not inspired by Hillary Clinton. I did not want her to be the first woman president. I was like, no, not her. And
we can do better.
yes, and now we have done better. We have a woman that will be on all 50 ballots, and I feel, I mean, even if I wasn't libertarian now, I have to be, because look at the divisiveness in culture right now, and seeing that a woman can come in and be so unifying. I mean, she's just bringing so many people, and I know that we've already got more women in the Libertarian Party of Ohio who came because of Jo Jorgensen, and they've said specifically because she inspired them to get involved. And it's nice because as women who we have in as political heroes aren't really political heroes. I mean, I've been compared to Leslie Knope a lot from Parks and Recreation.
Nice.
And she's not even real. I've been called Sarah Palin. I mean, I'm so happy to have a political hero that can speak to all women and not just be a joke.
Right. It almost is like, oh, well, you're a woman and you have this ideology and you're pigeonholed right into this automatic path. That's got to be kind of funny. People just assume as a cis white male I'm like a boring Republican or something, which is always fun too. But this has been a really pure libertarian ticket on a lot of ways. Like we've had like Bob Barr and Wayne Allen Root and Bill Weld, and I love Gary Johnson, so I'm not going to talk against him, but he does come out of the former Republican side, and we have more of a kind of here's what a libertarian really is.
Yeah, I feel for the first time we have a true libertarian that she didn't just come from another party.
Yeah, so I feel like that's been really healthy for the Libertarian Party to break away from the Republican side, because I don't really view them, because a lot of times we've had two people today talk about how we're Republicans who smoke pot, and it's like, that's not really true.
Right.
They talk very differently.
Right, absolutely. I mean, I've had people, more Republicans leaning people try to tell me what the Libertarian Party believes, and they don't even know that we're open border or that we want to decriminalize sex work. And when I tell them that, they're like, okay.
Yeah, right.
That's a little far. But that's what I love about Jo Jorgensen and Spike Cohen, is that they're unapologetic when it comes to those issues.
Yeah, it's been really interesting hearing Jo Jorgensen talk about sex worker issues, and an issue that no one else will touch. It's kind of like the Libertarian Party was talking about gay marriage in the 70s, 40 years before Hillary Clinton, I think in 2013, was still anti-gay marriage.
One man, one woman, still then.
So I guess it allows you to let your kind of freak flag fly a little bit, but in that way you're able to talk about the real issues that's going on, because if you can't talk about anything offensive, then you're never going to change anything for equality or helping women's rights where people are actually really hurt.
Absolutely. And with sex work, obviously that, both genders are represented in sex work, but it's majority women. And you hear these sex workers yelling at the top of their lungs that because of the new laws that are coming in, like SESTA, these laws are causing them more harm. And you're not going to get rid of sex work. But what they're doing is, instead of getting rid of sex work, they're opening up women to being killed and being harmed and being raped. And, it's not actually helping. And that's where the Libertarian Party comes in and says, listen, we understand you don't like sex work. We get it. Not many people do. However, it's a real part of our society, and sex work is work. And we need, if we're going to pass laws to protect women, then we need to actually protect women and not subject them to more harm. It's duh.
Well, I would say it's a totally different realm of just trying. It's like with drugs. It's like, okay, drugs are bad. No one's here arguing about pot being good or bad. It's about what prohibition does and putting so many people at risk. And you're really making these women victims without any options to protect themselves, which is kind of like, how is this constructive, practical policy that will reduce harm?
Yeah, and now they've kind of, I know in my state, we just had an issue about a year ago in Columbus. They had a human trafficking sting. That sounds great, doesn't it? Wow, they went after human traffickers. That's so awesome. And then you look at what they actually did, and they had an undercover adult woman pose as an adult sex worker, and they arrested about 21 men and that were trying to solicit, and they they put their names and their occupations in the paper and said that they were caught up in a human trafficking sting. That's not human trafficking. They were soliciting an adult female who was not trafficked. So when you conflate those two issues, that's where you get like this huge divide, and you get people really upset. They're like, oh, you want to legalize sex work, so you just want human traffickers walking around. And that's not the case at all.
Yeah, you're trying to actually stop the kids in shipping containers and stuff. But if you're trying to stop that stuff, you want to pinpoint it. And what we're doing by taking all consenting of sex between adults is taking a haystack and dumping it on your needle and saying, figure this problem out.
Absolutely, because when you create more laws and you prohibit it more, we know what happens. We were all teenagers. When you tell me no, I'm going to do it even more. And so that's where we're at and you know, prohibition of sex work has created this market of women being trafficked because it's illegal. And who flourishes in illegal, you know, in prohibition, which is criminals, you know? So I couldn't even tell you. These people.
Well, it's interesting to see. Do you feel like with younger women, they're a little bit disillusioned with the Democrat Party? There's almost no chance, it seems like, if you look at demographics, young women are not going to the Republicans. Almost a no sale.
Yeah, no, they definitely don't want to go Republican. I actually just posted a meme the other day. Well, not really a meme, more. I photoshopped Joe Biden over my shoulder and Trump right next to me, and said, I don't want anyone to sniff my hair and grab my pussy. Sorry, I don't know if I can say the P word on here.
I think you can. It's already been said. It's fine.
Okay. Someone's already said pussy. Damn it, I wanted to be the first one.
We had the sex education worker on already, Ms. Angela. So.
Oh, there you go.
Why not?
So you know, these women are seeing these sexual predators, and they are. Trump is definitely a sexual predator. Let's not, you know, get that wrong. Trump is a sexual predator, and a lot of women are finding it hard to vote for a sexual predator. So when it comes to, you know, going to the Democrat Party, a lot of them do not see another option because they don't know about us yet. And when you have online, you know, people representing themselves as libertarians and they're acting like incels, or, I mean, there's people who call themselves libertarians that are complaining about girls being on OnlyFans. Like, so we're not going to get those young girls, like the more people speak about that kind of stuff. Yeah. And so if that's their only view of the Libertarian Party, of course they're not going to come to us. Of course they're going to go to the Democrats, because the Democrats, while they have not helped women at all and have, you know, they have never been on the right side of history when it comes to women, they don't know anything else. And, you know, and while, like you, I love Gary Johnson, continuously putting up old Republicans, you know, and putting up exactly what they think we are, they're not going to want to come to us. And I think having someone like Jorgensen on the ticket is definitely going to help us break that stereotype. And hopefully we can get more women here before they hit the Democratic Party, especially the Zoomers, you know, the Gen Z. They are begging for freedom and at the same time begging for rights. And look,
here we are. And it just seems like, as bad as sometimes our connections and stuff have been, at least like the DNC and the RNC have just been total disasters to watch. It's been pretty hilarious.
Yeah, like what? Oh my gosh. So I almost fell asleep during the DNC, and then I don't think I did enough drugs before the RNC.
I don't know if there are enough drugs in America to do that. But, you know, it's just gotten to such basic white noise on both sides because they're out of ideas. They've been around now for 100 years, these parties, and they kind of push their agenda as far as they can go, but there's no new tax revenue to do it. And to kind of explore, like, here are the problems with the fundamental old system, that you kind of need a new breakup, in a way.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting to see... Oh, yeah, sorry. About how we can talk about bringing more women into the equation, this is the ultimate party of women's equality. In many ways, it's the Libertarian Party. It's the ultimate party of human equality, but women especially, they have things they need to be worried about. Maybe gun rights are maybe even more important to women than they are to men. And, you know, choosing your sexuality, these kind of control decisions that have traditionally been pushed onto women.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned guns. I'm pretty sure I've seen a lot of stats saying that women are buying guns at like an unprecedented amount. It's crazy how many women are out there purchasing weapons, and they need to be. I'm a survivor of sexual assault myself, and I can't express enough how much the police do not help in those situations. And I mean, my story is the same as many, many women's story, that the police were not of help. And if you are armed, it's a lot harder to attack an armed woman, especially a trained armed woman. So we need to be buying weapons, we need to be carrying weapons, and we need to be taking care of and defending ourselves and not depending on the state to do so, because they will not.
Yeah. What do you think are the most impactful things that you could do from the Liberty side when it comes to women's equality?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, just practical kind of libertarian solutions, I guess. What do you think would be the most thing you could do?
I mean, I'm definitely in favor again of pushing some more literature or some more talking points on buying weapons and on women arming themselves. I think bringing more women into the conversation, there's a reason why men are typically in charge of things. It's because that's just our societal construct. And men are a lot, stronger when it comes to their opinions. Most men, I would say that I probably rival most strong men. But I think that women offer another balance there. We offer balance. We offer, the perspective, a different perspective. And so I think bringing more women into the conversation and not directing policy based on even just women or based on men, but based on individual rights. I know that there's a lot of feminists that I talk to. I would consider myself a feminist, but a lot of the self-described feminists that I talk to, I really hate the patriarchy, really hate the fact that men are involved. But when you get down and you talk to them, they don't want to be up above men. They want to be right here with men. And so I think all of us being in the conversation together could definitely help. I think, I know we don't really have a strong platform point on abortion, but I think it's very important to protect women's health and getting government out of our doctor-women relationship that we have. Having the government in there making our decisions is just completely inappropriate. And I don't want an old white man sitting at a desk to tell me whether I can do something with my vagina. That's not, that doesn't even make sense. And so I definitely think keeping on with individual rights when it comes to doctor-patient, relationship as far as abortion goes is important for the Liberty Movement. And I think just supporting what is current and what is happening with women when it happens, with the Me Too movement. Unfortunately, I saw probably a quarter of the online libertarians, I'll separate them, the online libertarians making fun of it and saying, it's not that big of a deal. And recently, I will probably get into this a little bit later, I had my own sexual harassment situation that happened within the party. And I got overwhelming majority support, there was that 5-10% that was telling me that it's not that big of a deal. And so I think we definitely, as a movement, need to support women when it comes to those kind of things. And regardless if we can understand their situation or not, I know it's hard for a man to put themselves in a position of a woman being sexually harassed, but it doesn't take understanding to empathize and to help fix the situation.
Well, I think it's weird with a lot of guys. We have the track mind that we don't consider why wouldn't you want me or why wouldn't you just do this, even though it's dude, that's her career or what she's trying to do. She doesn't know anything to you, that kind of thing. I think that kind of helps build into the natural libertarian mindset of dude, nobody owns you, nobody owes you. But it seems also with the Me Too movement, with the bigger parties, they completely dropped it with Joe Biden and I'm not going to say Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I don't know if the Republicans ever took it. I
don't understand my Me Too movement friends. I'm why are you voting for Joe Biden? He is creepy. He is so creepy. And he would definitely be fired for a lot of the stuff that he has done if he was in a regular job.
I think it's going to hit them pretty hard. The backlash against some of this. The Democrats probably should have had an easy run. There's a lot of people like me that aren't necessarily big Trump fans at all. But if you talk about, Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren, you can go ahead and leave. Like, I'm not a socialist or a progressive. But they just went so hardcore on, I don't even know what Joe Biden's policies are anymore.
No, I don't even think they know, because Bernie Sanders during the DNC was calling him a progressive, but then at the same time, John Kasich, a Republican, was calling him a moderate. So I don't even think they know.
You can have it your way, man. It's all good. But the Me Too movement was just it was built into a big part of the Republican Party, and a big part of the Democrat Party, and then it was basically just dropped, kind of like the anti-war movement was a big part of the Democrat Party, and then it was just dropped as soon as Obama became elected, right? So with Libertarians, they kind of don't you think they have a little bit of a unique position to really push these in the kind of the pure form?
Yes, we can be the ones, because the Me Too movement, a lot of people don't understand. They think that, oh, he called her a bitch, now he's a sexual harasser. That's not what that is. The Me Too movement is about the pervasive sexual harassment and sexual assault of women that happens, especially in like a professional capacity. And, our silence that we've had, because when we do speak up, we get... when I spoke up about a month ago about my issue, there were people, luckily I had written proof, but there were people who didn't believe me. And it is hard to speak up when the automatic thought for people is, no, she's probably lying. And so that's what the Me Too movement was about. And I was really excited to see, like, oh my gosh, look, the Democrats care, people are caring, and then they just didn't care and elected or nominated a predator. It honestly spit in the faces of these women who felt they had a place to go. And we can be that, we're now that place to go, honestly, because, as far as the underlying premise of the Me Too movement, we are completely against, right? Because we believe our underlying principle is a non-aggression principle, and it's aggression when you're sexually harassed or assaulted. So we're against that. We're against that on principle, not even a platform. We don't need that in our platform. We don't have to say we're against sexual assault because it's our underlying principle. And so we need women to see that and see, look, the Democrats literally are spitting in your face right now. And on the other hand, on the aftermath of Me Too, we nominated a woman. So who's better?
The Liberty Movement, man. That's a simple answer.
Yeah.
But what do you think is the biggest push with the Liberty Movement for women without coming off as like, all right, we definitely believe in full empowerment of you as an individual, and that includes obviously your consent and your rights and how you're treated within the workplace and personal and professional sphere, but specifically from the Liberty side, how do you think you push that message?
First we have to be able to get on a platform where our message can be heard. I think reaching out to maybe The View or different kind of women-centric platforms and trying to get that out. I think keeping it more about individual rights than just about women's rights, because I do know as a woman, when I hear Biden or I hear anyone talking about women's rights, or mostly men, when I hear men talk about women's rights, I feel pandered to. I feel like they're just trying to appeal to my vagina. And I don't want that. I want to hear how I'm not going to be treated as if I'm more, but treated as if I'm here. So I think just continuing to push individual rights and individual liberties on platforms where women can hear it. Because right now, like for instance, today Jo Jorgensen's going on the Ben Shapiro show, and I'm like, that's like the opposite of what I wanted.
Hey man, she's bringing the fight right to probably one of the more powerful pieces of it.
I hope so. I hope Shapiro doesn't, act the way he always does. I hope that he has a different way of being today. But trying to just get our message out on platforms where it's not so male dominated is going to be what's important. And again, just continuing to talk, when we do talk about individual rights, we can talk about how that means minority rights and women's rights and different ages, we can talk about those individual groups, but at the same time, we need to really harp on individual rights so we don't, come off as we just want your vote, and because that's not how we are at all. Obviously, if we did that, we probably would have won more.
Yeah.
But we're better than that.
It's very transparent, it feels like. It's like, oh, I'm a level 12 white knight, and this is what I believe in half the time. And it's like, I don't know. Are there any underlying policies that actually show that you have the respect for pretty much anybody, not just women, but obviously it's Women's Equality Days. That's what we're talking about.
I honestly think talking about our platform of decriminalizing sex work, I think that's a great platform point to continue to talk about, because a lot of people don't know there's a lot more women that are in the field of sex work than we even know, because sex work isn't just, prostitution. I hate that word, but it's not just soliciting. Mm-hmm. It's modeling, fetish modeling. It's stripping. There's a whole group that's there, and if we need to try to reach those people, because they're the victims of the state right now, and that's what our goal with our party is, right? We want to help people not be victims of the state, and if we can just continue to talk about these kind of issues on a bigger platform than just social media, we can get these women.
That's where, especially with these police, or the whole, I don't want to say riot, the protests in such situations of 2020, they can be solved by a victimless crimes bill, it seems like.
Absolutely.
It's all so many things.
Oh my gosh. I can't even tell you. Okay, so I've been very, very active with BLM in my area. They actually, our BLM group specifically endorsed Jorgensen and Spike Cohen. A lot of people don't even realize that most of them are libertarian, or at least anarchist. I found more anarchist. There are more anarchist BLM members than I can even be an anarchist. They're more anarchist than I am. And a lot of people think that they're Marxist because a couple of their founders talked about Marxism. But most of these groups are disconnected from the national organization. And so these are people who they hate Biden. I mean, when I went there the day that Kamala Harris was chosen as a VP, and just talked to a few of the organizers there, and they were so upset. They felt like literally they were spit in the face again, because Biden chose a black woman, thinking that these BLM protesters would be just, oh yeah, you're a black woman. But they're not stupid. Yeah. They know that Kamala Harris has locked up more black people for weed than they can even count. They know that Biden authored the crime bill. They know this. They know that they're being victimized because of these democratic policies. And so when they go and talk about, BLM and people of color on the DNC, they literally feel spit in the face. So, going and talking to these people is just so important when it comes to that. And with protesting, I'm one of those. We need more of it. We need more people in the streets. We need more libertarians down there helping. We need more. These are our people. These are people who are saying literally, fuck the government.
They're smattered throughout the libertarians and these little groups. I went through a lot of Occupy Wall Street stuff because I lived in New York at the time. And it's like, I know you're really mad at banks. Trust me, I am too. you got to look at the past of how these things, they're able to operate the way they are.
And if you go and talk to them, and you go and more importantly, if you go and listen to them, you can hear what their problems are, and you can give them solutions they've never heard before. It's crazy. When I talked about ending qualified immunity, many of these BLM protesters did not even know what qualified immunity was. And it's because they don't tell us about that. Why would they tell us about that? And as libertarians, we're a bunch of nerds. We're political nerds. We know these things. We have this knowledge. We're lucky enough to have this knowledge. We should be going down and talking to these people because they're tired of it. They're ready for solutions, and we have them. We have the solutions. We just need people to vote for us so we can implement them.
So what do you think about women's equality in the workplace? How has that been improving in the past 20 years? Where have we kind of taken steps backwards?
Well, so I have, I think, a little bit unique experience. I think I was a bartender for 10 years. And while I was going to school, I actually just got a job with a major pharmaceutical company. So like working in the executive level. So I've kind of taken, a big hit there. But honestly, it's kind of the same kind of thing though in both. So as a bartender, it's a story I tell often because it's so ridiculous. I was working, my boss smacked my butt as he walked by, and I was like, hey, that's not cool. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna need the number for HR. And he gave me the number. I started typing it into my phone. It was his number.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He said, we don't have HR. And so I was like, okay, that's crazy, but that's like a real situation, that kind of stuff. And when I've told other people that story, they're like, yeah, no, my boss did the same thing. Like literally, it's just a thing. And then as far as working in like a professional, more professional setting, I remember when I first started my MBA, and I dressed pretty young, I dressed pretty modern. I like, I wouldn't call a basic bitch. And I have to take the same test to get into school as everyone else. I have to do the same things as everyone else to get into, the classes that I got into. But I kind of had like an Elle Woods from Legally Blonde situation where nobody even wanted to be in my group. Nobody wanted nobody wanted to work with me because they just, and I even had later on, now that I'm almost done, I've had people say, yeah, no, I thought you were going to be really stupid. And
you proved me wrong.
Yeah. I'm like, well, how stupid? We're in the same classes. But they, because of how I dressed or because of how I looked or because I was a young woman, my class that I'm graduating with is only 15% women. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of how a lot of women felt is, when you're trying to get a professional graduate degree and none of these men will work with you because they think that, oh, you're a woman, so you must be a little slower than us. It wasn't purposeful, of course. None of these men just sat there and said, she's stupid, she's a woman. They thought it's institutional in them. They're like, oh, okay, just pass over that. And so now working in a major pharmaceutical company, I'm the youngest one in my office by about 15 years, and it's so weird because nobody really wants to go to lunch. Nobody wants to really chat. They just see a young woman, and it's kind of, you have to prove your worth a lot more than usual.
Sure.
And it's just as a woman, and I'm the last person to ever, like, I never even really talk about this. Today is probably, and besides, the last month of the incident that I brought up earlier, I don't really even talk about like, oh, because I'm a woman, right? Like, oh, you just don't like me because I'm a woman. I never throw out that gender card. Mm-hmm. But I do see it all of the time. I mean, I've had my husband, he's in the party, he's libertarian. I've had people call me Brandon's wife more times than I can count. And I brought him into the party.
Damn it.
Yep.
He should be Chrissy's husband. All right, if anything, this was fair, okay?
I'm like, oh, well, Brandon's wife. I'm like, you know my name. I've been working for you for a decade. So it's just a thing that happens. And while I typically get over it a lot quicker than I probably even should, that's not to say that other women can get over that just as easy and just say, hey, you know what? F you, I'm way better than that. I'm constantly just trying to prove it. And it's sad that I kind of have to do that. I spend more time thinking like, oh man, if I do it this way, are they going to say like, maybe if she was a man, it would be better, but I do think that it has gotten better than it was 20 years ago. I'm only 30 years old, so I was 10, 30 years ago. Or 20 years ago. I've heard and I've researched, I've seen statistics, and they have gotten better. And I honestly think that a lot of that is because not only strong women, but strong men kind of being allies like yourself today, and sitting there and not allowing it to happen. I can complain all the time, but I'm just an emotional woman, But if a man sees it...
I can be a pretty emotional man sometimes myself, so I get it.
I've been told that many times. And I'm like, it's not emotion, it's just passion. Jeez.
It's cool though. It's got barriers in the workforce, but there's also barriers for women that want to choose their life to live at home, and all kinds of different things. So that's where the liberty movement's kind of interesting, that it pushes both of those sides, because there's lots of government barriers to how you want to choose to live your life.
Yeah, like if I want to be barefoot in the kitchen pregnant, I can in the Libertarian Society. If I want to be a dominatrix and consensually beat men with my heels, I can in the Libertarian Society. If I want to be a CEO of a high-powered company, I can in the Libertarian Society. So, I mean, that's the coolest part about being a libertarian. And, in the liberty movement itself, we have a lot of male personalities, that are, we call them celebritarians,
Yeah, the ones that we recognize at conventions, but no one outside of a libertarian.
Yeah, that's exactly what libertarian is. I hate that word so much because I've been called it, and I'm like, no, it's just, you guys just aren't used to hearing and seeing a woman just be like me. And it's not, I wouldn't call it a libertarian status. I'm just really loud, and I just don't ever shut up. And so, but yeah, in our party, I think that for the most part, being a woman and being loud and outspoken is more celebrated than if we were in another party.
That's definitely changing too. And like the Texas Libertarian Party, specifically, has like 4 women as all the lead roles. Yep. Definitely being run by powerful women. Which I think it keeps us more on track than normal. So
yeah, and I really think it really helps that perception. I mean, I gave a speech a couple years ago at so it's called ComFest. It's Community Fest. It's one of the biggest festivals that happen in Central Ohio. I call it a hippie fest. Definitely hippies. I'm a hippie myself, so I loved it. But I got up there. They said, Christy from the Libertarian Party is coming up to speak. And I'm not even kidding you. I got booed. People booed. And I'm like, why am I being booed? And I get up there and this person's like, they're just old white men. And I thought that was funny because I was a woman. Right. And, but, so and instead of being like, F you, I kind of like, I took their concerns and I said, I get that you guys think this is the party of old white men. I can understand where you think that maybe 20 years ago, but it's definitely getting way more diverse. And then I brought up the fact that I, in fact, am not a white man. I am a white woman and I have a vagina. And by the end of it, they were cheering and they were all asking for our information because, they were happy to see a woman get up there and talk because they're so, man, people literally think that we're just old white men. And it's nice to see that we're kind of scooting away from that stereotype.
And I think the more powerful women we have run, it's going to make it even easier because you're removing barriers for other women running in politics. And the Liberty Movement has an interesting way of allowing ballot access without it just being solely about you, like, being like a black woman or whatever. Because obviously being a libertarian, I've never met a libertarian who wasn't an individual thinker that, didn't have their one, like, crazy thing they're trying to run on. But it's,
yep.
For us, it's never really been like, oh, that's a woman running. It's just like, oh, that's that lady that really is passionate about school choice, or this is that person that really believes sex workers' rights. Because, if you're willing to put your name out there and run on something like that on a platform, you usually really care about it.
Yeah, absolutely. When I ran for office, so fun misogyny in politics story, I ran for state representative in 2018. And my campaign was an all-out campaign. I mean, we knocked 11,000 doors in 3 months. We raised a lot of money. We raised the second most money, right behind our gubernatorial candidate. We did a lot. We did so much. And then I get this letter in the mail saying that I have a hearing at the Board of Elections because a challenger has accused me of not using my right name to run for office. And I was like, what? And so I called my lawyer, I called a lawyer, and we got all the information. They were claiming that because I had changed my name in 2017, mind you, I ran in 2018, that I was trying to hide something, and that's why I was running. Do you want to know what happened in 2017 to change my name, Colin?
Sure, why not?
I got married.
No.
I got married, and I changed my name, and So they said, wait, that's weird. In 2016, her name was something. In 2018, it was different. What happened?
No idea. It sounds like a good attack ad.
No, they did that. They did that. There was attacks. They tried to claim that my husband wasn't real, that he was like literally not a real person. So I had to go to court. And to pick me off the ballot, what they did is they tried to take away my right to vote. So of course we turned that right back on its side and said, it's 2018, not 1919. Like I have the right to vote. And we also said, and come to find out it was the Republican Party that did this. So we were saying like, the Republicans got tired of attacking gay marriage and now they're on to traditional marriage. But if I was, it was funny because my Republican opponent, his name was Timothy Schaefer. He goes by Tim Schaefer, but he can go by a different name. I can't go by my new married name. So it was definitely felt, if I wasn't a woman, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Maybe it's not so much just because you're a woman, in fairness to the Republicans. They might have just been really trying to limit access to third parties. But
that's exactly what they were doing. But the way they figured out how to do it was to do what, a good percentage of women do and change their name to their husband's name. I guess I wasn't feminist enough.
It sounds like a problem, honestly. Like, I don't know who you are anymore. I don't even know if I want to continue this interview.
I know.
You just change your name every time you get married. Jeez.
I know. And I got state married, too. Oh, no. I know. I'm not even a real libertarian.
Never really too worried about the real libertarian stuff, especially as the party grows. That's going to be a very broad definition. And you're going to have lots of people, everything from like the Star Childs and those kind of people that really focus on sex worker rights, and then you have more of the hardcore people that really do care about fiscal conservatism, if you want to call it that. I don't like to use the word conservative with fiscal responsibility.
Responsible.
Yeah, because we're not conservative. And then coming back against the progressives, most libertarians are probably more liberal than most progressives you'll meet.
Oh yeah, it's funny when I talk to people who call themselves progressives, and like I have a lot of progressive friends. I also work in the environmental movement, so I have a lot of progressive friends on social media, and I'll see them argue about, look, we don't actually want to defund the police. Like nobody wants to get rid of the police, and then I come on there, I'm like, no, wait, no, some of us do. Some of us do. And I end up being more progressive than my progressive friends.
Yeah,
but then, of course, they call me like a right-winger.
Well, then you can go right back to being a left-winger as soon as you open your mouth in the next sentence. Do you already feel like we're more progressive on women's rights than the Democrats? Like, is the Liberty Movement?
I would say Libertarian Party. When I think about Libertarian Movement or the Liberty Movement, I maybe stupidly include like the Ben Shapiro's. But the Libertarian Party is definitely more progressive on women's issues. Again, we're the only party with a platform plank about sex work. And, while our abortion plank is basically they leave it up to people, I think that is pretty progressive in itself. That we're not saying yes abortion, no abortion. We're saying it's literally your choice. And I think that is far more progressive than the Democrats.
Yeah, it seems like they don't have the structure laying them down. For me, abortion was never really my fight. Growing up in South Carolina, it's always seemed like the big no-win. And I feel like a lot more young people are kind of coming along that it's almost a necessary evil. But for the Libertarians, it's never been the big divider. The party has always been kind of 50-50 pro-life, pro-choice.
And I think that shows that we're at least willing to listen to both sides. Mm-hmm. And, and again, I know I've probably talked about sex work more than the sex worker education person, but having that on there, I just think, that is just so powerful for women to see that, because again, so sex work isn't just soliciting, it's having an OnlyFans is sex work. And I've had to tell some of my friends that they're so confused when I say that. And I'm like, that's technically sex work. And, so having that in there, already, since we've had that platform, I've probably been able to bring 15 different progressive women just because of that platform to our party. So, we're definitely far more progressive than the Democrats. I don't care what they say.
Well, it seems like they kind of lose a lot of their momentum on like the Me Too stuff and everything when they completely disregard it as soon as their candidate decides to run. But by talking openly about some of the more uncomfortable, controversial platform plays, whether it's sex workers or abortion, you can reach out to new people that never would have thought they would have been a libertarian, because these are the things that really can destroy people's lives.
Absolutely.
But we're removing barriers for women. It's kind of like we're removing poverty traps of why people get stuck in being poor forever. And like, do we really need to empower women, or just let them already be empowered? Because it seems like a lot of women are really good at shining, and allow more people to step in, allow that to continue, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly a good way to put the point I made earlier, is that, you know, if just instead of being like, here, this is what you women need to do, instead just stepping away and saying, here, women, do whatever you want. And I think it's super empowering. And I think it's cool because, again, I'm friends with a lot of progressives because of the and other work that I do. And I'm friends with a lot of Republicans because of my old Ron Paul days. And then I see the women in their parties, and I see them having to struggle to get any kind of attention. And then in our party, I just have to yell louder.
Somebody will hear you. Well,
someone will hear me. And I mean, and it's already working. I mean, I've had issues in this party with different things. And I mean, I constantly have people coming, you know, kind of not really to my defense, but more like, we stand with you. What do you want us to do? We're not going to do anything on your behalf. What do you want us to do? And I really appreciate that, because, you know, women don't need white knights all the time. We just need men to kind of be by our side if we need them to be, because we're big girls. We put on our big girl panties and we can be big girls. And it's really cool being in this party and seeing how that kind of works. I mean, I get sexually explicit messages in my messenger all of the time. My favorite one is this guy wrote me and said, would you like this libertarian dick or nah? And so I sent him a money request. I sent him a request for $1,000, and I took a screenshot and I put it on my Facebook. And none of my friends were like, oh my God, I'm going to dox him, and I'm going to like talk shit to him, or I'm going to do all this. No, they just went ahead and sent him money requests too.
Rightfully publicly shaved. But
I honestly, and see, isn't that the free market way of talking about bad behavior? Is okay, that's bad behavior. You probably should not send that kind of message to women that you don't know, or that you do know, unless it's wanted. And, you know, instead of reporting them to Facebook or whatever, you know, we just sent him money requests. Like, here, we'll show you ours. If you show me yours, here's $1,000. Give me $1,000.
We'll see where it goes from there, I guess. Nothing's been said after that. So what
did not respond.
So what about the LetHerSpeak movement? How do you feel about that? What's your involvement?
Well, I'm so happy that it's happening. I still have, I went to the convoy here in Columbus, and it was really great, and it was really cool. So, side story, the BLM group that endorsed Jorgensen and Cohen came and brought like 15 people. Oh, and yeah, so it was like really, really cool to see like all these people coming together. But yeah, so we went and we did the convoy. It was really, really great. I still have it all written on my car. And I hit, because we wrote with like the car markers, right. LetHerSpeak, Joe20.com, and I still get honks. I get honks, and it's mostly truck drivers. So I don't know if there's like a truck driver Jorgensen group, but they'll throw out their fists and they're like, yeah. So I was really, really happy to see that starting, and I love the hashtag on my Twitter, at least, was #2 on trending, and like that was really, really cool. And I've had some people that were like, that saw the stuff written on my car, and they said, oh, Joe 20, like Joe Biden. And I'm like, it says let her speak.
Not
it
that
says
Joe.
Let her speak. Not that Joe. The one who's not a predator. I think it's just so great, and I'm really excited to see so many people involved in it. And we've gotten a lot of new people in our state party that came because they started with LetHerSpeak. And I just think it's so cool that a separate organization kind of sprung up with this candidacy. So that way, we have different facets of stuff coming together. And I'm really excited because the first debate is going to be here in Ohio. And we have a convoy going up there too.
Heck yeah.
So,
well, it's like the bigger part of the Ron Paul movement that wasn't about Ron Paul became like the People for Liberty or the Young Americans for Liberty kind of side, and that lasted a lot longer. But maybe the Let Her Speak, whatever happens with the Jorgensen campaign, which, I don't think any of us have false optimism about her becoming president this time, but like the message that she brings to the table is incredibly important to have there. And how that continues on, if it's done through like a Let Her Speak or something that could bring in a lot more people that wouldn't normally be associated with the Libertarian Party.
Absolutely. And I think that's important because, maybe some people aren't a libertarian, but they still support Judge Jorgensen. That maybe they're not fully there yet. And that's completely fine. Everyone has their own journeys. And so having a separate organization that can kind of, help those people still stay involved and still stay active, I think that's fantastic.
So what about the 5% motivator?
Well, I hate talking about 5% because I know which secret I'm with you. I don't think we're going to win either. I would prefer that we pretended that we believed that. Just because when we talk to, supporters or we talk to possible supporters, we don't want to feed into their wasted vote fallacy. And I know that libertarians have talked about for the last few cycles, if we get 5%, we can get matching federal funds and all this. We are libertarians. We don't want their funds.
Honestly, it's not about, I don't want to say that Joe can't win. It's about that she can win in a lot of huge ways. Like, the only way that ever had any reform beforehand was Ross Perot almost winning in the 1990s. And then the Republicans and Democrats kind of got their stuff together. And the more libertarians bring in, and she's bringing in, I think she's going to get way more votes than Gary Johnson by far.
I hope so. So with 5%, what that means for us here in Ohio, which is selfishly my main concern, we have to get 3% to retain ballot access. And we're actually the 5th largest party in the Libertarian Party. So we definitely want to keep that. And so here in Ohio, we are striving, definitely 5% is like our low mark we're striving for. We're hoping to hit 8-9%. We're doing everything we can to get there. We're everywhere. We're going to every event. Again, that's a huge reason why I'm down at BLM all the time. I go down there with my unqualified immunity, vote Libertarian sign, and people walk up, they're like, Liber what? And I'm like, yeah, I'm glad you asked.
Yeah, right. Well, it's weird, but a lot of states like Pennsylvania, where the Libertarian Party spends hundreds of thousands of dollars just getting access to be on the ballot in that state. That's where having a solid presidential campaign can really help us. It skips that entire piece, so you can spend that money outside of the courtrooms and actually convincing people about the libertarian message.
Here in Ohio, we just spent $250,000, and it took us a year and a half to collect 102,000 signatures to get on the ballot. And could you imagine? I mean, it was 20,000 volunteer hours. Imagine all those hours, all that money, all that time. We could have gotten maybe 4 or 5 state reps elected and changed some stuff. So, and actually, I'm glad you brought up Ross Perot. He's the reason why these issues are the way they are, honestly. They saw him and they're like, oh, let's go ahead and stop that for next time. And they put these debate requirements on. And, the debate requirement that they put on for Johnson in 2016, they said, I think at first it was 10%, and then he got 10%, and they said 12%, and then they ended up at 15%. And after he got 12%, and then the Aleppo moment happened. Yeah.
Well, I have a lot of really good hopes in Jo Jorgensen, and
same.
She's definitely a really good push in the right direction for the party, and that's what's really cool is that the Libertarian Party truly is growing. But,
I love that no one can say this time that, you guys just have a washed up Republican. No, we have a minty, shiny new Libertarian, okay? And she's been here for, I mean, shit, since I was born. She's been in this party.
So
on
the wins that we could have in 2020, like, I want to be an excited libertarian voter. What's an actual win that we can have, whether it's on election night, like pushing through, if we can push through enough of an agenda on, like, whether it is with sex worker rights or something, that we make a lasting impression to build into the next level of the party? What is the next stage?
I definitely think a win for us on election night would be getting more than 5%. I think that's better than Johnson's numbers. I think that's a win for our party as far as that would get us ballot access in all 50 states. That is a win for us for sure. I think a policy win would be if we talked about these issues enough that we can get maybe some kind of marijuana decrim ready to go. We can get these laws that they put on sex workers that have harmed them more than helped them. If we can get those gone because we talk about it so much. If we can get some kind of criminal rights or criminal justice reform, I think that's a win. I know that we are the strongest on criminal justice reform, the only libertarian in Congress introduced any qualified immunity. If we see any of those policies happen after election night or within the 6 months after, that'll be because of us. And so I consider those definitely wins if we can get some of those policies into their platforms, and if we can get 5% or more on election night.
Heck yeah. I mean, those seem like pretty good goals to me for the most part.
I think we can do it. We are the reason why gay marriage is legal. That I completely believe that. We've been talking about that for so long, and we've made that mainstream. We've made marijuana legalization mainstream. If we can just keep talking about these things that so many people want, I think we can get it. I think, it's happening, especially with these young people, the Gen Z. I think over 5 million people turned 18 since 2016. If we can just get them and they're obviously willing to go out onto the streets and fight for what they want. If we can just join with them and we can get what we want, even as just as simple as any qualified immunity, I think that we have succeeded.
Well, that's the cool thing with libertarianism is that, like, where we haven't necessarily won on the ballot, there's things like we didn't go to war with Syria and Iran and those kind of things. Those are pure old school, because the Democrats haven't taken up the anti-war.
Obama wanted to strike Syria. I remember when that was going on. I think that was in like 2014 or 2015. I hopped on a bus with 500 Syrians, and we went to DC and we were protesting that. And Obama, the anti-war, the peace candidate, literally tried to take us into war with Syria.
So those libertarian pushes too, like you could argue that the gay marriage debate would have been very different without libertarians talking about it for 40 years beforehand.
Absolutely. And now it's like when you hear people talk about not having gay marriage, they're the weird ones.
Yeah. And now marijuana is like gay marriage in 2006. And a lot of these new women's movements are being pushed, have been talked about on the libertarian side for decades.
Yeah.
But in this case, it doesn't seem like either of the major parties wants to run with them. So it seems like a good opportunity for us. Christy, you have anything you want to say in the last 5 minutes to everybody?
Well, I think we covered a lot.
Yeah.
I'm really grateful for the LetHerSpeak movement. I'm really grateful. While I don't like identity politics, I'm so happy to have a woman on the top ticket. I mentioned earlier, I'm 30 years old. I have never had a woman to look up to in politics ever. And I know people say, well, Hillary Clinton, no, it's not even comparable. So I'm just really excited that my vote in 2020, the 100-year anniversary of the women's suffrage movement gaining the right to vote for us. I can't say enough how excited I am to be able to vote for a woman. And with Spike Cohen on there, I get to vote for a millennial too. I get to vote for a ticket that looks like me for the first time ever. And women have never really gotten that. And again, with Hillary Clinton, she doesn't count. I'm pretty sure Alex Jones said she smells like sulfur, so she's probably a demon. So she doesn't count. But, having a principled woman up there, having a millennial principled man up there as her sidekick, he's her sidekick. I actually heard someone call him Mr. Jorgensen.
Well, is that progress? Is that a step in the right direction?
I think that's progress. I want to say that it's societal progress that they called her running mate Mr. Jorgensen. So, just seeing that kind of ticket up there is not only inspiring to myself. I have a 14-year-old son. He's inspired. He's seen his mom in politics for so long. He was with me in the 2018 debacle when they tried to take away my right to vote. He has been there, and he sees, someone he can look up to, and he doesn't think of her as a woman or a man. He just thinks of her as a principled person. And, just seeing all the women that are coming to our movement because of the work that Let Her Speak and Joe Jorgensen is doing is it's so great. It's so needed. And I'm really excited that I get to be a part of it, and I consider this history. This is history.
2020 is definitely a year of change. So it's fun to be part of it all, and I appreciate you being on the team.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate everyone, and I'm so excited. I think the Texas team is up next.
They are. They're coming on in like 3 minutes. They're all in the chat room here. You got to start wearing the victory red, man. I
know. So when I wear red, it gets on my teeth, so I wore, light red.
Okay. I mean, if I hadn't been running from a hurricane, I would have got a little red kiss on the cheek, but it's been a complicated couple days. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me on. Honored and humbled to be a part of this this just awesomeness that's going on. Look at all these wonderful women. I have really good company. That's
okay.
Good.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Chrissy.
All right. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
All right. Let's get everybody else on here. Next up, Lauren, are you with me?
I am. What an awesome time with Chrissy. She's always a ton of fun, great energy. And I think that's important that we see that, women's equality, while it's a serious issue, we deal with it every day. We deal with it every day in our daily lives, and we have to be able to laugh, and we have to be able to make jokes and get along with one another, and not put it on this scary, serious pedestal, but have the real conversations. And that means cussing, and that means, talking about craziness. And I am excited about Stephanie and Kate joining us from LPTexas. So in Texas, I'm here in Houston, we are very lucky that our entire executive leadership is all women now. So, again, we're focusing on male allies like Colin, listening and learning from women today. And so Kate and Stephanie, and if Bekah joins us, then Bekah, excited to have y'all with us. Colin is going to be a good listener and ask you guys about LPTexas, women's equality, Victory Red, and all of the amazing efforts that you ladies have been able to pull off independently and together. And we're excited to have you. So thanks so much.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to have you on here. Lauren, do you want me to hide your video here? Okay, let's do that. Katie and Stephanie, how are we doing today, guys?
Great. I had to quickly, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get all my notifications off. I had to quickly come home and throw on a face because I was playing with a bunch of wonderful and strong women at my country club. It's Wednesday's Women's Day on the course, so all of us getting together and hanging out. So I had to bust at the door, put on a face, and get on this thing.
No problem. Well, I'm happy to have you here. And Miss Stephanie, how are you doing?
Well, it's a beautiful day here in South Texas. Can't complain too much. No rain here, thankfully.
Man, I live in Houston as well, and I'm up in Charleston, South Carolina for the day, just getting out of the hurricane and that stuff.
Well, I'm in San Antonio, so a little bit further south-ish, west-ish of you, just a bit. But yes, no rain yet. We'll see.
Man, we got rain on the golf course. We got a little bit of a shower, so dry shampoo for the win, ladies.
So,
sure.
Miss Stephanie, you want to tell us just a little about who you are and what your backstory is and what brought you in the party?
I like to tease all the ladies that I'm probably the oldest libertarian in the group. I actually have done this before. I came to the party when I was about 14. It was in 1995. I remember talking to people and on the left and in the right, and they all seemed to come to the same conclusion that the answer was bigger, more government, regardless of what the topic was, whether it was sex work or it was gun control. It was always, let's put in place more laws. And then I read a book called Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do by Peter McWilliams. If you've never read it, it's a little dated now, but it's phenomenal. And basically, he ended up dying in prison due to the draconian laws in California while he was trying to get his cancer treatments for medical marijuana. And I remember walking into my first meeting. I was the only person under the age of 30. I was the only female in the room. It was pretty daunting to be in that situation, but they were so nice and they welcomed me with open arms. And from there, I started the Aggie Libertarians with a friend of mine out at A&M, Chris Jaggy, and met some great libertarians. But again, it was usually me plus one other woman in the room. And then when I became secretary in the late 90s, it was me plus Nancy Neal in the room, and the rest were guys. And so if you think about that from the perspective of getting other people in the party, that becomes really difficult to kind of bring people in. So I've been a libertarian now for 25 years. I don't admit that. And as a Texan, it's so great to see how many more women and just people of color and diversity that we have gotten in those past 25 years. Sorry, probably went on a little too long.
You're fine. We got time. That's a cool story. And Miss Kate, you're our Texas State Treasurer for the LP.
Yes.
Tell us just a little about who you are and where you came from and what brought you in the party.
Well, I'm Kate Prather, and I live in Northeast Texas, small town called Mount Vernon. It's 100 miles east of Dallas on I-30. And what brought me to the party was, I usually go back and I start kind of like in my past as well. In high school, I did Lincoln Douglas debate. So I feel like I got a extra education, especially when it came to political philosophies, due to the topics that I had to argue on both sides. So I was a little bit different even than in a highly Republican area. So I went off to college, decided to kind of get away from politics for a little bit. You know, obviously find yourself when you're in college. But I never found a true home. I never felt like my voice was heard as a woman, but also as a Texan too. Because I mean, there's just a little bit of a different culture here in Texas when it comes to how you're raised. And so I just didn't feel like I had a home. So fast forward to 2016, I am a mother and of a 18-month-old and a 3.5-year-old, and I'm looking at my kids, and it's 2016, and I'm seeing Gary Johnson run, and I'm seeing the whole, everybody's flocking around Hillary as, oh my gosh, this is what women can do. And I'm like, no, like that has no identity to me. Like that is not anything I can even say remotely close to anything on my politics or my beliefs. And I was like, you know what? I'm a mother here. I'm dealing with issues right now where my liberties are being taken away. What does the future look like for my children? And that's when Mama Bear came out, the fire just lit under my ass. And I was like, I can't sit back as a parent and see my children's opportunities and liberties be taken away in backroom deals. I was like, I've got to do something. So I filled out an application for Franklin County LP and did my interviews, went through that. Went to my first national and state convention in 2018, learned a lot from that. Met a lot of really great people and just started going to more events in the DFW area and learning and getting back to my debate roots and the philosophies that I was arguing at the time. And I found myself here. I wanted to do something more. I work from home. And I wanted to devote a lot of my time and my passion to the Liberty Movement and the Libertarian Party. So I decided to run for treasurer, which in the past has usually been a 1, 2, 3, not it kind of thing. And I was like, no, if it's me, fine, that's okay. It's not a 1, 2, 3, not it thing. I was determined to go in there and hold the office and really try to bring a new culture, help with these wonderful, beautiful ladies inside and out, this new culture of what the Libertarian Party can be, especially here in Texas. So we all have this amazing passion for what we do for liberty, but also for our offices. And I am thrilled to be working with these three beautiful, intelligent, passionate women in this liberty movement. And the next 2 years are going to be incredible.
So do you feel like there's different challenges? I mean, we have kind of an all-star, all-women lineup when it comes to the Texas executive leadership. What do you feel is the advantages of that, and what do you feel are the disadvantages of that?
Well, for as of right now, it's not just our leadership. We have some kick-ass Texas Libertarian women right now. I mean, Lauren, and then we've got Kasie Dailey, who have just blown it out of the water with these independent projects to move the needle towards liberty a little bit further. And if it takes these women taking those projects on, and of course women also taking these offices on, to bring more people in, to feel like they have a home and it's comfortable, then let's do it. Again, I'm with Stephanie. I'm not big on identity politics, but if that's what it takes, because majority of people have been playing identity politics for centuries, then that's what it takes to move the needle, again, closer to liberty. We'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find libertarians that are really pushing identity politics, but it is a kind of a flavor du jour, and it does move people in emotional ways. Stephanie, what are your thoughts about working with an all-female team at the high level?
I think that oftentimes we'll comment on, you see all men teams all the time, and there's no comment. It's like it's normal. And what I would like to do is normalize women and men both, whether it's all women or all men or mixed gender, so that everybody's kind of on that same playing field. That's my goal, to where this is so common that we don't comment on it, that it's like, oh yeah, you've got a group of great people. But for now, it's so rare that it's remarkable. I was doing some research. This doesn't happen in the R&Ds any more than it does in any other party. So to me, it's exciting. Plus, you look at the qualifications of everybody who's a part of SLEC, a part of the executive committee. You have a really great group of well-educated people who are dedicated libertarians to the cause, and that gets me excited. The fact that you now have people who are different and others can look up to, is like, I see myself there, that also gets excited. So for me, it's not about the identity politics, it's about the accessibility that it now gives us.
Couldn't agree more. So what are your thoughts then on women's equality in general and how that's been pushed by the liberty movement, and what needs to change and what we've been doing well on?
Kate, you want to go first? You're muted, Kate.
Yeah, let me.
There we go. Sorry.
Yeah,
No, I was going to let you field that one just because you've been in the liberty movement longer, so you've seen the evolution of women in liberty. But from my perspective, I'm seeing a lot more women join the liberty movement. If you're talking about our generalization of our identity to the general public and not other libertarians, there is a lot of opportunity there. I'm noticing that a lot of the general public likes to play identity politics, clearly, because right now everybody's on either team red, team blue, team black, team white, team, like, it's crazy, it's ridiculous. I think one thing we could do is we could have a bit of a more welcoming identity to everybody. And I think that's one of the things that we're kind of doing, is all these women who have decided, not as a, because I'm a woman, I'm going to, but as a, hey, I've got this great idea, I'm going to. And it just so happens it's all women right now. And it's really a really good push, because like Stephanie said, it's an identity. And so other people can relate to that and be like, oh, well, she's doing it, I could too. Whatever level that is on. And I think we need to do a better job of showing that we are inclusive as a party and as a movement for both genders and all genders, especially towards the GSM community.
Yeah.
I would totally go right off that. I've seen it change in just our verbiage and how we communicate with each other. Goodness, I remember probably the reason why I became secretary was because it was an acceptable kind of role back then. And I remember being called sweetheart and sugar and honey and all these other things. And I've noticed that doesn't exist as much now. And the casual kind of, I hate to use the word misogyny, but it is what it is, has evolved. What I would like to see change right now is dismissiveness. So a lot of times when we talk about things like misogyny or women's movement, it's okay, but we don't want to deal with the government. No, we can recognize that a problem exists, and we can recognize that something needs to be done and still disagree on how to accomplish that without taking away from the need for change. So in the liberty movement, that means accepting that, your fellow feminist may want to carry a weapon, and it's A-okay. It's recognizing that it's okay to be who you are, whether you are a woman or you are non-binary or a man or whomever you are. I would like to see it more as a come as you are, and we will accept you.
Yeah, well, it seems like the Libertarian Party has always been, at least in philosophy, along those lines. But practicality, we've kind of been changing our demographics a lot in the last 15, 20 years. We've attracted a lot of new people to the party. But now the question is, how do we make more impactful statements and push it to the next level? Because we're kind of at a threshold, really, of where we could either grow and continue as the bigger parties are collapsing. But to do that, we need to be able to really show who we are, not just as the hardcore Ayn Rand libertarians, and how do we attract more women, and what are the big fights for women's equality that we've been doing. I think it's important to make those voices heard, at least those stories known. It's been an important
And one of the fantastic things that's happening right now is, again, it just so happens that all these incredible people that are coming into and taking on these leadership roles, including Joe, we just so all happen to be women. It's not anything in the party that was saying, oh, we need to elect all women so we look inclusive. That's the great thing about this, is we have our peers in the liberty movement, and we just, all these people are just so happen to be of one gender, which is good, because again, we want to make sure that the rest of the general population feels included in a party. And if that's what they need, is they need to have a reflection of a person to say, oh my gosh, she looks like me, she has kids like me at the same age, she's got the same background as I do, then it's more likely for them to join. And of course with Joe and the Let Her Speak movement, Kasie just hit it out of the park with Let Her Speak. That was an incredible movement that brought a lot of independents and non-voters to the forefront, that they are finally being heard. Because again, it's Let Her Speak. It's not just about Joe going to debates and letting her debate as a libertarian, regardless of her, gender, because we've dealt with this in the past. But the fact that, letting people have a voice and saying there's more than two crayons in the box.
Yeah, but you're also paying homage to, with the Victory Red movement, of traditional women's suffrage. It's interesting how you can let these things play onto each other so they can become useful again, for the next, whatever the next struggle is. And what did people do when they were going through various difficulties or political discrimination beforehand, and bringing that to the forefront. Can you tell us a little bit more about your Victory Red?
Yeah. So how it started was I'm also a makeup artist, a certified makeup artist. And when I was doing through makeup, anything that I do, I just put a lot of research into it. I'm very much a nerd. And I started looking into the history of makeup. And when you start going to the history of makeup, especially bolder makeup, a lot of people are going to assume safely that back then, bolder makeup, brighter makeup was reserved for women of the night. And so what the suffragists did is they had an issue, because during the suffragist movement, 72 years started in 1848. 72 years of this struggle. Obviously, the struggle didn't end even after the 19th Amendment, because we're talking about states then with Jim Crow laws preventing other people from having the right to vote. So the struggle continued even past that. But the suffragist movement historically is 72 years. And these women in 1912 decided they needed to have something that showed themselves apart. White was very common, especially in the South, when it came to women's dress, and so they decided to go ahead and use red lipstick to tell each other apart, because there were a lot of women who were fierce opponents to the women's suffrage. And so when you've got women who are against you and infiltrating your ranks, so they decided to go ahead and wear red lipstick, because these proper women are not going to paint themselves up. It just wasn't, it was going to be too much for them. So then they could tell each other apart, for one. And two, it was a statement of femininity and power, saying I can be feminine, I can be the mother, I can be the teacher in my house, but also at the same time I have a voice, and it's not anything to be ashamed of. I didn't get to choose to be a woman, I didn't get to choose to be a man, depending on what it is. And then you go from there and you just identify and you say, no, I'm claiming my femininity back, I'm going to have my power as well, and you're going to give me a voice. And so there's a difference between suffragists and suffragettes. Suffragists were a little bit more peaceful, and more likely the libertarians of today, where we're like, please, let's do this peacefully. Let's protest at the ballot box before it gets violent. And then there were suffragettes who were pretty damn radical and rebellious, and they burned. I believe they burned a couple of churches, and this is worldwide. This is not just the U.S. Just so you know, this whole movement was worldwide. It was in the UK as well, simultaneously happening as we were struggling with it as well. And so they were very rebellious. Those are the ones who were going through hunger strikes, and they were being arrested, and they were busting into men's clubs and shouting for women's suffrage. And they were real rebellions. I mean, like Emmeline Pankhurst, of course, that's in the UK, but she was a leader of the suffragettes. And again, so it was just really, it was really a rebellious movement of its time. And I like to think that the women in the liberty movement are the ones really carrying on the original cause of the suffragists. They're the ones who said, no, we will not leave. This is our right, and you are denying my right. Not that it's a privilege. Voting is not a privilege. If you are going to be a participant, especially one that did not give your consent, then you have a right to a voice in that government. And so we, again, like with what we're dealing with as libertarians, and our voices are being prevented from being lifted up through media and the debates and such. And that's one of the reasons why I feel like we have to have a stronger push in politics as women. And I wanted to honor the suffragists. I wanted to show people that we did not forget the violence and the opposition that they struggled with for 72 years. It's something that definitely needs to be honored. And it's really not. It's not as honored as it should be. And we don't have a lot of monuments to the suffragists. We don't have a lot of talk about it in U.S. history in our schools. It's just not talked about, and I wanted to really bring it forth. I didn't want it to just turn into, one day where like Trump and all these other people are like, hashtag suffrage 100, and then it like fades into history again. It shouldn't be that. It was a massive struggle, and it was not in their favor obviously for a really long time, and they deserve to be honored.
Absolutely. And it continues worldwide. You look at other countries, like you can't give in. I can't tell you how many people ask me, why are you a feminist? Because, you have your rights here, but I've traveled globally. I've been to Dubai. I've been to the Middle East, all over. And there are so many places where you simply do not have the right as a woman. And so if we stop talking about it, they lose their voice too, because if we hold our rights to be true human rights, rights, then they deserve their rights as well. And so I think that by continuing to discuss it, it just brings this to light.
Yes, Stephanie, I like to call myself a classical feminist. I don't call myself, I have to say classical feminist because I want to go back to, again, like what the suffragists did. And that was the feminist movement. That's actually what started feminism, that we know it today. But obviously it's grown into something way different. So I don't claim modern feminist and feminism, but I do claim classical feminism.
I would classify myself as an individualistic feminist. And there are, you get to some of these nuances. I'm certainly not a third wave or second wave. But certainly an IFEM, which is underneath the guise of what a libertarian feminist would be. Like I said, we can discuss the problems while determining what the best way to handle it is a lack of government intervention.
Well, we're turning over a lot of social paradigms, that have been traditional in human evolution now for 300. Laura could probably talk more about evolutionary biology than I could on this. But we've overturned a lot of things, but now, what are the new movements for women in politics? What do you feel are the next battles of women equality? Or is it just because, the suffrage movement's been going on for 100 years now, really, in a lot of ways. And you hear things like, traditionally, it seems like sex workers' rights and I would say child rearing is still a female-dominated issue. And that's where things like school choice and there's a lot of interesting things to be talking about women's. I don't want to say that because obviously men are just as involved in raising their kids and those kind of things, but traditionally these decisions.
Well, you say there's a book called All the Rage that I am a little bit obsessed with. And men are raised right now with the ideology of equality. So most of the guys I talk to who are my age or younger, they will say, yes, men should share in housework, men should do all these things. And a lot of them do. Until children come into play, and then something shifts. And so while there's still lip service to it, reality is that women do still manage the house. What I would like to see is an acceptance of different choices. So I would like to see where it's acceptable for men to take off for family needs, because maternal bias doesn't just impact women, it impacts men. Part of the societal paradigm is that women are in charge of that. So then men who take off for family time get judged, they get loss of promotion, they don't get hired, they don't get as much money. And women who choose to not stay at home or who choose to prioritize work over home get the kind of reverse maternal bias, if you will. Now, all that's to say is that I think that we should be having these discussions. I think we should be putting them to light. I don't think we should have government mandates telling businesses or families how to handle things. So I would like to see those societal paradigms change, and it only changes when we have more voices, more diversity of voices, more people saying this is a problem, let's discuss it, and on the flip side, more people accepting and listening to it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like drawing in more people, not just women, into the liberty movement has got to be our number one concern. But how do you feel like we can bring more women leaders into this? You guys haven't had a real say in politics. I think Madam Mary O'Hare, who's a very controversial Texas woman, whom I love, but she kind of changed a lot of my mind on the Founding Fathers when she's like, they didn't mention women one time when they were writing, the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence, and just was kind of left out of the conversation. So while they moved the bar forward, they left a lot on the table, obviously. What would, I guess I'm trying to do a long-winded way of with these political battles of bringing women into it, do you guys feel like you were marginalized and now there's more to take back? Or, yeah.
To answer your question, you're right, they didn't mention women specifically, but to be fair, if you look, because I'm a nerd too, and my area of nerdiness is an etymology or the root of language, if you will. And so at the time, if you were to say he, that was the gender neutral pronoun. So you're right, they didn't mention women specifically. And to be fair, at that point, women were not included in the conversation. They weren't. But when they said he, they meant human. Just like today, Webster now uses the word they as the gender neutral singular. It was the word of the year for Webster in 2019, if you will. So I think language has evolved, but she still made a good point. And I think that it's not necessarily about marginalization, although that does bring up the conversation of privilege and things like that. It's more about how can we get in front of people? And instead of talking about what matters to me, we need to start talking what matters to people, regardless of who they are. Oh, Kate, you can add to that or not.
Yeah, no, that's totally what we're trying to work on. It's yes, we're looking at the ladies and the men in the past, the decisions they've made, but as much as we need to keep that in our like the forefront of our minds to learn from history, we also have to make sure that we're using that history for the future. We're not dwelling on it. We're not we're not spoiled by it. We're not stunted by it, and we don't hit this plateau where we think we have to die on this particular hill. Oh no, our hill is still way in the future because we're still dealing with it. It's based on society, and it's how we demand our voice. It's how we raise our children, and it's how we talk to each individual and we listen in order to get past everything that we've had to struggle with in the past, so we got to get to the future, and that's how we do it, is we focus on the future. We don't focus on the struggles. We don't focus on what happened when you went through college, and you're talking about football players, and you're talking about how women and men are treated differently, even on college campuses with social, everything is happening. It's different. We've got to make sure we're teaching our children right now how to just treat each other as individuals, not based on what they look like.
Just kind of like digest the past of what we have been is imperfect human beings, and then moving forward. So what would you say are kind of the practical solutions or steps that we could really be taking, both in politics and in kind of cultural life?
For me, again, I'm going to go back into parenthood. I have a 5.5-year-old daughter. I have a 7.5-year-old son. And I do everything I possibly can to, on their level, show them the truth of what's happening in the world. I don't shield them away from the things that are happening on TV with the riots. I don't shield them away from the things that are happening with qualified immunity in the police state. I don't shy them away from what's happening with a female and a male presidential candidates and the differences that they have to go through right now. I don't shield them away from that. I want them to see the differences. I want them to see the struggles. I want them to see the fights, because if they see the fights, they're going to see the causes, and then their little wheels are turning. And they say, well, they ask all these questions. I love it. I love that my kids ask all these questions. And it's on their level, and there's sometimes where I have to be like, okay, they're just not gonna be able to comprehend this just yet. And I'll say, you know what? It's this, I promise. I will tell you, more when you can understand, but we're just not right there yet. But if they ask a question talking about causes and ideas, they really build on that. And I think that's what we need to do as parents, is we really need to compound that individual thinking and the causes and the critical thinking that is sorely lacking in public school right now. Critical thinking is out the window, and it's creating this future of, you have to think for me, Mom, you have to think for me. And I'm seeing parents struggling with their children because they did not take as much of an active role in their children's upbringing and their education. They just let the public school systems mold their children for them, and now they're like, this is not what I wanted. Well, there's no return policy, guys. There's none. Like, they're going to soak up whatever they're taught, and if you are not the one teaching them on top of what they're getting, which should just be fundamental in school, you're not doing that great of a job for the future as a parent.
So I tend to agree. I have a 15-year-old and a little further along, and I love how questioning. I've taught her to question everything. She can question me. I have a rule in my house that there's no topic that is off limits, because I've always told her, if I give you an off-limit topic, you're going to go and look at places that may not be an effective resource. So we talk a lot about home, about what is a real resource, how can you spot legitimate research, how can you respond without emotion to discern what is effective and what is ineffective, what is truth, what is not truth, and also recognizing where opinions kind of go in. And I think if we teach our kids to think for themselves, and she disagrees with me on a lot, and believe me, she's in that 15-year-old stage where sometimes we don't always agree, and that's beautiful, because I had that stage too, where I thought my parents were idiots. I think everyone does. But I think that starts, it's absolutely a generational thing. There's a famous riddle. If a man and his son are in the hospital and they were in a car accident, and the doctor comes out and says, I can't operate on this kid because he's my son. And they've been asking this riddle since the 50s. And what's fascinating is, as a kind of an aside on how kids soak up knowledge, is in the 50s, the parents couldn't say the mother, the kids did. Then you fast forward to the 60s and the 70s. The end of the 70s, suddenly the kids are saying, oh, it's the stepdad, stepmom, mom. You're seeing an adjustment. The kids, now the parents who are kids in 50s, still say the mom. You fast forward to the 80s, now it's two dads, or it's a grandmother. They're starting to see more diversity and more divergent thought. And so it's just a testament to this is a very generational thing. And so for me, the practical steps begin in education, not just with your kids, but everyone around you, and not education as in beating somebody over the head. Education as a conversation. There are topics I know nothing on, and there are topics I can talk for hours on that probably no one wants to hear me talk about, and that's okay. And we should be able to have those conversations with humility. And I think that's a big failing in the Libertarian Party. We have a lot of people who think they know everything, and that is not how we win. We win by partnership, we win by acceptance, and we win by having the conversation. So for me, the practical step is education.
Stephanie, how do you feel? I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this, because you've been in the party for a long time, about how the current ticket for a presidential candidate is compared to previous years. Are you proud of where the Libertarian Party has ended up in the last 20 years, where we're now?
So here's a fun fact. The first presidential campaign I worked on was Harry Brown and Joe Jorgensen in '96.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So I loved Dr. Joe back then. I still remember meeting her. I found a picture, I need to upload it, of me as this, I couldn't even drive yet. That's how young I was, and working on that. And I've seen different iterations of candidates, of course. And Dr. Joe has always been, I know people call her Mama Joe. I always call her Dr. Joe. I can't help it. But this is one of the most highly educated people we've ever run on our ticket. She is articulate. She absolutely knows her information. She is somebody who approaches you with humility. And I've always loved that about her. In stark contrast to, quite candidly, some of the other people who were on the ticket this year, there was a decided lack of humility and attacking, which made me sad. But to answer your question, I did vote for Gary Johnson. He was not my favorite. I voted for him strictly for ballot access rights, and I hate to admit that, but I didn't think that he was the best that we could do. I miss the days of Harry Brown and people like that. And I think Joe brings us back to that. I think she brings a classiness that we've been lacking at top of ticket for a while.
And a bit of individuality too, because we can, yes, we have to kind of say, we're different because she's a woman versus, the other rich, white, male, creepy, other presidential candidates. So we do have a little bit of that, but I got to spend 4 days on the campaign trail with her as her makeup artist and somewhat of a personal assistant in certain situations. And she's an incredible individual. And the topics of just being able to talk with her that's not political there were so many really fun stories she had and conversations that we had. And she's not there. Let's put it this way. She is not basic. She's not basic. She is very much an individual, and she shines through it, and I love it. That's what I love about her. She's very confident in herself, and she's confident in her ideas and her intelligence. She's confident in her husband. She's just confident in her team too, and rightfully so. She's got an amazing team around her right now that are doing incredible things for her, and that's what we've got to get to.
She does have a very interesting team, and it's kind of interesting to see. She might be one of our first to really push libertarianism into mainstream. Like, this is how we run a modern campaign, and that's something that anybody who's run as a candidate or anybody who works in the party knows a very difficult part of bringing people in and pushing libertarian ideas. It's hard to run for office, and it's hard to have those cameras out there. It's nice to have a candidate that, I'm not saying the what is Aleppo is a huge gaffe, and we're in the age of the current presidential candidates, but it's also nice to know that this is somebody that really does know, it seems like, the interline philosophy of the Libertarian Party. But
absolutely, and she lives it. Of all the candidates we've had, gosh, she is probably among my top 3 that I've enjoyed, just had the absolute pleasure of working with. She's fantastic. I can't say enough about her. And hopefully she won't be the only libertarian. Here's another fun fact. Everybody thinks that another woman was the first woman to get an electoral college vote, but it was actually Toni Nathan. She got the very first libertarian vote. She was the first woman to get an electoral college vote in our history. She was a libertarian ticket. We had a defector vote as electoral college here in Texas.
So what are the opportunities to get more women involved and build on kind of Jojo or Dr. Jorgensen's momentum?
That's a really broad question, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, I know it is, but let's get down into it. I kind of want to hear your thoughts.
So for me, I talk a lot to people, but more than that, I listen. You're in the South, so I can say this. I don't know if you've ever heard this, but we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. We're supposed to listen twice as much as we talk. So for me, getting more women in the party is about listening to the concerns that they have. It's about, again, I probably sound like I'm beating a dead horse. It's about not being dismissive. It's about realizing they may have problems accessing childcare. So is the solution more government control, or is it perhaps loosening the regulations so that we can have more in-home care child options? We do have a problem with adoption being so expensive. And I hear a lot of women saying, I'd love to adopt, I'd love this, but oh my gosh, it is expensive to adopt. Maybe the solution isn't more government intervention, maybe it's less. And so listening to them and talking about the issues that they care about is the key, I think, to getting more women in liberty movement. And it's about approaching, again, with that humility and that passion and reaching people on their level.
Yes, and I'm going to go a bit further, and I'm going to be controversial right here. Totally, absolutely agree with you. I'm not going controversial in the fact that I disagree with you. I think we need to be re-educating the men in the liberty movement on how to approach women and talking about political discussions, because women don't react well to one-liners like taxation is theft. I mean, we as people in the liberty movement, we love it. We like having that because we like to have a little bit of, we like to rock the boat. And if you yell taxation is theft in an audience, you're going to get a lot of looks, right? And most of them are probably nasty. But for me, it's disheartening to see that we even have a group on Facebook called "This is why there's not more women in the Libertarian Party or in the Liberty Movement." And honestly, I'm a member of it. I've actually had to post on it before.
Me too.
And I do have to say that the people that we post about are not real active members in the Libertarian Party. They're all keyboard warriors who are they have this screen that acts as this barrier between their masculine insecurities and this world out there. And that's how I see it anyway. But I really think it's a conversation we have to have with more men. If you want to grow this party, you're going to have to look at the other half of the world population. You cannot just say this is a man's club. And obviously we're showing it, especially here in Texas. I think that's probably one of the most surprising things is Texas was the first Libertarian party to have a full female officer corps. But we're also having these women step up. And so we really need to be, just like in the suffragist movement back then, you had your male sympathizers, you had these husbands, you had these brothers and fathers that were working towards women's suffrage as well. And we need those people like you, Coleman, to come out and just really boost everybody up, an individual up, regardless of their gender. And we really need to make sure that we're telling people, especially other men, if you're a man and you see another man talking about how judging a libertarian woman based on her looks, that they need to cut that shit out. Because I see that all the time. All over social media. And it's
Kate, I'm going to interrupt you. What's really funny is that usually the guys who are saying this are not 10 out of 10s themselves. I'll just put it that way. I mean, oftentimes I want to hold up that mirror and say, really, dude? I mean, come on now. But you're right. That needs to stop. It happens at all major parties, but it's particularly awful, I think, in the LP. And I can't think of a single woman in the party who has not encountered this. Not just comments on appearance, it's assumptions based on dress. Oh, she must be enter adjective here because she's chosen to wear X, Y, and Z. And it's every single one. It's not, oh, it's just this one time. And further, we need to simply say, not get defensive and say, what happened? How can we improve? Instead of saying, oh, well, not all men. Because unfortunately, while it's not all men, it is a pervasive number. And if every single woman I know has encountered that, but no man knows another man who does this, there's a problem, men. You need to step up and start noticing.
I think that was weird for me going to libertarian conventions. I'm not sure if you know who Tatiana Moraz is. She does a lot of like bingle or like jingles and stuff for like Bitcoin Magazine. She's done a couple different things for the Libertarian Party. Mm-hmm. And she and I became pretty good friends because we saw each other at different circuits. But she showed me all the different messages she gets from people she meets at conventions. And maybe just libertarian guys, we can get very excited about some things, just like we all have our nerd areas. And sometimes when it comes to politics, it's nice to talk to somebody that, you know, has those kind of views, but then we overdo it or we make these assumptions in our head that, like, it's definitely wrong, and just trying to recognize that. For me, it was kind of an eye-opening look at our own conventions and who the Libertarian Party is. And I don't think it's a majority of libertarian males, but I could definitely recognize that. I don't know, I've seen firsthand proof sometimes. I'm like, oh my God, guys, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
2018 National Convention in New Orleans was eye-opening for me, for sure, on how far some of these men would go just to get a picture. Now, I'm not kidding. Like, I love dressing very feminine. I'm a dressmaker. I like to be. I'm very feminine. I'm also very flamboyant too. Like, I'm very Dolly Parton. I'm gonna do me, and if you don't like it, that's your problem. That's a you problem, not a me problem. And so I went to convention in 2018, and I remember walking down. I was actually dressed in business casual, and I was walking down the aisle, and I didn't know anybody. Like, I didn't even know the majority of people from Texas at that time because I'm rural. So I didn't get the opportunity to meet a lot of the people who were going to be there. So I was very green when I walked down that aisle. And I had these men pull me to the side, take me by the arm, and ask for my picture, and they didn't even ask for my name. They wanted to take selfies with me. And they didn't even ask for my name or what state or if I was even a delegate. They just wanted to, I didn't even know who these people were. And these were from different states, like all throughout. And I'm like, I don't even know you. And I know that seems like oh, well, maybe they followed you on Facebook. No, actually, these people did not. They saw me at convention, then befriended me on Facebook. And I have to heavily go through new friend requests if I don't know them personally. And here's another example of, guys, come on, we've got to clean, you guys got to have a conversation or a meeting or something. Because there are some men who will only befriend women in the liberty movement. I will look at the mutuals and it will be Stephanie and Risa and all of these women and Christy, and it's no men whatsoever in their friends list. It's almost like they're collecting female libertarians in their friends list. That doesn't seem very healthy to me anyway. Just something to point out as well.
And I'll follow up. Julie Borowski, and I don't always agree with her, but she posted on Twitter asking the question, what was the age that you were first catcalled or what have you? And you can go on Twitter, and I answered that because I remember clearly how old I was, because I play golf just like Kate. I play a lot of golf, and mine was I was not even a teenager yet. And I remember my first convention, I wasn't even 18, and this same thing was happening. This was really before the age of selfies, but it was, let me take your picture. It still happens where you'll hug just that moment too long, or the overly familiar touches. And here's the fine wire that women walk. If we say stop it, we're seen as bitchy. If we allow it, we're seen as easy. So it's really putting us in a tough spot. And as libertarians, we are all about consent and bodily autonomy, if you will. And I am horrified. And it's not just me, it's not just Kate. Every single woman in the Liberty Movement has experienced something along these lines. And there are some phenomenal men, and I don't want them to feel like I'm attacking all men, because it's not all men, but it's pervasive and it's problematic. And it's not just libertarians, as we can see with Biden, obviously, but it's a significant problem. So I would like Kate said, y'all have a meeting here, figure out how to stop it. I'm like Kate, I also go through all my friend requests. I've cleaned out probably a good 60 or 70 in the past 3 weeks, because the manner of messages I get are awful. And I will talk to some of my guy friends, like, what's going on here? And I can't tell you how many of them innocently will say, what did you say to them? Nothing. They're just messaging me. And my girlfriends, all like Kate and everybody else. It's awful. And so I hide my relationship status. I hide a lot of stuff from people online because of that.
Yeah, I had to do the same thing. I'm married. I don't have my husband's last name. And that's a personal choice. And we've decided not to put our relationship on Facebook and everything. But now that, of course, I'm doing some more interviews and stuff since we've kind of become officers.
Yeah.
And he's getting these trickle down friend requests from people. And he's just like, he knows what it is. It's people like scouting out the competition, thinking that they're, they have any kind of shot or something. I'm married. Like, I am settled. I am, I'm concrete and Joseph Duncan. Like, that is my partner. And, but it's really disheartening to see that a lot of even our activism can be sometimes sexualized. And I kind of play on it too. Again, I'm very flamboyant, but I enjoy what I do. But yeah, and it's kind of like, as libertarians, we get on this whole thing about those bad apples in the police force, and there's no such thing as a good cop, because if the good cops don't do anything about bad cops, then apples, you spoil the bunch. Sorry guys, you're kind of doing the same thing when it comes to sexists and the misogyny that's happening even within the LP. If you're a good guy and you don't step up and speak up, then, what are you doing? You're actually just letting it go, which is further promoting that it's okay, that is okay, and it's not okay. I'm sick of it, and I've gotten to the point where I will call it out when it happens, and I will, I don't like seeing it. I did not see it, luckily, at the Texas convention. a lot of what I saw in 2018 in the national convention, I did not see any of that or heard anything when it came to generalized sexual identities amongst people. That's one of the reasons why I love LPTexas. The members are incredible people.
Yep.
We are a family, and we really do. We have our spats, but we do have our spats, but we fight like brothers and sisters. But in the end, like, we all come together, we all love each other, we all support each other, and I love LPTexas, and I'm never leaving.
I will echo that, although I can't say I'll never leave Texas. I can never promise that. But I will promise that I'll never leave and go somewhere where my guns can't go with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I didn't want to make it too much of a bashing libertarian males side of it, but if you're going to talk about bringing more women in and we don't talk about the things that push people out, then, and especially if we can't have these internal dialogues about what's going on within our own party and how do we improve, then when we get to the main stage, then how are we any different? But I'm sorry that kind of stuff happens, because it is weird, and I've seen a lot of proof of it. And I think, though, bringing more, like you say, when it shouldn't be even talked about that 4 women are the leaders of our party in Texas or something like that, I think it will become more normalized, hopefully. And I know there's a struggle in the meantime, and it's not anything like an apology or anything for me will do anything, but just talking about it more openly.
Well, and to be fair, I'm going to give a shout out to JBH here, of course, our intrepid national chair. He's done some great work. He's created some different groups and focus groups to talk exactly about this. He's helped take action to remove people who are not just sexist, but racist and homophobic and all the things that we don't wish to be. Because, honestly, it is totally your right to have these opinions. It is also a right to disassociate with people who choose to vocally say these things. And I think that libertarians often forget that. While I don't agree with the government managing my world, I manage who I interact with, and we as people have that right too. So JBH, I think, as a leader, is going to help this significantly.
Yes, and to further on that, like, people have to remember, yes, our philosophy is liberty for each individual, but not everybody is going to have that same philosophy. So just because we do doesn't mean that gives you an open pass to come in and spew your hate speech and then say, oh, but you're libertarians, you should allow this. No. Yep. Here's the thing. We are a libertarian party. We do get to control the message because we are a service to the public for our philosophy, and we're not going to let that get muddied by hate speech. We're not going to let that get muddied by talking about violence against certain people. And so let's just make that clear. We might have a philosophy to say, yes, you can say whatever you like as an individual, but you don't get to say it in our party because, sorry, that is not our branding. That is not our message. We are a service to the public on a certain message and a certain topic. And you're just going to have to separate the fact. You want to be a little L, fine, be a little L. But if you're going to be a big L, there are some things that you got to take into consideration in your behavior and how you act.
Absolutely. I hold libertarians, honestly, to a much higher standard. And I get constantly disappointed when I see someone act in a way that doesn't shed us in any good light. And I really wish that we would take the steps to, I'm not going to say cancel culture, but certainly call people out who behave badly. Say, this is not acceptable. You're right. I don't think the government should go in and restrict your viewpoints, but I don't have to listen to you.
Well, it's been something that's plagued people who defend speech or free speech for a long time, and we get ourselves into trouble with it. Like, take, for instance, gay equality. You probably couldn't find a more progressive party than the Libertarian Party, but we're also the people that say, hey, you don't have to bake the cake. Do you ever find that line gets kind of crossed with women? Kind of side, like, you have total freedom of association. Like, we don't want to make a business owner, bake something or do something they don't want. We've never get an individual do something that they am personally against.
Well, that's where it takes having more people who are different backgrounds in leadership and guiding. Because you're right. I totally don't think that they should bake the cake or have to bake the cake. I think they're idiots for not accepting money good green money from people who are happily paying them. I think that's a terrible business model. And ultimately, I hope that the community around them shuns them for being such idiotic people. But it's not the government intervention. And so I talk about things from that perspective, and I actively encourage boycotts. I actively encourage people to use their voice and to step up and say, this isn't okay. Because yes, free speech absolutely reigns, but people also forget that freedom of speech is not freedom of speech in someone's individual homes. It's freedom of speech from the government intervening. And that is a significant nuance that people tend to forget. It's like the mask thing that's going on. I wear my mask. I'm sure I'll get a lot of crap for that, but I wear it everywhere I go out in public. It may do nothing. But you know what? If a business owner says you need to wear a mask to come in my establishment, that is their rules. We can't say, I'm going to tout my freedoms and ignore your rules, your guest rights, if you will, while still saying they don't have to bake the cake. So ultimately, it's about recognizing property rights as well. Sorry, I went off on a tangent there. Kate, you have anything to add?
No, absolutely agree with you on that. I had something I was going to add to it, but it was very small, and just another example of what you had with the bake the cake. So you covered it very well.
Thank you.
I really appreciated your guys' perspective on a lot of these things, because it's interesting to talk about where the party can go and the practical solutions that if we get these things right, we do have a winning agenda, right, with the Libertarian Party.
Absolutely. And what I like to tell people is that anybody can live free in a libertarian world. I can't live free in a socialistic, communistic, Republican, Democrat world because they'll never accept my freedoms and my basic human rights, whereas I recognize the rights of everybody to self-associate. And so I'd hope that more people come to the movement and see the value in it. It will take time.
It will take time and patience, but also a lot, like she said, listening. We've got to listen to the public. We got to listen. And the only thing we need to come back to them after we hear their problems is say, there are other solutions besides solution A and solution B, which, just so you know, are basically the same solutions. And we need to tell them about innovation in thinking and innovation in thought. We gotta try to educate a little bit and gently, not shove it down people's throats on what they consider to be their issue, issue voters. And we've got to listen. We've got to listen, and then we've just got to say, look, there are other solutions. Do you want to hear the solutions, or are you really comfortable with this? Or, you ask more questions. That's how you get to it, is you ask more questions. You don't answer a lot of questions. And that's how you're going to get them answering down the path of liberty. And you just keep asking those questions, and you go down that path with them, and they break it down for themselves. You let them go down the path of them being smart, because they are. Everybody really is smart when it comes to politics. It's just they feel like it's become such a game that they've been pushed out. It's such a club that they've been pushed out, members only. And that's one of the things I love about the Libertarian Party is everybody who is in the liberty movement are not groomed politicians. We don't have dynasties. We're all individual people who are just sick of the shit around us, and we're ready to have our individual liberties back. And it's not a don't tread on me situation, it's a don't tread on anyone situation. And I'm getting that from Ovens O'Brien, another fantastic female libertarian that I absolutely adore. So yeah, we've got to focus on listening, like Stephanie said, and we've got to focus on letting them come to the solutions of liberty by giving them the right path to go down, not by shoving them down that path, because they're already dealing with non-consensual choices made for them. So we don't need to create that anymore.
So in our last little 3 or 4 minutes here, so women that want to get involved in the Libertarian Party in Texas, what kind of opportunities are there from the volunteer? How can they help out? What can you do?
Oh goodness, what don't we have need for, Kate? I mean, there are so many options, because unlike the big two, we don't have the funds that a lot of people have, because we're constantly spending money on, I don't know, defending ballot access from Republicans and Democrats who are afraid that we're going to take their votes, if you will. There are opportunities to start social media campaigns. There are opportunities to run on Slack. There are opportunities to be active in local communities. I mean, the sky's the limit. Honestly, I ask people, what are you passionate about? Let's find the fit from you there. In my real life work, I was a recruiter. And so for me, it's about matching someone's passion and their love and marrying that with their political identity. And so honestly, everything is available. There is no glass ceiling. Tell us what you want and we'll find the right spot.
And usually I'm going to tell people who are new to the movement, start local. You already know your town. You already know your city. You already know the struggles that you deal with from that perspective. Dig a little bit deeper into that. Start with either school board. If you're in a city, don't try to go to everything local. Just say, okay, what's, like Stephanie said, what's your issue? Is it education? All right, look into what's happening with your school board. Go to school board meetings. Just start with one small government entity that you want to research and you want to be on top of, and go from there. And if you feel like you want to branch off into other things, go for it. If you feel like that's your niche and you just want to be like, you know what, I'm going to run for school board, and then beyond that, I'm going to run for state school board. Like if that's your path, go for it. But start local and then build from there if that's what you want to do. And that's going to be the best. That's for anybody, man or woman. Like if you're new to the Liberty Movement, start local, because you already have that knowledge that a lot of people don't have.
Awesome. Well, thank you ladies so much for continuing the fight and leading us forward in this. It's an exciting year to be a libertarian of all genders.
It is, very much so. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a great day.
Absolutely. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Bye.
Let's see. All right, we are moving to the next group of people here. Hey, Lauren, how are you?
Great, Colin. I'm just loving all of this passionate and well-informed, thoughtful, discussion we've been having with the women today. I'm especially excited about Patty, full name Patricia, she goes by Patty, joining us from an account that I've been following on Facebook for a while now, Young, Black, and Conservative. So I'm excited for Patty to share her story with us and about how she chose to take action in the political process. I loved your question to the ladies of LPTexas. How do you get involved? At People for Liberty, we are about engaging people, embracing principles, and affecting change. And that comes in many forms. So I'm excited to turn it over to you and to Patty and to hear what she has to say.
Let's see. Just want to stop screen share. Patty, let me put your video up here. I just hid your video for just a second.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. I need to get your video back up. Let me see.
Yeah, so I won't be able to do video. You'll just only be able to see my picture.
Get excited. Well, it's a good picture.
Thank you.
So Patty, my name's Colin Ross. I'm just here to ask you a couple questions and hear a little bit more about your story, really. Let me put on some cool background here.
Sorry about that.
Not a problem at all. So yeah, just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you've been doing with the Liberty Movement and being a Black, conservative, trans, all kinds of the fun stuff.
Yeah, so I am so I guess try to start myself off like, your average way to do, but I'm 25 years old, I guess. But I have been in politics maybe about 5-6 years. And I originally started almost about a year out of high school. I started this page, Young, Black, and Conservative, because I had initially, I went to college my first year and I joined a Republican club. It was called Republican Club, but it was really conservative club. And I had not really did politics before then. But after I joined, I had kind of realized that I had many of these same principles as the average conservative at the time. And I had always been raised Christian. So I had already picked up like these views about, these kind of traditionalist like views and things like that. And so I had, how can I describe it? I'm not sure how to describe it. I just really connected with these principles, I guess, with these conservative principles about small government. And I had been raised in a single mother household. So I've been raised with these ideas about how, you got to rely on yourself. You really do things for yourself to get where you need to go. You can't rely on other people, especially as a Black woman, because sometimes people won't help you simply because on the basis of your race or the basis that you're a woman, or, there will be stereotypes coming your way that you will have to overcome. And you just really have to rely on yourself and not others. And so I was raised with a mom who did that, like who was just relying on herself to really get where she needed to be. And so I had already had these principles about small government. I had already had these principles about personal responsibility and about, not expecting things to be handed to you, but rather you work towards them. So I had fit in really great within the conservative movement. I still do, but, that year of going, my first year of college, going to CPAC, meeting a whole bunch of people, I created the page Young Black and Conservative, and it had gotten really popular really quickly. And I could describe myself as like your basic average, conservative, excuse my language, but like basic bitch conservatism. And so
I'm sure that's not entirely true.
Huh?
I'm sure that's not entirely true.
I guess not entirely, but at that point, I just recently been introduced to real politics and trying to, and meeting new people and new ideas and stuff. So as time has gone on, my politics has definitely evolved as time has gone on. And I have watched these past few years, my mom had me attend Barack Obama's inauguration. We marched all the way up to where he was being inaugurated and stuff to watch that in DC. I watched Donald Trump be elected and stuff like that. And, I've watched the way that these two parties, Republicans and Democrats, interact with each other. And in 2016, I didn't vote for Trump. I was very uncomfortable voting for Trump, and I sure as heck was not going to vote for Hillary. So the person that I had voted for Rand Paul, because at the time I think it was like Gary Johnson, who was a Libertarian candidate. But I just didn't like connect with him I just could not connect with this guy. And I found Rand Paul to be like this far more personable choice that had already been well established as a Republican, but he was still holding a lot of these views about liberty. So this year, I've been thinking about it hard. I sat here and it's like, I don't know what I'm going to tell my followers, because I have 41,000 or more followers on my Young Black and Conservative page, and I have 10,600 on YouTube. And my Patty Politics page, they don't care because it's mostly agriculture. But I sat here thinking, like, what am I going to tell my followers? I'm going to have to tell them that I'm not voting for Trump. That's going to be awful. And sure enough, like I said, I think I'm going to vote for Joe Jorgensen. And the more I said it, because I've already been friends with Spike Cohen for a long time. And I had, I finally wrote in there, Spike had asked me, are you going to publicly endorse Joe? That would be really great if you publicly endorse Joe. And I was like, Spike, I am going to do it, but they're not ready. My followers are not ready. And so it took me a couple weeks, and I finally said, I know a lot of you wanted me to vote for Donald Trump. You guys really did, I know, but I'm going to vote for Joe Jorgensen. The more I said it, the more comfortable and the more convicted I was about saying I'm going to vote for Joe Jorgensen. And when I tell you some of those people were mad, they were mad. They were absolutely angry. And, I just had to explain to them, I said, this is a matter of conscience and principle. This is something that I have had to deal with for myself, of knowing that, yeah, I'm not going to be voting within, this duopoly. I'm voting outside of it. And I know that she's likely not going to be president. I know. But this isn't just about presidency. We've got given way too much credit to the presidency and to the office of the executive branch. It's not just about her, it's about Congress too. It's about our local officials, our state officials. It's about those people too. And showing support for Joe it's not just showing support within the presidency, it's showing support in all of those other modes of office. I guess I haven't actually explained who I am either. So I'm Patty Politics. I am Patty Politics. I run Young Black and Conservative on Facebook, and then I run Patty Politics on Facebook and YouTube. And I do dual politics and agriculture. So I ran a farm. I lived in Mississippi. I grew up in Michigan. I lived in Mississippi for some time. Then I'm back in Michigan, going to be studying horticulture and fruit and vegetable management. So I that's what I do.
Yeah, I'm looking at your YouTube channel right now.
Awesome.
It's got to be an interesting time when so much of, it seems like black voters are kind of leaving the Democrat Party. They don't seem happy with Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. And the Republican Party doesn't necessarily have the best push for. Why do you think the Libertarian Party is uniquely attractive?
So I think that the Libertarian Party is uniquely attractive because they take kind of that best of both worlds stance. So in terms of economics, Libertarians are, I won't say stingy, but we are economically, we keep our money. We try not to spend it. We try to reduce taxes. We try to reduce our spending within the federal government and the state or local government. We try to encourage volunteer work, community activism. And when it comes to social issues, which is what I think progressives, so that's something that conservatives are really interested in. I think conservatives sway more towards economic issues. And I mean, yeah, they care about, they care about social issues too, right? So Libertarians are the kind of people who are like, we're not going to tell you to bake the cake. We're not going to tell you to hide your AR-15 because we're not coming to get them. We're not going to tell you that you can't practice. We're not going to tax your church, or we're not even going to think about taxing your church. And like I said before, it's really great for conservatives when their money isn't taken out of their wallet just because they bought a home or just because they work. For progressives, I think progressives tend to care more about social issues. So, things like gay marriage, recreational marijuana, drugs in general, sex work, things like that. I think, progressives are, police reform. Libertarians are big on police reform. We're getting Kamala Harris from the Democrat Party, and Kamala is, they call her a police officer, even though she was a prosecutor. They call her a police officer. They don't like her because she's put people in jail for ridiculous things. She's joked about putting people in jail for marijuana offenses. So, sorry, that noise that you're hearing is my pop.
It's okay.
But I think that the Libertarian Party kind of brings both of those things to the table. I think that those are things that a lot of people want, and not to mention, Libertarians, they're willing. I think that they are not my way or the highway kind of party. I think that they're willing to work with workers in the Midwest. I think that they're willing to work with the farmers in the Midwest and the South. I think that they're willing to work with the oil field workers and coal miners and things like that. I think that they're willing to work with the fashionistas in New York and California. So they're extremely personable, is what I would describe Libertarians as extremely personable people. Unlike Democrats and Republicans, where Republicans are literally like robots and Democrats are, I would describe Democrats almost as like high class, up their nose assholes, essentially. So that's why I think that a lot of people, not just Black people, but a lot of people are connecting very well with the Libertarian movement.
Well, it's an interesting piece because we have Dr. Jorgensen, but when it comes to ending the war on poverty, being kind of aggressive and talking about why we could reform Social Security, because the biggest tax most people pay, right, is the FICA taxes. And you're screwing over poor people more than anybody else when you're saying, hey, you can't invest your money, so give it to Congress. And you leave a lot of people left out. Talking that message, but with libertarians reaching out to new demographics and bringing in a lot of new people into the party, it's because it's more about individualism, right?
Yes. So yeah, libertarians are hard on, we love individualism. And I think that, that's something, individualism is something that Americans connect very well with because America is built off of individualism. I mean, our constitutional rights are about the individual. Even our voting, the Electoral College is about representing that small person, the individual, over the collective, because the collective is not always right. And so I think that what a lot of people like, and I'll go back to the issues within the Black community, a lot of Black people are looking for that individualism. They're looking to get out of that monolith. They're looking to get out of the collective, the stereotype, and they're looking to not be included in the stereotype either, even though sometimes it can't be helped because they're just statistical happenings. Libertarians do dwell on the individual. I think that's something that a lot of progressives possibly don't like, because a lot of progressives try to lean towards Marxism, and Marxism isn't about the individual. It's about the collective. And so I also, I do see, sometimes I see a lot of that collective groupthink within the right too, within conservatism, although I see it less so in conservatives than I do the left. So I do think individualism is really, really popular because it's our culture. It's who we are as Americans.
So what do you think are the most practical pieces that we can push through the liberty movement that'll help people?
So one of the most practical things you guys are going to, well, I wouldn't say you guys, I'm included in this now, right? I'm included in this now.
Welcome to the party, baby.
Right. So one of the things that I think are going to be really big for libertarians to start pushing right now, if you have the connections and you really want to get stuff through, it would be police reform. Right now, that would be the biggest thing. Police reform is a huge thing. I wouldn't advocate things like getting rid of the police. I don't see that as feasible. I don't see that as something that the American people would want. I think that police reform and prison reform is a huge one. So when you start reforming prisons, you're not just reforming the prison, you're reforming outside of the prison too, because those prisoners have to go back out in the public when their time is up, when they fulfilled their obligations, when they get off parole or whatever. As it stands now, and I talk about this a lot to people, especially on the right, but when people go into prison, they don't come out the same way. They don't come out the same way the day as they went in. They come out worse. I mean, imagine, this is often the case, and imagine someone who went to prison for a small drug offense. Maybe they had a little bit of meth on them, or a little bit of cocaine, or a little bit of marijuana. They're in the same place as violent offenders who are there for life. And a lot of them have not changed, and they never will. Imagine being in a place like that, and you're forced to survive with a bunch of crazy people. You're not going to come out the same way that you went in. You're likely going to come out with some of the same behaviors of the people that you were forced to be in with. So
at least to survive in that kind of jungle or that kind of ecosphere, basically.
The
rules of the game.
Exactly. And so when you come out with the same mentality. I mean, these people come in and they come out with technology is different. Ways to get jobs are different. The websites for help with social safety nets and stuff like that are completely different. Ways to get driver's license are probably going to be different 10 years from now than it is today. These people, they're essentially, they're put out there with nothing. and they're, especially if they don't have family members, so to help them once they get out. So they're definitely, I think the Libertarian Party is going to have a great time right now with the social climate that is today. It's going to have a great time with prison reform and police reform. Another thing that the Libertarian Party is doing really good at, that they've already started, is drug reform. The legalization of recreational marijuana is going slow. It's slow, but it's going pretty good. And at this point, like, I don't know how many Americans you're actually going to convince to like legalize all drugs, but or to decriminalize all drugs. But you know, I think that there's high chance for libertarians to really pave the way. To pave the way for more reform and progress in that area. I'm trying to think of what else. I would really like to see libertarians do more about gun rights. That's one thing that I think I would like to see them do more about. And the reason why I would like to see them do more about that is because as it stands today, a lot of Americans support I guess what they would call more gun control restrictions. But the fact of the matter is that there's not much left to restrict unless you're going to actually start restricting ammo capacity or the amount of ammo you can get, or, you know, the kind of gun you can get. And we actually, in the last 6 months, Americans have bought more guns than I think we have in like the past 20 years or something. I think I heard that a couple of days ago. And but the thing is that, yeah, the thing is though, is that just because we have does not mean that the American mentality about gun rights is actually changing or getting better or worse. So we really need to push education about firearms in the United States. This idea that many people are pushing that firearms are just dangerous solely because they're firearms and they kill. But I mean, that's what firearms are for. We need to start encouraging, I guess, safety, firearm safety within urban communities, especially because I think there's a culture of urban communities believing that a firearm is some sort of blood right rather than something that should be taken seriously with safety and considerations such as that. So if there are three things I could think about, like right off my top of my head, I would talk about economics, but that is a black hole. But
I mean, yeah, we probably don't want to get too much into it at this point.
No, right. So but those are the three things I would think about.
When it comes to this, I mean, you're coming out with pretty controversial opinions, I suppose. But what really pushed you into starting your page? And I mean, I say I suppose because I'm coming from a libertarian angle. I don't really view them as that controversial. But there's obviously different social pressures, not just from race and also from gender, for, you know, saying the things that you do. How do you feel like that's affected you?
So I think that I feel like it's complicated because with the way it is with who I am, with my identity, it was easy for me to, I want to say it was initially easy for me to just go out there and try to be myself and speak about these issues. I would say that it was easy to the effect that when people saw this new young black female conservative, they're like, you know, they're like, hey, you know, like imagine someone holding a paper with my face on it and they're just putting it in your face like, hey, look at this girl, look at her. She identifies the same way I do. I'm not crazy. Like that's how conservatives handle these issues when they see new black conservatives.
Candace Owens or whoever that chick is running in Baltimore.
They freak out. They freak out and they get right into it. They go like all in for these people. So it was easy for me at the time because I came before Candace Owens and the amazing Lucas and people like that. It was easy for me to come in because I was one of the first. I wasn't identifying as a Trump supporter because he didn't exist at the time. He existed, but he wasn't like presidential candidate. Sure. But I was a conservative. And at the time, it was hard it was like, for conservatives getting on the internet, like it was just, conservatives are laughing stocks on the internet a lot of the time. So having these new people of new identities come in who aren't just old white men, quote unquote, was so. I think that it felt good. It was almost like a sigh of relief for many conservatives. But that doesn't mean that I never deal with problems on these bases. I think that since I've come out in support of Joe Jorgensen and more liberty movements that are away from republicanism and away from Trumpism, I think that some people have felt betrayed. Like they saw this Black conservative and they expected her to validate a lot of their personal opinions and views. And when they find that their views are instead being challenged by that same Black conservative, they find themselves betrayed or even offended. They felt like maybe someone that they felt closely connected with is not the person that they thought they were. And I think that this is like this horrible thing that comes out of how personal we've taken the internet, is that when we meet people on the internet, we think that we become their friends very fast. And it takes a lot more than just talking to become friends. It takes actual, deep connections and conversations that even makes you a friend of someone on the internet. And it takes actually meeting in person that makes you more than a friend. It makes you not just this person on the internet, but actual face you can connect with. So the internet's great in a lot of ways, but sometimes it makes things a lot harder. And human interaction is one of those things. Human communication and friendships and stuff are one of those things. So I won't say that it was hard, as who I am coming into this scene, but it was easy getting the popularity. It's hard to stay true to the principles because you want to make people happy, but you can't always do that if you want to be yourself, which is what I strive for.
I love it. So what are your thoughts on Let Her Think? Or Let Her Speak? Excuse me.
I love it. Honestly, I really do. I think that, so this is an important mode of discourse. I think you guys have had some really diverse people talk of different ideas, different views. There are things, I've watched some of the other speakers. There are things I agree with, things that I don't agree with. And I think that that's great though, because I think it's wonderful because it's almost like you wish the libertarian movement can stay small because,
right? It's more fun that way.
Yeah, because it becomes so close. It becomes people who can express their views so openly and so and do so without feeling too judged. And you can't do that within the Democrat Party or the Republican Party because it's so partisan. They've already established what they've decided to believe. But here with the Libertarian Party, we just say non-aggression. Right. We say non-aggression. We make it very simple. Non-aggression. And when we make it that simple, it allows other people to come in with such diverse views.
Excellent. Well, we are happy to have you on this side of the aisle.
Happy to be here.
And we look forward to there's so many new opportunities for bringing in libertarians and helping us go into the next stage.
It's coming.
It couldn't be a better time.
Yeah.
The two worst presidential candidates ever. We actually have a good one coming out.
Exactly.
With the various political movements being pushed, whether it's Black Lives Matter, which I know has a lot of different reputations, but there's reasons to be upset about the protest. If you're talking about victimless crimes and throwing people in jail and police reform, it seems to be kind of one of our alleys going forward.
Hey, Colin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hey, Lauren.
Patty, before we close out, why don't you tell the people where to find you and where to follow you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell them about your accounts. Tell them about Patty Politics and Young, Black, and Conservative.
Okay, so yeah. I used to be on Twitter, but I got kicked off twice. So I am. You can find me on Patty Politics, which if you just type in Patty Politics on YouTube, you'll immediately get my face. So you can type in Patty Politics on YouTube, or you can type in www.facebook.com/pattypolitics or www.facebook.com/young black conservative. It's all one word. Where else? I'm on Instagram under Patty _politics. And my email, if you want to email me, it's youngblackconservative@gmail.com.
Awesome. Patty, thank you so much for joining us. We love hearing your passion and sharing your voice. And we're excited to see if there's more to come from you and, People for Liberty.
I love it. I'm so happy you guys asked me to come here. I love it. Thank you.
Have a great afternoon. We will catch up with you later.
All right. See you later.
Awesome. All right. Thank you again, Miss Patty.
Okay. And I believe we have Germinal on with us. Germinal, are you on? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent. So I think that Colin's working to bring us up on video.
Yep. Do you have your camera on, Germinal?
Give me 1 sec.
Cool. Once we do that, I will hide my face.
Yeah.
Perfect. And
Can you guys see me?
Yes, I can.
Hi. Thank you so much for joining us.
No problem.
And we're going to give Colin a little bit of a break. He has been a rock star serving as our moderator and host for all of these amazing women. We wanted to be mindful that in any of our, speaker interactions, we had both a woman and a male ally, if there was a male ally. So, Colin, you can take a break, my friend.
I'm going on mute and grabbing a sandwich real quick. You guys do your thing.
So, Germinal, thanks again for joining us today. I have been a fan following you on Facebook. So would love to start off with, a little bit about you. You are an academic.
Yes.
You are a thought leader in terms of economic policy. So why don't you introduce yourself to our audience?
Sure. So first of all, thank you, Lauren, for inviting me on this wonderful platform. My name is Germinal Gerard Van. That's what the G in the middle stands for. I'm originally from the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, which is a French-speaking country in West Africa. That's why I have a thick accent, as you could hear.
I love it.
And thank you. And French is my first language. And I moved to the United States over 10 years ago. On Monday, it was officially 10 years ago since I've been here. Thank you. I came with a student visa initially. I studied political science at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. Then I pursued my master's degree at the George Washington University, also in Washington, D.C., in the same field in politics. And then I tried to go to law school. It didn't work out for some reason. I guess the language barrier was also one factor. And so I decided to write. And that's when I started endeavoring myself into the academic life. So I became a writer and author, started writing about politics, economics, even legal theory at first. And then when I start reading about Ludwig von Mises, Hayek, that's when I got mainly into the liberty movement and became more of a libertarian, because I used to be a Republican, but I was dissatisfied with the way politics has become. It has been focusing more on the pathos rather than the logos, and I'm more of a logos guy. And now it's like very tribalistic. It's either you're a Republican or you're a Democrat. You can no longer be your own person. And I'm a free thinker, and I don't have to abide by a specific political leader to feel myself.
Yes.
So that's why I began to become more engaged with libertarian ideas. But I was involved in politics for a little bit, but then I withdrew, because to me it's more like it's a little emotional, and I rather deal with ideas, Mm-hmm. So I think like becoming more of a scientist, more of a academic, a scholar,
yes,
helps me to do my job better rather than interacting with people, and then you have to please the emotions or not. I mean, I listened to what Patty Politics said a little bit, and she was right when she talked about the internet, like the fame you get, sure, but at the same time, you can no longer be yourself because you want to be base. So as an academic who is using specifically empiricism as his tool to make his argument, I'm not here to please anybody. I'm just stating the facts.
The facts, exactly.
People have to deal with the facts the way they are. I'm not here to cherry pick which facts goes along with my narrative or my agenda. I take all the facts for what they are, and then I try to be nuanced, and that's what I actually learned. And lastly, I'm currently doing a certificate online through Duke University in statistics. And because I've been involved in econometrics a lot.
Yes.
So, and what I learned doing econometrics and statistics is that it humbles you in terms of the fact that you cannot be biased, because when you deal with statistics, you have to take everything into account and do things for what they are instead of trying to fit your agenda. So that's what I've been working with before, and that's a little bit my story.
Well, and I thought that this was especially timely, having you come on after, Patty, and after some of the wonderful ladies who have spoken really from the heart and from their emotional perspective. I think we need to see both sides of, the issue here when we think about women's equality. And there's very definitely an economic impact. And as you said, numbers don't lie. And so when we think about the economic impact of women's equality, women in the workforce, and how we drive GDP, and how we help to shift those stats, the statistics, as you said, that numbers don't lie.
No,
and we spoke earlier with Larry Sharpe about, the return on investment if you're making an investment in women-owned businesses. So, Germinal, I would love for you to share, from your academic perspective, about the economics and the numbers when it comes to women and equality and those issues that we're fighting for that can be emotional, but that have facts and figures to back that up.
Yeah, so I don't have all the numbers in my head, but from what we all know, right? Women contribute a lot to the economy, and it's not just in the United States, but everywhere else. Let's do a little bit of history. Back in the 19th century, especially in African societies, women was actually the one going to work. Let me give an analogy to the lion clans. The lioness is the one going, chasing the prey and bring the food home while the male is sleeping all day long. That has been the same too, especially in African societies. The point I'm trying to say is that women, in fact, work twice as hard as men, but not compensated enough for the work they do. So this is indeed a fact. And people have always used also marriage in the 19th century as a way to demean women to some extent, because in the 19th century, marriage was more of a contract to acquire private property. It wasn't about romantic love or anything. So that's how. So a woman in the marriage, in fact, did not have rights. She couldn't do anything. She couldn't even get a job, although she had the skills to do it. She couldn't get a job. She couldn't divorce if she felt like she wasn't happy in the marriage. The man had to decide for everything. So there was a tremendous progress that has been done, nonetheless, throughout the 20th century, when we, first of all, in 1920, when we gave the right to women to vote, and then we gave the right to women to actually be more active in the labor force. So women have done considerable progress. Nonetheless, there is still discrimination. Now we have to assess that discrimination on case-to-case basis. We can't say it's all over, because if we have to distinguish between the private sector and the public sector. I must admit that when we look at the numbers in the public sector, women have more opportunities to get in the labor force, in fact. However, which is funny, is that in the public sector, they don't give maternity leave. What I mean by maternity leave, that they may give you, but they will not compensate you during the maternity leave. In the private sector, you have that ability. But The bad thing about the private sector, the bad thing about private property is that if you have the right to property, you have the right to discriminate. So the guy who is hiring whoever he wants to hire gets to discriminate how he wants to pay people. And that's where the real problem is for women in terms of gender equality in the labor force.
Let's talk about that, a little bit. And I appreciate the distinction between the public and the private sector and the different opportunities available there. And I think you're very savvy to note the difference. When we think about the private sector and opportunities for women, I think this is where some of the discourse within the libertarian movement or the liberty movement kind of can get into some disjoint. We, those in the libertarian movement, don't believe that the government should be establishing a minimum wage. And a lot of people are concerned about that, then people aren't going to be compensated fairly. So, Germinal, when we think about compensation for women and the application of the free market, what are your thoughts?
So, it's a very nuanced question, in fact. The reason why I say nuance is because today, the left is promoting women's right to fair compensation and stuff, but they don't do it the right way. What do I mean? You do not want to also compensate someone just because of that person's gender. Skills matters. You must compensate someone because of that person's ability to get the job done in a given period of time. If you compensate someone just because she's a woman, might as well compensate me just because I'm black. So you see what I mean? Like, no, we want someone who can get the job done, because do never forget that the person who is hiring you, is taking his own resources to compensate you. It doesn't take the taxpayers' money to compensate you, it's his own money. So you have to make his money worth paying you for the job. So, and then of course, there are some companies also in the private sector who do not compensate adequately the women who work for the companies. Mm-hmm. And
when I think about that, I think about our ability to use our voice with our vote.
Yeah.
And I think about our ability to make choices where we take our talent. As a woman, and I have a number of graduate degrees and great experience under my belt, I can be very picky about where I go to work. Now, when you're in a down economy, that's a little bit different. And we're facing an economic downturn. What I'm concerned about is how this new economic downturn may negatively impact women more so than men.
Okay, so the thing with what is currently going, everything depends in which sector you're working on.
Sure.
Or in which sector you're working in.
Yes.
If you're more into COVID could be, in fact, an opportunity. Why I'm saying that is because everything is now being shifted online. And that's what's going to happen, in fact. By the end of this decade, a lot of jobs will disappear. Most jobs will now be online. It will be pretty much tech savvy. So the first change that has to happen when it comes to women to actually increase the contribution in the labor market or in the workforce is to study hard sciences. And there's not enough women in hard science. Most women are in humanities, they're in marketing and all these disciplines. But hard science is where the world is going. Today, every decision is data-driven based. Mm-hmm. Like, we all make decisions based on data. And we need analysts, we need statisticians, we need data scientists to actually make those things. And I've been looking at the statistics. Those jobs are growing enormously. Like, today, let me tell you this. Today, someone who is simply taking a course on crucial, like my case, you're studying statistics, and you do not have a background in statistics before, you're studying that and you finish that course, you have like a 33% chance to actually start a new career in statistics and data science. So it is important for more women to get involved in science because science doesn't lie. Science is objective. As we know, 1 + 1 = 2. It's not because you're women that 1 + 1 is going to equal something else. Whether you're men or women, 1 + 1 = 2. So we know that it's objective. I've seen that, for instance, most women who are actually involved in science get recognition. Let me give you one example. Marie Curie. Marie Curie won the Nobel Prize twice. And she won at a time where women did not even have the right to vote.
Yes, I love that you brought that up historically.
Yes.
In the sciences, where her evidence could not be refuted.
Exactly. She won at a time, she won in 1903, she won in 1911. Women at the time.
No right to vote. Yes. Germinal, did we lose you?
Oh, can you see me?
Oh, okay. Yes, it seems like you're
Hello?
back. Okay. Can you hear me?
Cool. So I was saying, like, how come the committee of men, all men, there was no women in the Nobel Committee, they decide to give that prize, the most coveted prize in the world, to a woman twice. That's what actually shocks it. Twice in a time when women didn't have the right to vote. It's because she demonstrated her skills in science and they cannot be refuted. That's why. So, in my opinion, I believe that more women should be involved in the science, but not just science. I mean, of course, everybody cannot go into science too. At the end of the day, let's be realistic. Not everyone has the brain and the intellectual stamina to get into science. But for the women who have a strong inclination into science, that's the way to actually demonstrate the real value, because science doesn't lie.
This is interesting, and it's a great juxtaposition to the conversation, again, that we had earlier with Larry. We discussed removing barriers to empower women to make choices. And he used the STEM argument as well. He said there is a call for more careers in STEM and science, technology, and those fields. But from the libertarian point of view, it's not that you should go into this or you have to go into this. It's removing the barriers so that's available to you. Creating access, removing barriers that women who want to pursue careers in high demand fields, as you said, high demand, that's an opportunity available for them. So again, I love how we're getting a good point.
Yeah, no, so sorry, it wasn't to interfere. Well, what I wanted to say was that something that is high demand means that there is a set of skills that need to be exhibited.
Correct.
You're not going to get, so you're not going to get into a field that is highly demanded if you don't have a set of skills. The reason why we say high demand is because not everyone can get in there, but those who get in there, you know what I mean? Like,
supply and demand. Yes. Exactly. Yes, there's a high demand and a lower supply.
Exactly. So that's why it is. So for women to get into high demand fields, they need, in my opinion, they should invest more into STEMs, whether it's engineering, mathematics, statistics, data science, physics, chemistry, all this. I know it is hard. I can give you my own example. Although I'm not a woman, I have a literary background. As you know, I studied politics. Mm-hmm. Politics is a social science.
Yes.
But as I've been looking at like the Nobel Prize and why people have been winning it and what are the discoveries they made, that's when my appetite for empiricism and science triggered. And now I've literally been studying math on my own. The last time I did math officially was 10 years ago in high school. I graduated college about like 6 years. And it's This year, I put myself back into the math. I put myself back into statistics, and I'm doing all of that. And I'm looking at all jobs around on top of the work I do as an academic. I also want to work as an analyst for whatever firm, because that's where the world is heading.
Speaking of, your academic engagements, tell us a little bit about the work that you do at the Mises Institute.
So yes, for the Mises Institute, I'm a contributing writer. I write once in a while. I submit columns to the Mises Institute, and I focus more my work on Africa, because at the end of the day, I think there are many ways to help your community. Many people think that it's always by getting to the political realm that you will necessarily bring change, but it's not just the political realm. The political realm is one way, but I think writings are everlasting, and that's why I'm into that, because you may write something today, people may not appreciate what you wrote today, but since they're everlasting, tomorrow or in 50 years, or the kids, the grandkids, they will come across the writings. If you look at all the people who changed the world, in fact, they changed the world through their writings. Look at Adam Smith. He wrote The Wealth of Nations. The guy is dead for the past, 200 years, 300 years, and we're still reading him. He wrote the greatest book in economics of all times. Even look at Karl Marx. We don't like him, but we have to it's true. We have to give him credit for changing the world. He wrote the Communist Manifesto and Capital.
Yes.
He never held public office. So that's what I do with the Mises Institute. I know the Mises Institute has a great audience. There are many people, not just in America, but also in Africa and South America, that follow the Mises Institute, and they come across my writings a lot, and they text me on Instagram and Facebook and say, hey, I wrote your piece, and honestly, it was well written. I learned a lot, and it's good. It's good. So I'm glad that I'm bringing my contribution to the Mises Institute, and I intend to keep doing so.
Well, and I love that we've talked about a few things that really speak to opportunities for women.
Yeah.
Pursuing jobs in high demand fields. Absolutely, where women have the opportunity to make large contributions. And I love that you shared that about writing as well, like recognizing the power of your voice, the power of your thought leadership, and how writing, in whatever form it may be, in your case, you're likely writing white papers for academic articles. You're pursuing columns for the Institute.
Yeah.
You've written, 14 books now? 14 books. So
actually, 14. There is a 15 coming.
Yes, tell us about.
There's a 15 book. So it's. I think writing is a very powerful voice. There are many women, for instance, who have the ability to write, and this is for women who, for instance, are not into STEMs. If they want to write, they should do it.
Yes.
Writing is a great way to get not just the word out there, but to get your thoughts and to express your voice.
Yes.
And it's, as I said, writing should be an investment. It's an everlasting tool. That's a good thing about writing. Once you produce something, even after you're long gone, it's still here and people will read it. So it's just that the thing with writing is that you have to be patient, because it's something that doesn't pay off immediately.
Well, and I love that this really plays into our call with People for Liberty. We're calling for bloggers right now. We want to elevate people's voices. We want to get their writing in front of an audience. And your experience as a writer and as a thought leader helps us to frame that opportunity for women and for others who might also want to share their thought leadership.
Yeah. Oh, no, for sure. Yeah. It's, I think, this is one venue that women should highly invest themselves in, like writing. And the good thing is, today with technology, you can get the work out there without necessarily going through a publishing house. With Amazon now, you can publish your own book. If you have editors, you have friends that can edit your book and stuff, it's good. But the most important is to get the word out there. Like you can use Amazon, you publish your book in 24, 48 hours, the book is produced and you have that there and you do the marketing and, you tell people about what you wrote and whoever is interested will buy it, whoever is not interested won't, but eventually it will pick up. So it's important, especially in this world we're living where there is like high social tensions. Mm-hmm. It's important for women to talk about their experience through writings.
Yes, I love that. And Germinal, I think that's a wonderful kind of way to wrap up our discussion together about opportunities for women, the economic impact, how the numbers don't lie.
Yep.
And if women want to make a larger impact in our world, that they have paths available to them, those high demand jobs, and then sharing their experiences in writing.
Yes.
If you had to give, any takeaway message to women who might be listening, what would your takeaway message be?
I will tell women to believe in their skills, to invest in their skills, because skills is what will set you free, in fact. When you're skilled into something, you're technically independent. Mm-hmm. You don't need to rely on someone else because the skill you have, you can reproduce it indefinitely. So it's important to focus on one skill and then put that skill for use to anyone who wants it. And once again, I repeat, the reason why I believe that women should get into science is because science is a very analytical realm. So when you have scientific skills, even the most misogynistic people will still want you to work.
Yeah, they can't argue. They can't argue with facts.
Like, okay, we don't like you, but we want your skills. We pay you for your skills. So it's important for women to, if they have a craft they're good at,
mm-hmm.
work at it to make themselves better at it. And with COVID that is going on right now, like especially that people are working from home, so it's the time, in fact, to learn new things through the internet. So I think for women to truly distinguish themselves is to focus on their skills. Because,
I love that.
Yeah, once you're skilled, no one can argue that.
I love that. And Germinal, tell people where and how to find you. If they're interested in more about your writing, more about you, where can they go to find you?
Well, I'm on Facebook and I am on Instagram and LinkedIn. So these are the three major social platforms that I'm using to express my ideas and myself.
And before we go, tell me, what is your thought about the Let Her Speak movement? Have you been following?
The what?
The Let Her Speak movement.
No, honestly, I've been so immersed in my work. I genuinely lost track with what's going on. I mean, I go on social media and see a little bit what's going on, but not in depth, so I can't really speak on that. If you can enlighten me real quick, that would be cool.
Yes. So one of the reasons the name of our event this day, it's well past morning, was Let Her Speak, was a group of grassroots volunteers came together to recognize that Jo Jorgensen, the Libertarian candidate for president, was going to be excluded from the national debates. So Let Her Speak is a movement calling for the inclusion of third-party candidates. And you'll appreciate this because it's based on facts. They looked at the number of votes that would be necessary for a candidate to achieve ballot access or be considered viable. And they said if a candidate is able to get on the ballot in 50 states, they should, because of the facts that you can't argue with, be allowed to debate.
And plus, I'm going to even add something on that, is that if you truly believe in the free market, this free market doesn't just apply to economics, it also applies to politics. You have to decentralize the political system. You have to decentralize the political market. We cannot still have that where two huge corporations are dominating the entire market and other parties cannot express themselves.
Yes.
So to me, Jo Jorgensen should say that if the Republicans and the Democrats claim to believe in the free market, they should free up the political market as well. Definitely.
Amen. That's a great note to end on. Germinal, thank you again for joining us. We're excited to encourage women to pursue their skills, to make investments in their skills, to pursue their writing that will be their long-term legacy, and explore those high-demand fields. So thank you again.
No problem, Lauren. Thank you very much for having me. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
All right. What a good guest.
I know. I love that we're getting such a diverse amount of opinions and views. Again, with Germinal, perfect foil to our conversation with Larry earlier. So having these different perspectives, I'm really excited about. And having a male voice in the conversation as well. I think, Colin, you've been so wonderful as a male ally, helping to moderate with the strong women. But we need to hear from men too.
I mean, it's just it's a uniting philosophy of just like, all right, everybody can get involved in this and have a say. And that's where libertarians, we get kind of made fun of sometimes because we have lots of very diverse out there people that join in. But I mean, it brings people together. Like, I probably come from more of the liberal atheist side, and then you get all kinds of like Christian single moms that we wouldn't really interact with.
Well, speaking of some strong male allies, I'm excited to bring on Leonte, our next guest. Leonte, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Let me see.
Excellent.
Does your camera work on here? Let me see if I blocked your audio here.
And Leonte, you are a video star, so I hope we can get your video working.
Awesome, I hope so too, thank you.
All right, while Colin is working to pull that up, Leonte, I know
Leonte,
that
do you want to try jumping out of the call real quick and jumping right back in? I think that'll fix it.
Sure thing.
All right.
1 second.
Perfect. And then I will shut up. Made my own sandwich, all about women's equality here.
Oh, God.
I'm just kidding. But,
Colin, again, you have been so wonderful. This is a long day. This is a long day of women's empowerment and women's equality. And I know that it gets hard being in front of a screen and moderating and using your voice. So thank you again for being such a great ally for us.
There we go. Perfect.
Hey, Leonte.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. Oh, I'm so glad your video is working. Okay, so Colin's going to work to get you up on our live stream. Give us just a minute while he's working on that.
Yep, and you
okay,
guys
great.
are up, and I'm going to go mute myself.
Okay. All right. So Colin's getting us settled.
You're good to go, Lauren, whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. So, Leonte, thanks again for joining us.
Sure thing.
Yeah, and I know you through our People for Liberty communities. You're one of our wonderful community managers, and I think that your leadership has really helped to make the experience personal for so many people. But why don't we start off with some basics? If you can tell us a little bit about you, about yourself, how you came to the Liberty movement, let's let the people know who you are.
Sure. So my name is Leonte Cooper. I go by my last name for the most part. I started off not being very into politics, graduating from high school, still trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I joined the military for a little while. When I found out that wasn't exactly what I was called to do, I decided to go to school. And I kind of started off small. So I went to my community college. I put myself completely through. I lived by myself during that time. And I worked really, really hard, and I was able to start here about a year and a half ago at Ohio State. So that's where I'm at now. And I would say I got into politics while I was in community college. I was immediately an advocate for the free market, and the only party that I really saw advocating for that hard was the Republican Party. So I aligned myself with them somewhat, but I started to notice there were some aspects of freedom that they might not be so open to. And I started to just, kind of declare myself an independent. I got involved in some student groups and people started to tell me, are you a libertarian? And I didn't even know what that was initially. And I was like, well, yeah. I was like, I don't know. I was like, I'm not really familiar with that. But over time, I started to do my own research, looked into it, and started to call myself a libertarian. And I found the Libertarian Party. I got involved with the local county Libertarian Party a little bit last year, and I've probably been a libertarian maybe for 4 or 5 months now, and I'm loving it.
I love that story. And I think really it speaks to the organic journey a lot of us follow. You know, I identified as Republican for a long time, even though if you had asked me about my views, I would have run down the libertarian principles like verbatim. Let's talk about being fiscally conservative and socially progressive. Let's talk about supporting the free market, individual freedoms, personal responsibility. So tell me, what was it that, you know, really drew you the most to the liberty movement? And I'll say I make the distinction between the liberty movement and the Libertarian Party.
Yes.
Because I think the liberty movement can be much bigger than just a party.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. And I think there's a lot of people that are in the liberty movement that, you know, choose not to align with any parties at all. But I think for me, what really drew me in was when I started to see the reactions in the party that I was in before to some of the demands for social freedom, which to me, I had always heard them, you know, talk about the fact that we need freedom. You can't just tax people and stuff like that. And when people challenged them on freedoms that they might not find themselves comfortable with, they kind of retracted that a little bit. And I think there were a couple of things that kind of set me off. One of the major ones was when Facebook started to disagree with some conservative opinions and decided what they wanted to do with their company as far as how they wanted to regulate what can be put up. Yep. Now, I could understand not agreeing with the regulations, but I saw a lot of people turn to the government to try to regulate Facebook that were conservatives. And when I saw that happen, I think that just turned me off because it started to show me that they were pushing an ideology rather than a principle. Yes. And when that happened, that kind of just pulled me and sucked me right into full-blown libertarianism.
Well, and I think this is very relevant for a topic today on women's equality. You mentioned social freedoms, and you mentioned, you know, a distinct two-sided duopoly in ideologies. When I think about women's equality and freedom for me as a woman, you know, there are specific barriers that I faced. And I think that there are specific barriers that you have faced as a young Black man. So when we think about equality and personal freedom and individual responsibility, tell me how, you know, your experience as a young Black man, and also likely there's been some strong women in your life, so you can speak to that as well, how that shaped your worldview.
Sure. So growing up, you know, I grew up with a single mom for most of my life, and I saw the barriers that she faced. Yes. And I think that seeing that, especially just the barriers that she faced, not only with like laws or any kind of legal thing, but just social regulation, that was kind of hard on her because she had to provide for us and she had to make things happen for us. And at the same time, she had to still operate in the kind of social world that we have right now. And that those interests kind of conflicted sometimes. So, you know, I've always considered myself to be a 100% ally for social freedom in any form, whether that's for women's freedom, African Americans' freedom, LGBT freedom, and I don't support regulating or social interventions into that. And her life probably was the greatest influence when that came to that.
I love that. So tell us a little bit more then about your mother, who obviously holds a very dear place in your heart, and what you saw and through her eyes about limited social freedoms or those barriers.
Sure. So, you know, when we were growing up, it was me, myself, and my sister, and it was also my mom. So we were, you know, together and we were kind of alone in that aspect. And my mom, she always wanted to make sure that we never had a bad Christmas. She always wanted to make sure that we never had a bad birthday. But she also wanted to make sure that she didn't miss things. And to provide those things, she had to miss things sometimes. So, for example, there were times where we had events at school, and in order to make sure that we had a good Christmas, she couldn't come to every Christmas play, you know? Yeah. And I remember even now with her being, you know, single, she works as a manager where she's at, as an event planner for a hotel. And what you'll find a lot of times is the people that are above her, like her managers, they take a different approach in dealing with her than they would with someone else. And seeing her kind of have that intrusion, which I might not have, because there's certain like social norms that are associated with me that aren't associated with her. And that kind of is what really, I'll say it radicalized me in the libertarian sense. And it made me realize that there does need to be some sort of vocal movement against any kind of repression of social and economic freedoms. Because when you go back and you look at how the women's movement started, it started on the basis of economic freedoms, where you had women that didn't have property rights, and I know people in the conservative movement who are very, very outspoken against feminism. And I think that comes from either a fundamental misunderstanding of what it means or a decision to push what they want to push. And I push for freedom all around the board.
Yes.
But it started off with the property and contract rights, where you had back in the day, women couldn't own property. If they got married, they had to turn their property over to their husband. You even had states up until, I would say, like the 1970s that had male head of household laws that still considered a woman to be, and all of her property to be the property of her husband, where men could rape women and violate that non-aggression principle. I mean, that is like a clear violation. And when you talk about the difference between, I think, what the Republican Party and the Libertarian Party does, the Republican Party considers themselves as individuals, but I've always considered them as more communitarians, because they'll support some sort of community control over the social world. And that kind of gives them the validation that they kind of need to intervene. But up until, I would say, like second wave, you had women that were fighting for voting rights, where now it's about political freedom. And when I think about all this, I'm like, okay, so what about this is not libertarian? Because I saw some opposition to it, and I was trying to, go through it and find out where the problems were. And I think I found it when you talk about what's going on right now, and it also comes from a misunderstanding. Regulation doesn't just happen through law. There's another sort of regulation that happens in the social sphere, where you're regulated of what you can do because of what you're expected to do or what are the norms. And it takes more mental effort to go outside of that than it would otherwise. So now, you have people that point out the disparities in what happens with women's outcome and compared to men's outcomes and things like that. And I think people ignore that factor where the social regulation comes in. And I'm not only a supporter of equal rights, but I also support equal treatment. So I believe that that's the best way that you can not only abolish the part of it that says, if you do this, you're going to go to jail, or if you do this, you're going to have some kind of agent come to your house and tell you what you ought to be doing. It also makes it so that women are free to do it, even if they want to, but society would also be on their team and not, railing against them and bringing friction against them and the things that they want to do. So I think that aspect of it, that aspect of it is the part that people are missing. So they're like, well, women they can already vote and they can already, do this, and they don't understand that there is, social consequences to the laws that we had in place before. And I think that, that's something that people of all different and diverse identities can, relate to women about. So you have, the African-American community, where now you'll have people say, well, we have this sort of equality, but it's the consequences of those laws that still put the social obligations on what's going on right now. That's what people are complaining about. Or, the LGBT community, where they're like, well, you can already, you don't have to worry about the police seizing into any bars or anything like that. That may be true, but there's still the social forces that sort of regulate in place. And I think that people not everybody has come to the place in their mind where they're ready to see that part go as well.
Yes. And I love that this continues some of the earlier conversations we've had, Leonte, around everyday misogyny, or around, expectations in the workplace, or, as you said, if there's a violation of a social norm, that's not necessarily a regulation or a rule or a law, but the way that our culture or society has adapted, women have adapted to meet those social norms. Exactly. Just as the African American community has adapted and the LGBTQ community has adapted. And I think we are in that challenging place now where we want to break free. I don't want to be held to norms that don't serve me and that don't serve my fellow women. And we need to see past just the regulations to the true and lasting difference in our culture. So, Leonte, as a community manager, you're in a unique position where you're helping to steer conversations, you're helping to share content and thought leaders. So, how do we shift culture? How do we shift social norms?
Sure thing. I think that what needs to happen is there needs to be a realization of the fact that where you have these social movements that are popping up, these aren't necessarily, they're individual, but they're connected still. And they have points and places of connection. So when you talk about police brutality is one example. When you talk about police brutality, that is a place where not only African Americans can be sympathetic and out there fighting for that and trying to make sure that that's regulated, but also people in the LGBT community can understand their history and why that would be something that relates to them, and also the women's community can understand why that would be something that pertains to them as well. And I think that the understanding that there's like these places where those different identities connect in what's going on, that is the place where we can kind of grab some sort of cohesion and some sort of tolerance for each other to make sure that there's a stronger voice there where it doesn't seem like it's just an easy minority to ignore.
I love that. And thinking around those connection points and community. Will you tell us a little bit about, your role as a community manager and the groups that you're helping to serve?
Sure. So being a community manager, I think that, and especially the way that the different groups have been set up, I think that it's amazing because what it has done is it's brought people in a way that they're comfortable with. So they're coming in not just, okay, this is the liberty movement, but they also see a point of identification that they already agree with, that they already have some sort of sense of community with. So you have Blacks for Joe Jorgensen, you have Women for Joe Jorgensen, Educators for Joe Jorgensen, the military for Joe Jorgensen. So they know that they're coming in with a community that they already have some sort of identification with ahead of time, and they're coming in to learn something new. And I think that is a major influencer, because when I post things in something like Blacks for Joe, I am posting out of my own experience, and I can relate that to the Liberty Movement. And that is something that people that aren't familiar with the Liberty Movement can grasp a source of understanding from to comprehend the rest of it.
Well, and I think that speaks very much to our mission at People for Liberty to engage people, embrace principles, and affect change. And where I saw, kind of white space or a gap in the Liberty movement was there wasn't enough being done around culture.
Yes.
A ton being done in rhetoric and academia and, stating those principles. But how are people living the principles? How are we supporting them in building a culture and a culture of cohesion and mutual respect? It's not enough for us to say, oh, we believe in mutual respect and non-aggression. We have to live it too.
Exactly. From what I understand, when I'm inside of those groups and listening to the different things that people are talking about, the way that the Liberty movement is reaching out now, it is a way that connects. Because my mom, for example, she's been a Democrat for her entire life. But what really turned her off to Republicans was not necessarily that she didn't agree with anything that they said, or it wasn't even necessarily that she agreed with the Democrats more. It was the fact that the Democrats reach out and embrace those different groups and don't act like they don't exist that really, really trapped and really brought in my mom's mind to them. So she she's been into that. And when I told her, initially that I thought that I was a Republican, she was kind of opposed to that because she felt like there was no room in that. But when I showed her, when all of the protests and everything broke out, when I showed her that I had become a libertarian and the libertarians were embracing it, but they were embracing it from a principle perspective. They weren't violating any of their principles, but they were embracing what was going on and people's different opinions, people's different perspectives, and showing how the liberty movement can do well for them individually.
Yes. Well, and I think you bring up an important point, Leonte, in that having conversations around politics is emotional, and people start to identify with a party. And they start to feel as if their sense of self-worth is defined by their choice of party. And that's where it gets tricky. And why having individuals like you helping to serve as community managers help to guide those conversations by making sure we're listening first.
Exactly. Because, with women, with the different identities out there, I'm not going to completely and fully understand everything that a woman goes through. I'm just not going to be able to understand it on an emotional level. So when someone's trying to explain it to me, I have to come into the conversation knowing that there's a barrier. I can still use my own reasoning and try to, bring in my belief system and what I've been shaped and molded, but I have to come in with that lens of understanding that I don't understand what it feels like to, go to a clinic and be told no when there's a crisis in front of me. I don't know what it feels like when I'm at work and I'm given a position that people feel like I will be better suited for. I don't know that feeling. So because I don't know that feeling, I'm going to come from it from a perspective of just, some sort of like induction, like my cold logic and reasoning. And when someone comes at it from a place of experience, it affects them in a different way. And knowing that ahead of time is what can place me inside of a place where I can be more receptive and have a better and more productive conversation and it not just go into, kind of this left field, me versus you, not trying to come to any kind of conclusion.
I love that. And I think you are helping us to really understand viable ways to engage with one another and engage with other people who might have different views. So, Leonte, if you had to offer some of your recommendations to people who want to talk about their beliefs or their principles or the liberty movement, what would be some recommendations that you have on how to engage?
Sure. So for me, and this is what I've noticed, when you really start to kind of get immersed into libertarian principles and you start reading books and, it all becomes super clear to you, I've noticed that I can become dense initially, where I'm like, well, you cannot, give out social services because you're stealing from someone else. That is true. But the problem with that is that someone else is saying to you that we need social services because this will help people. But libertarians also know that some of these social service programs don't work. And what they can do is they can switch so much from that cold response to a more consequential response. Like, I want to help people too. And this is the way that I think it can help people because because that, not just a cold shoulder kind of response that kind of, blattens them on like a principle, even though we do believe in the principles and we hold them dear, but there are very, very clear recommendations for liberty that are on the basis of because it works rather than on the basis of because of the principles on every conversation.
And that's really putting the solution first or the shared outcome we hope to achieve first. Let's not debate about tactics. We both want to help people. We might have different ideas about the best way to do that. In my mind, a bloated welfare state is not the way to do it. I studied welfare reform. I could quote statistics to you all day, but that's not how I engage in the conversation. To your point, we start from a place of connection. So exploring maybe first, what are the ways that you connect with this person or that you have similar views, or talk about the shared solution or shared outcome that you both want to achieve, right?
Exactly. Because people are becoming less sympathetic to when you see, what's going on with, people in my generation and younger generations. They're having this kind of understanding of politics differently, where they're saying to themselves, This is a system that our great-grandparents built, and they looked during the times that their great-grandparents grew up, and the social sphere was completely different. So we kind of built around that other way of thinking. So they feel like, well, and to them it makes so much sense. To them it brings so many different things together and accomplishes so many different goals. If someone comes in and tries to introduce to them that they have all these emotions connected to their idea and says, well, you can't do that because, that will make you a thief. They don't feel like they are trying to do something bad. They feel like they're trying to do something good. So they kind of brush that aside. But if you say, well, we tried that before and this was the outcome of this, I have an idea, let's fix it by doing this, that they will be more sympathetic to hearing rather than some kind of cold, disconnected belief.
I love that, and I appreciate the distinction between, a rote response or a code response versus being empathetic and listening and coming from a place of experience. Leonte, if you had recommendations for men or male allies who want to support women, especially on today, Women's Equality Day, what would be some of your recommendations for men who want to be allies?
Sure. So I think first and foremost, being opening to listening is the number one thing. So like, I remember when I initially started with being introduced to feminism, and because the ideas are, might be disconnected from the way that you have previously thought, it's hard to initially come to say, okay, I'm willing to listen. You are in response mode. You're ready to respond. That's number one. Number two, what I would think is the best thing to do is to understand history and how history affects what's going on right now. If you go back, if you were born, in 2000, in the year 2000 or 1997, and you're 20 years old when Donald Trump is getting elected, you're going to have a different perspective of someone that is saying, well, women have these problems than someone who understands history has. Because someone that understands history knows how things that were in the past are connected to things that are going on now. So something that you might see as a minor problem is something that someone else sees as a problem that has been going on for a long time, and this is just another symptom.
Yes. I love that. And I think it speaks to really examining different perspectives. And as you said, acknowledging the history that might be present in a movement or a cause, be it the cause of liberty, women's equality, the Black community, the LGBT community, people with disabilities, Native Americans. There are so many ways in which, we can find points of connection or identify with each other. But it has to start somewhere, and those points of connection are sometimes small. So,
Exactly.
Leonte, we're going to be wrapping up. Why don't you tell us again, where to find you and maybe how to interact with some of those peer groups. So if people are interested in exploring, finding points of connection and connecting with one another, tell them how they can do that.
Absolutely. So on Facebook, you can find me. My name is the same on Facebook. It's Leonte Cooper. And if you want to, add me as a friend or shoot me a message and just tell me what you're interested in, I can definitely get you connected with different groups. We have like a wide range and a wide variety of different groups. I believe it's like 15. So you can be connected with groups that make you feel comfortable. We have Educators for Joe, Blacks for Joe, LGBT for Joe, Grassroots for Joe. There's just a ton of different things. So if you connect with me via Facebook, message me, maybe just, tell me what you're interested in or just what you're curious about, I can make sure that I get you connected to the right group.
I love that. And I believe the full list is posted on our People for Liberty Facebook page, which is at People, 4, Liberty Inc. So if you're interested in those 15, 16, it's growing every day, list of groups, connect with Leonte, examine the kind of groups, and see where you might find your people and those points of connection. So whether you're a diehard libertarian or you're just exploring the liberty movement, if you want to find a community, if you want to find people who can answer your questions or ask you some of their own, I think this was a great opportunity. Leonte, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, I will catch up with you online, my friend. Thanks again.
All right, sounds good. See you soon.
All right.
Okay.
And now we just need Laura.
Hey, Colin, and I believe that we have Laura up next, correct?
Yes. Oh, there she is. Boom.
Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Thanks so
Hi,
much
Lauren.
for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So, Laura, what we have done today is making sure that we're having both a male and a female voice, so a male ally along with a woman who's advocating for equality. So I'm Lauren, I'm People for Liberty, and I understand that you were roped into this by David on Twitter, so God bless him. He is a strong advocate for us, so I appreciate you taking a chance and saying, all right, I'll talk to these crazy people. So.
No, happy to do it. I'm always I'm always all in when it comes to talking about anything that has to do with liberty. So.
Excellent. Well, Colin, how about I turn this over to your very capable hands as our male ally, my friend?
All right, that sounds good. Miss Laura, I'm excited to talk to you.
Hey, Colin.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks.
I'm guessing you're not getting caught up in hurricane or storm weather if you're up in Nebraska, huh?
No, it's just hot here. Although I will note that the current big hurricane is Hurricane Laura, so that's kind of cool, I guess.
Well, there you go. It's always fun to be included in these things.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you were a state senator from Nebraska, right? Unless I'm
Right.
mistaken.
Yep.
Just tell us just a little bit about who you are and what brought you here and how you're involved in the liberty movement.
Sure. Well, I took sort of an unconventional approach to the Libertarian Party. Maybe I've always thought of myself as sort of a libertarian, but a small L libertarian. Back in my childhood, I'm 58 years old, so I'm one of the grandmas of the liberty movement. And so back in the 60s, when I was growing up, and 70s. My parents were very involved in the Republican Party. They were Goldwater Republicans, and I was one of those kids that was a real political nerd. I loved getting involved in politics. I loved doing things. I loved carrying the signs around at the county banquets and things like that. And then I did something crazy, fell in love and got married. And my interest in activist politics sort of waned for a while. Went to college, kind of over the course of 11 years, studied political science, which was sort of my original plan. But my original plan was to go to law school afterwards. My husband was in the military. He was a Navy physician. So we had a couple of duty stations, and we were in Memphis just long enough for me to finish my bachelor's degree. And then we were going to be there for, another 2 years. And so I decided, well, let's work on this master's degree. So I got a master's degree in political science while we were there. And when the Navy time started doing some teaching, and really took a real academic approach to political science at that point. When my husband's Navy time was up, we decided we wanted to move back to Nebraska. By that time, we had I guess she was about 6 years old at the time, our oldest daughter. And we really wanted to, we'd both grown up in Nebraska. We were high school sweethearts. And we really wanted to get back to a point of being close to family and friends. We'd both grown up around our grandparents, and we wanted our kids to grow up around their grandparents as much as possible too. So there was an opportunity for a medical practice for my husband to come back here, about 50 miles from our hometown. So we've over the last we've been here 25 years now. So over the last 25 years, our parents, my kids' grandparents, have had lots of opportunities to see their softball and baseball games and go to their music concerts and things like that. But I went back to graduate school, worked on my PhD, finished my PhD. While I was in my PhD program, we adopted a child, and we had a third one. And so we've got kids spread out. Now, my oldest is 31 and my youngest is 17 almost. So we've got them spread out. Yeah, we've almost got 2 families. But it's kind of fun because they keep us interested in doing things. So we were here in Nebraska, and I got done with graduate school, and my dad lives down the road, and he decided to run for the legislature, and he had me run his campaign. This was back in 2006. I was already serving on our local school board, and he asked me to run his campaign. I did, and I'd kind of forgotten how much I enjoyed kind of grassroots politics. And, the actual, doing more than just teaching about it. And so, he lost, but we had a good time. And over the course of the next 8 years, I did some blogging. I worked in the Ron Paul campaign in 2008 here in Nebraska, and then again in 2012. And I think that, it's probably, that first step into politics again with my dad, and then the Ron Paul campaign that sort of reminded me of the political views that I had. I mean, I was always sort of libertarian, but I think those became more firm during that time. And in sometime in 2013, our state senator, state legislator, we've got a one-house legislature, was getting ready to retire. We've got term limits here in Nebraska, and I really hadn't thought much about it. I was kind of content being on the local school board. It didn't involve much time, and I could still teach and things like that, and still had a young child at the time. And my dad just messages me one day, and he says, "How about Senator Ebke?" And I knew what he was talking about, and I kind of laughed it off. And over the course of the next couple of weeks, it just kind of kept eating at me. And I thought, I'm just about, I've been on the school board for 12 years, and my term will be coming up, and maybe it's time to do something else. So I thought, well, if I'm ever going to run for anything else, now's the time to do it. So in 2013, I announced that I was going to run. And I was still a registered Republican, and I was supported by the Republican Party, although Nebraska's legislature is not only one house, it's also officially nonpartisan. So when you're in the legislature, we don't organize by party. And so and that's a key component to the success that I had somewhat later. So we don't organize by party. So I ran, won in 2014, and served my first 2 years in the legislature. It's a 4-year term. I served my first 2 years as what I would say is a liberty Republican, a libertarian Republican, or a libertarian-leaning Republican, or something like that. And got into a little bit of trouble with the Republican establishment. The governor was not happy when I voted to repeal the death penalty. He was not too happy when I voted in favor of driver's licenses for DACA recipients. Seems like there was something else too, but we did a lot of things those first 2 years. Civil asset forfeiture in Nebraska largely went away as a state law. And so it was kind of a big 2 years. And then I went to the state Republican convention in 2016, after having gone to the Libertarian state convention that invited me to come and speak, because I guess I was the closest thing to an elected Libertarian that they could find. And I went to the state Republican convention, and the governor stood up and called a bunch of us out by name, those of us who had voted against him on some of those things. And I was fortunate because when I had been at the Libertarian Party convention, one of their officers, kind of sidled up to me while we were having lunch, and he said, "Senator, if you ever decided to change, we'd be happy to have you." okay, whatever, and this was in April. By the end of May, I had made the switch. I was sitting at the Republican convention. I'd always liked Gary Johnson, so that didn't hurt that the Libertarians were getting ready to nominate him. And I wasn't real thrilled with Donald Trump, but the straw that broke the camel's back was the fact that the governor stood up and called us out and said that it's time to start electing more platform Republicans, and was foreclosing any independent thought by what used to be a big tent Republican Party. So I spent two years as a Libertarian in the legislature. My colleagues were very in many ways it allowed me to get some things done that I might not have been able to get done otherwise, because my Republican colleagues said, yeah, that's okay. We knew that's what you were anyhow. And my Democrat colleagues kind of liked the fact that I had been willing to leave the Republican Party. So we got some occupational licensing reform done. And that sort of led me to where I am today. I'm at, after I lost my reelection bid in 2018, I was offered a job with the Platte Institute, which is a free market think tank here in Nebraska. And I have been serving as their, started out as a senior fellow for job licensing reform. I've taken on sort of the broader term of just senior fellow, and they let me do things in other regulatory arenas as well. So that's kind of how I got from here to there. Today, I am also the Libertarian, one of the Libertarian National Committee at-large members. Was just elected back in July, so I've been around.
Nice. I mean, I think it's even funnier saying platform Republicans given the recent circumstances where they decide not to have a platform.
Yeah, well, and I think that's exactly right. And the thing is that, a platform, and I, honestly, some of my Libertarian friends disagree with me on this, I think, but, a platform is it represents a moment in time. It represents the will of the body at a particular moment in time. But it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody in the party is going to agree on every single thing, nor does it mean historically that every single office holder in the party is going to agree on every single thing. And, I think that at some point we have to say, okay, do we agree on most things, and are you willing to identify with us? And if we agree on most things, I mean, there aren't all that many things that should be deal breakers, and unless you want to grow the government or, raise taxes. I mean, I'm not sure what else should be a deal breaker, because thoughtful people can disagree around the edges on a lot of issues.
Yeah, that's definitely true. So tell me just a little bit about your thoughts on it's Women's Equality Day. We're bringing lots of new voices into the party. It's interesting to see the Libertarian Party grow. What are your thoughts on how we've helped with women's equality with the movement, and kind of where we have work to do and where we can go?
Well, I mean, one of the things that I noticed when I joined the party 4 years ago is that there did seem to be sort of an absence of vocal women in the party. I think in the last 4 years that's changed some. I see a lot more women in leadership positions, obviously, and maybe what I had seen 4 years ago was more a function of what was going on in Nebraska at the time. But certainly I see women much more active in the party. I think that we need to find ways to reach out to women. Sometimes I think that libertarians, we almost sound mean or selfish, and I think that that's not as appealing to sort of the I'll call them, for lack of a better term, the soccer moms. The moms who, the moms who are taking care of the kids may be very libertarian in some ways, but they don't necessarily, they don't like sort of the rough edges. So I think that, softening our message, bringing more women out to talk about why they're involved in the liberty movement like y'all are doing today, is a great way to, step forward. And frankly, I think that Joe Jorgensen as our nominee is a tremendous asset in terms of bringing more women into the party.
Yeah, she's a very interesting candidate to have outside of gender. But what are your thoughts on the Let Her Speak and how powerful would that be as somebody who knows a little bit more about?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's a great movement. I've been tweeting about it for a while, from time to time, and I think that the whole notion that women need to be allowed to speak. I was in the legislature for 4 years, and I was on a school board for 12 years, and I grew up in a family that allowed. Women were obviously allowed to speak. I was the oldest child and the oldest grandchild, and I got to say plenty. I can't say that, I ever was deliberately silenced or told that I couldn't talk or anything like that. But by the same token, I think that women are, or have been, in the past conditioned a little bit, to sort of, sit back and let others do the talking, or and maybe part of that is because we tend to be better listeners, and so maybe it's just easier for us to listen rather than jump right in and talk. But I think that there are I think that there is a decreasing in terms of interpersonal communications. There's certainly a decreasing number of men who are inclined to stifle women, but I think there is some institutional problems, and I think whether or not we can get Dr. Vincent on a debate stage is a big issue.
It's certainly an issue, and it's one that be really interesting to hear her different side of the voice, because it's like in America right now we all want to kind of yell, but it's almost important to step back and kind of listen to what's been going on, because there are a lot of real grievances. You fought with civil asset forfeiture.
Absolutely, and I think that I've had the opportunity to talk to her a couple of different times, and I think that she would make a very compelling contrast on the stage. She is a soft-spoken and very intelligent person. She's obviously strong, a strong woman. And so she would, I think she would give President Trump and Vice President Biden a real run for their money. And that very well may be why, one of the reasons why, they're kind of ignoring her presence out there. The debate commission really ought to be pressured. I mean, they can have their standards and so forth, but they really ought to be pressured into letting anybody who has the ability to win. Meaning, if you're in enough state, if you're on the ballot in enough states so that you could win 270 electoral votes, the debate commission really ought to look into ways that they can get more folks on and make it a meaningful debate.
Well, I think that's what the Gary Johnson campaign really started pushing once he kind of gave up on trying to win an election, was the Commission on the Presidential Debates. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting to see it re-wrapped up in not necessarily the feminist language, but the Let Her Speak. I think it's just useful at this cultural times, because it's still a big ongoing battle Libertarians have been fighting for decades now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think that sometimes you have to take advantage of these kind of social movements when they happen. It's and sometimes we're going to be a little uncomfortable with it, because you're right. I mean, this is something that the Libertarians and other third parties have been fighting forever. I mean, Ross Perot got on, then they created the Presidential Debate Commission because things were too fair, I guess.
The League of Women Voters said they wouldn't host it with the new rules.
That's right. Yeah. So I mean, I think that we need to figure out a way to have meaningful debates that aren't controlled by the two parties, and that's if you can't. If their standard is you have to be polling at 15%, then you have to be included in the polls in order to even have a chance to do that. And that's one of those things that Libertarians are certainly have problems with. But even beyond that, the fact that we are having that we have a woman who is certainly qualified, I think that makes a great case for us to spend as much time as we can trying to promote her presence on the debate stage.
So what do you think some of the main issues that are facing women today that facing the Liberty Movement can help with? What barriers can we there's a lot of different fronts. I think it's interesting to hear where different people think priorities should be put.
Yeah, I think this is probably a lot depends on, your age and where you are at different stages in life. And that's something that libertarians also need to, kind of get a grip on in terms of our messaging. We need to understand that different people at different points in their life care the most about different things. I mean, certainly one of the things that keeps a lot of women out of, kind of political involvement is if they are, at the stage of their life where they are, early married, having kids or whatever. Childcare is a huge issue. It is, it's been 15 years since I've had, a child in daycare, but, it was a huge issue for me then when I was just teaching classes 3 days a week. It is a huge issue for my oldest daughter, who has a 3-year-old child, and they have to figure out, okay, what are we going to do with our daughter if we have to be at work and COVID comes around again, and they close down all of the preschools. It becomes very complicated. So that's certainly an issue. I think that in some areas, especially urban areas, I think things like the Black Lives Matter movement, the issue of police overreach and things like that are a big issue. Criminal justice reform. I think things that I would have never thought about when I was in my 20s and early 30s are much more important to my daughter's generation, who they've grown up in a different era, and so they are concerned about about a lot of these issues. Even I'm old and I'm a former Republican, but even things like the environment. I mean, when I thought about the environment, I always thought about my Girl Scout days and leave the campsite better than in better condition than you found it. I think that many in kind of a younger generation, my daughter, for instance, has become vegan and has for a couple of years now, and trying to be open. People need to be open to some of those to some of those lifestyle choices as well. And so, I mean, there's just a ton of different things that women of different ages have to deal with. And that's just, kind of my supposition of what happens, for younger women, for people my age, who are, looking ahead to maybe retiring someday. Trying to figure out how we keep an economy strong enough so that the stuff that we've put away doesn't, decrease in value, so we don't have massive inflation and that sort of thing. So, I mean, there's all sorts of issues, and I think that libertarians would be well served as they're trying to get votes. And one of your speakers earlier was talking about the nice little small group, but ultimately we got to win some elections. And if we don't win some elections, we aren't in a position to actually change policy. And so I'm a big believer that we've got to try to figure out how to win elections. And one of the ways you win elections is by listening and trying to figure out how to adapt. There's nothing in the libertarian policy that people should be hostile to. We just have to figure out how to message it to them so that it's important to them.
Well, there's definitely been a rebranding of liberty, and where we get kind of the harsh capitalist side. I think libertarians definitely need to talk more about how this empowers, especially poor people, more than anything else. Because other than that, we have monopolies. And on the social side, like you said, there's a lot of different issues that pull people's heartstrings very differently. The libertarians have a pretty big arsenal. It's just hard to use sometimes because there's a bit of a learning curve.
Yeah, and I think that we need to grant each other, within the libertarian movement, we need to grant each other a certain level of grace. I mean, I always tell people that, for instance, the question of, abortion, to get, to touch the third rail, I guess. The question of abortion is one that reasonable people can disagree on, and it all comes down to, when you, what's the appropriate role of government, and at what point is a life worthy of protection. And that's something that, we don't have any way of knowing, that's something that's kind of outside of our pay grade. And so at some level we have to leave it to, pro-choice folks need to understand that pro-life folks are not anti-liberty just because they want to protect a life. And, pro-life folks need to understand that pro-choice folks aren't trying to be murderers just because, just because they don't, because we have different definitions, and we have different perspectives on, when the life is worthy of protection. And so maybe we can all agree that the best thing to do is just to keep government out of it. And let people figure it out for themselves. And, that's a tough one to get to for sure. But that's one of those issues that I think is worthy to, worthy to consider how we're going to message it and how much we're going to attack each other when we disagree.
Interesting. So if you were going to give advice to new women that want to get involved with the party, want to help out, maybe want to run for office, what do you think? How would you reach out and how could you help them?
Well, I mean, I think that, first of all, I'm always excited to talk to women who are interested in running for office because I think that my history is such that I've got some helpful hints that I can provide. So people can always get in touch with me, and my email is just Laura@lauraebke.com.
Complicated.
And you can. No, it's not too complicated. And then, I can be found on Facebook, and I'm on Twitter. It's just Laura_Ebke, I think, on Twitter. So I'm easy to find. But beyond that, I mean, I think that local office is where it's at for libertarians in the short term. I think that I'm a big believer. As a general rule, what do the R's and the D's do? They build their bench. They elect people to school boards and to city councils and to county boards and then to local legislatures. And it's really fairly rare that and unless it's somebody that's got just a whole bunch of money like our governor. And unless it's somebody like that, it's really rare that you have somebody that just kind of, appears out of nowhere, having never had any sort of electoral experience before, that gets elected to, a higher office. And the same is certainly true with, with congressional seats. So if we want to, over the long term, have a voice in Congress and ultimately elect a president, we need to figure out how to have enough of a bench that we've got people that can, that they can go to, that they can run for the next level of office and say, hey, yes, I'm a libertarian, but I served for 4 years on this board, or I've served for 8 years on this city council. And all you got to do is ask my constituents. I'm not a fire breather. I'm not a demon. I believe in, in good governance and, protecting your tax dollars, or, whatever the message is that you need to take to your constituents. And I think that's really important.
Yeah. Well, Laura, do you have anything else you'd like to say? We have Lauren back on. How you doing, Lauren?
Laura, this has been great. Hurricane Laura notwithstanding, you certainly brought the power for us today. I'll share from my perspective as maybe not a young woman, but, younger, that I did not have early role models to look up to in terms of women I saw in local offices or around me who were even running for campaigns. And so perhaps if I had had those role models early on, maybe instead of starting a nonprofit or a super PAC, I would have run for office.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because, I said that my first electoral experience was as a school board member. My mom back in the 70s was president of our local school board, and she'd run for school board. My dad had been our mayor. So, I mean, my family was deeply steeped in politics. So it never occurred to me not to, that I couldn't. Or that I shouldn't, run for election.
Not to run.
And so, and my mom did it while she was, pregnant with my youngest brother. So it is indeed possible, and women you just need to figure it out. How you're gonna manage things. It takes a little more planning, but it is certainly it's certainly something worthwhile to do, and it's great to get women's voices because women do think differently than men.
Absolutely. Laura, thanks again so much for joining us, and I hope that you've helped to set the stage for other women who are maybe considering it or toying with the idea of what that might look like in their lives. So we appreciate you saying yes on Twitter and being here with us.
Okay, well, great. Thanks, Lauren. Thanks, Colin.
Thanks, Laura.
No problem.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Laura.
Okay, next up we have my friend Elliott. Elliott, can you hear me?
I sure can. How are you doing?
Doing good. Okay, I think Colin will bring us up on video. So Colin, you let us know when you're ready.
You are already up. And Elliot, I just want to say I live just next to your district. I'm in Sheila Jackson Lee's, but I'm rooting for you.
Oh, well, in that case, you can vote for Luke Spencer.
Okay. I stepped out just a little bit because I ran as a Democrat for a little state house seat right there because it's like 13,000 votes. Terrible. It was pretty funny being a Libertarian because I've never been a Democrat before. I was talking about victimless crimes bills and that kind of side, but there's a lot of independent voices in those districts. You're in downtown Houston, has a lot of different people.
Yeah, and Houston's such a diverse community.
Yeah, but I'm going to go on mute and let you guys are already streaming, so I'll let you take it away, Lauren.
Yeah, so that was a great segue. Thanks, Colin. Obviously, we're all Texans here, so we're not only preparing for, Hurricane Laura coming in, but we have some unique perspective on a diverse community like Houston, on politics at the state and local level. And, Elliott, I appreciate you joining us as a male ally to talk about women's equality today and what those diverse perspectives and voices look like when we look at local elections, county level elections, state level elections. Why is it so important in your mind to have women's voices elevated and activated?
That's a really good question, Lauren. Thank you. I think that the biggest thing is that we, as people who are trying to be leaders for equality, we celebrate all sorts of different voices. If you look at the record of just presidents in the United States, there's been a long unbroken chain of just male voices being heard, and clearly I think it's time for a change for that. When we're talking about what really matters, and when it comes to making sure everybody has that equal voice and equal vote and equal representation, optics matter. If you have only men who have been in leadership positions like that, then it's hard for for young girls growing up to see a role model like that. I think Laura touched on that on the previous segment. Mm-hmm. So part of what I like to do is I like to celebrate any kind of way liberty is expressed, and diversity is just the best way to celebrate that.
I appreciate that. And I will say that because I know you already, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about yourself and about kind of your role in the Liberty Movement with us?
Sure, thanks. Well, again, my name's Elliott Scheirman. I'm here in Houston, Texas, running for Congress in Texas' 2nd District. I got originally involved in the Libertarian movement probably around the 2008 presidential cycle. That was just coming off of George W. Bush's several years at that time. It seemed like endless war in the Middle East, but which is still going on 2 administrations later. And so I knew I really wasn't going to be interested in supporting a Republican in that race. And I was looking into, what the Democrats had to offer, and it just seemed like so much overspending, and I couldn't in good conscience support that either. So I was, I guess, a little bit of a free agent, and I was speaking with a coworker at the time who kind of asked me what I was interested in. And I gave him that feedback. He said, "Oh, you sound like a libertarian." And I said, "No, I'm not a liberal." He said, "No, libertarian. It's the root word is liberty. You should check that out. That sounds like something that you might be interested in." So I went and took an online quiz or something, and sure enough, I was smack dab in the deeply in the libertarian territory. So I've been I got involved as an activist, over the years, and in the local county and eventually state, and even the national conventions I've become involved in. And just last year, I decided to go ahead and take the plunge and become a candidate myself, because I really got tired of waiting around for a candidate, that I wanted, like someone who I wanted. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and do it myself and give the other voters in this district that option that they otherwise wouldn't have.
Well, and I think that ties so well to the importance of having diverse voices, and also someone who you can relate to that you see running for leadership positions. For me as a woman, I'm not necessarily always going to vote for a woman because I believe they should be the best qualified candidates and there should be alignment with my values. But certainly I'm looking for women in leadership because it helps me to feel confident in my own voice as a leader. And
if I'm not mistaken, it sounds like you spoke with some of the Texas leadership in the Libertarian Party earlier today.
I did, yes. We got some great women here. And, thinking about women's equality and kind of the movement as a whole, I think it's something that touches all of us because everyone has a mother. Often there are strong women who have helped men get to the places where they are today. So, Elliott, I know some of the strong women in your life. Would you like to talk about how they've impacted you?
Certainly. Well, my biggest supporter in the campaign, Liz, has just been a rock for me in this campaign. She's just tirelessly helped out. She's actually kind of over there in the background listening right now. So, hi, Liz. She also helped put on the LetHerSpeak protest here in Houston that we had a couple weeks back on August 8th, where we had we did the Houston portion of the nationwide protest where we decorated our cars and drove around town. And, she did so much work on that. I there's no way I could have made it anywhere near the success that I could without her co-hosting that. And we're really in alignment in the fact that we're tired of what the other parties have to offer. There's some who are just outwardly hostile and some who pay lip service but don't really, in the end come through when it comes to their policy. But what we really want, as men and women in this movement is for everyone to be treated with, equally and with dignity. And when you have, government programs that are based upon controlling people and telling them what to do, you really get pretty quickly away from that, especially if you have sexists, misogynists, or, racists, or
Yes.
whatever in power. If they have the mechanism to, harm people with that, then they certainly will, and they'll make it legal because that's the way things work. So we really oppose that entire concept, and we want to let people live the lives they want to live so long as they're not harming others in the process.
I love that. And I think that we've had some great, personal stories about that today. I think we've had some great take on policy there as well. And one of the things we were discussing earlier was living those principles and how, as part of the liberty movement, we've identified principles and now we're exploring ways to live them. So when you think about the principles of the Libertarian Party or the liberty movement, how would you say they affect women and how can they help empower women?
I like that question a lot. So I think one of the best things that we can do as leaders in this movement is set a good example for how libertarians actually would solve issues that are combating. Right now, Liz, who I mentioned a moment ago, is really involved with local charities to help out children. Shout out to Homemade Hope, which is a Houston-based charity that she's
Go Blair.
I'm sorry.
Go Blair.
Yeah, and part of setting that example is we don't want people to have to rely on the government for help. So we get out there and help communities ourselves, and that's a way that we anyone. Male or female, can impact the community and really live the principles that we talk about. So it's not just a matter of we don't want to pay taxes and, we don't like the government. I mean, those are true, but we want to help people. We just think that the government's probably not the best way to do it, given the fact that that's the same entity that is currently drone bombing people on the other side of the world. So, we just I want to bring a little bit of connection to our communities, and you can't do that by delegating to some bureaucrat. You help your community by getting out there and helping. And that's rolling up your sleeves and donating money where you can, donating time where you can, or if it's even lending some of your professional capabilities that would help nonprofits in your group. Those are all different ways that we can live those principles.
I love that, and I think it speaks to one of the things that really attracted me. Is that I was raised to be a servant leader. I was raised to put others first and to seek ways that I could give of my time and my talents. And this started within my church. And, libertarians very deeply believe in the separation of church and state, but we support very actively your right to practice in the faith in which you choose. And we believe strongly in, the sovereignty of the community. And knowing that servant leaders and those that are attracted to volunteering and supporting their communities directly, that speaks right to our principles and our values.
Yeah, so it certainly does. And something I like to do is just kind of live conspicuous libertarianism. So I know that
I like it.
I'm very outspoken, as anyone who follows me on social media would know. In that, I like to say, hey, this is what libertarians are thinking. This is how libertarians would do something differently. And if you're setting a good example, people will start to see, and they'll become more receptive to what you're talking about. You won't just be some crank fringe movement that someone in their party told them about and told them to criticize. You'll be an actual living person as an example. And maybe, it might not happen the first time you make a post, but if you are a consistently good person and you're consistently helping others and you're consistently communicating ways that, we can solve society's problems without government force, I tend to pick that up. But it really helps to be consistent like that.
I love that. And, I'd say that's part of putting your money where your mouth is, but it's so much more than that, right? It's so much more than, your treasure, but your time as well. And, allowing others to not only see how you're living those principles, but actively engaging them and learning from them about the principles and values that matter to them. And Elliott, I know that's something that you're passionate about, being a good listener, being a good learner.
Yeah, something that I really like that sets us apart, especially in this election cycle, is just the explosion of women who are becoming more involved in the party. And the Libertarian Party has had a little bit of a stigma of being a boys' club for a while, mostly because it's a little bit off the beaten path, and a lot of people aren't necessarily open to that. And another thing we've gotten better about is being more inclusive in our messaging. And once you do that, and once you work to stop being quite so bristly like the porcupines that we use as our mascot, people become more receptive to hearing what you have to say. And in that regard, like I said, especially in this election cycle, we've got an amazing candidate for president right now, Dr. Jo Jorgensen. And the fact that the media is still shutting her out and not even giving her a chance in the polls to be included in these debates, it's crazy. We have an amazing, qualified, intelligent, thoughtful, principled candidate, and she's getting no coverage whatsoever. And she's going up against, two people who have very questionable ethical pasts, and not to mention a lot of bad policy baggage along the way. So I think that if you took out all of the media coverage, took out all of the 24-hour news cycle, and just put someone in a room and just listen to all three candidates, she would win easily. So what we need to do, to help support her and other women in this movement is to help share her message, help share that she wants to help solve people's problems in ways that aren't necessarily the traditional, let's throw a lot of government money at it. Empowering people is something that should respond really, really strongly to people, especially feminists who might be listening to what libertarians have to say for the first time, given her as a spokesperson.
Well, and I love, Elliott, that you brought up the history of voter suppression and how women's voices have historically been suppressed, similar to how third-party candidates or other parties have been oppressed. We know that those in power don't want to give it up, and that they will employ tactics to make sure that either women's voices aren't heard, or the Black community is not heard, the LGBT community, Native American community. So when we think about the issues of women equality, I see that across the board, that those in power don't want to give it up, and they will suppress and fight those who are seeking it. We're going to get a chance to talk to Kasie a little bit later, more about her vision for Let Her Speak, but it's a hard road if you're a third-party candidate. And I know that you can speak to that personally.
I certainly can. I did have a recent experience. I don't want to put too much on it because it is a very active legal situation, but needless to say, a certain major party is doing everything they can legally to make sure that they don't have any competition. And that's as much as I can talk since it's an ongoing legal dispute. But we're the good guys in this. And
well, why don't we won't talk about the legal fight, but let's talk maybe about ballot access and the challenge for a third party or an independent candidate, anyone who's not part of the power or the elite. What is the challenge in getting ballot access? What does that mean for us?
Well, if you're not a Republican or a Democrat, then you are not automatically on a ballot. And the Republicans and Democrats made rules in almost every state that stipulates that. So right off the bat, they can just waltz right into any race they want in the country and have their party represented with whichever candidate they end up selecting. If you are a Libertarian Party member or a Green Party member or an independent or any other of the handful of different parties that have multi-state representation across the United States, then you have to jump through all sorts of hoops and get all sorts of signatures and raise all sorts of funds, and it's a huge giant distraction, and we're already at a disadvantage by having smaller parties. Yes. So they've these two major parties, they've got unlimited funds, they've got donors who just utilize super PACs to funnel all sorts of millions of dollars to candidates across the country, and we're just fighting to get our name on the ballot.
Yes.
The amount of time and effort it takes just to get that to happen is it distracts thoroughly from the actual campaign itself. So you have the two parties that make the rules that favor themselves. It's totally it's circular logic, and it's frankly completely ridiculous. I think the fact that most Americans don't understand the way the process works is why they keep getting away with it. So thank you for giving us this forum so we can broadcast the the inherent conflict of interest of allowing people to select who their own competition is when it comes to selecting political leadership. Even if you aren't particularly interested in any election, I would really ask that you, who's watching this, number one, get registered to vote. You can do so up to 30 days out from the election. So I believe October 3rd is the cutoff for on election day. Correct. And if you want to get registered in time to early vote, then you'd have to do that about midway through September. So you have about 3 or 4 weeks left before that registration window starts closing. So please register to vote. Tell your friends who aren't registered to register to vote, and show up in the polls. And if you have no opinion, vote against the incumbent. I don't care which party you vote for. Vote against the incumbent, because if they keep getting rewarded with this bad behavior, they're just going to keep doing it.
Yes. I love that you said that. I was screaming this in the shower this morning. That if you aren't happy with the status quo, vote against your incumbent. Let's end qualified immunity for politicians.
Thank you. And also for other public servants while we're at it. That would do a lot to stop all of the systemic violence. And guess what? The riots would stop overnight, Congress, if you want to end qualified immunity. That's how you get them to stop. You don't need the National Guard. You don't need rubber bullets. You don't need tear gas. End qualified immunity. And the riots and the protests will stop. It's that easy.
And I think this is especially relevant on today, Women's Equality Day, celebrating 100 years of giving us the right to vote, because the right to vote wasn't enough, in that there was a legal precedent that said, okay, now you can. Then we have to think about the barriers to access. Voter registration is one of them. Ballot access is one of them. women who historically in the past were tied to the home and to children. So when we think about all of the ways that women's voices have been suppressed or barriers have been put in front of them, either to vote for a candidate that they believe in, or to run for office, we're talking about a long history that we are still working to overcome, right?
Just this week, there have been rumblings in the GOP with their convention about implementing a one household vote rule. What decade is this?
I didn't even hear that. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like they're watching The Handmaid's Tale and using that as a playbook for how to, advance America in their vision. It's wild. It's something that I don't understand how anyone with a conscience can stay affiliated with that group. That's why we're trying to offer a better alternative here. If you care about your rights and you want, your voice heard, we've got all the infrastructure in place. Right now, all we need is, support from people who have just been disillusioned. It's time to, rally around a cause that can actually change something.
Well, and Elliott, I would love for you to speak a little bit about your experience getting on the ballot, because women that are interested in maybe running for office, share from your personal thoughts that it is possible. It's not necessarily easy, but here's how you did it.
Sure. Well, here in Texas, we had a fantastic candidate run for Texas Supreme Court in the 2018 elections, and he got over the 5% barrier, which grants, at least in Texas, automatic ballot access for the following election cycle. So we didn't have to go out and get signatures this time, but we certainly have in the past. And again, the amount of resources and time that gets dedicated towards collecting signatures, it distracts thoroughly from candidates and their own campaigns and getting started and getting their own support. When you as a party, you're asking people to donate just so we can appear on the ballot. It's again such a disadvantage. But fortunately for me and the other Texas candidates, we had that threshold met in 2018. So I had to file with the Secretary of State with a notarized form. And it's funny, actually, originally I was just going to, I was a little ticked off at who the incumbent was, and I was like, all right, this guy needs a challenger. But I wasn't sure, what level of commitment I could really get involved. And the Libertarian Party actually has kind of 3 different tiers of commitment if you want to be a candidate. You can literally just be a choice candidate, which is you're just a name on the ballot. You don't have to do any active campaigning or make a website or anything else like that. You can be kind of like a challenge candidate. I might be getting these wrong, but you can be where you just kind of do a little bit of an online presence and, maybe do a website or at least have a Facebook page or, some sort of social media following, or you can be like a really active candidate. And that's what I've kind of transitioned into in the matter of the first week that I submitted that paperwork last year. First, I was just going to, I'll just maybe do online, maybe make a few social media posts here and there. And then once I submitted that, that notarized form, I just felt this overwhelming responsibility, to stand up and actually challenge that status quo much more actively rather than passively. But still, at the end of the day, the fact that, we're running, it gives people in my district, that's Texas' 2nd district, by the way, it kind of makes a hook shape around Houston. It gives people that choice. And if people like me or you watching this don't step up and run, then think about all of the races that are going unchallenged. In some parts of Texas, there are races that are so entrenched that the other main party doesn't even field a candidate. If you can target those races, you can get so much more than the average, Libertarian candidate result. I am running in a 3-way race against a Republican and Democrat, but the polling I've seen on I side with is about 4 times the typical Libertarian candidate average. So I'm really happy with the impact that I'm making by being an active candidate. But again, you don't have to go through all the trouble of, getting the website and collecting donations and getting signs. You can see one of my yard signs right there to my right. But you don't have to go do all that. If you just want to give people a choice on the ballot, it's just depending on your state. Again, you might have to get some signatures and, do some of that work. But I wouldn't recommend, if you've never been involved in the party, jumping right into being a candidate. I would get involved and be around and help out with someone else's for a cycle or 2, just so you have more of an understanding of what you're doing. Because a lot of our candidates, they do so with some, there's maybe some good experiential training support, but we don't have, the hundreds of millions of dollars as a national party that can just be thrown at random races. So we have to do our own fundraising. We have to get creative. We have to work with people who believe in us, whether that's our friends and family in our community. And the Libertarian candidates this cycle have an amazing interconnected, I guess, social media support group, where anytime someone gets, hey, I found this good deal on signs, or hey, I just got an interview with them, I'm going to send them your name, or on Twitter, there's this no Libertarian under 1,000 hashtag, where people are just tagging every candidate they know and getting them more and more followers so they can have a broader reach. But I feel like I'm going on a little bit about what all's involved to be a candidate. So did you have anything else specific that you wanted to know about that?
Well, and the reason that I asked Elliott was, from all of our speakers today, they shared about ways that they've become meaningfully involved in the party. And we've heard about, education, and we've heard about sex workers, and we've heard about, in the case of the ladies from the Texas LP, serving as a secretary or treasurer for a state campaign. And you following Laura was the perfect opportunity to talk about the experience if a woman was considering running for office, because it's something that we want to encourage more of, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The more diverse our own candidates that we put up to the public are, the more people can look at the Libertarian Party and say, "Hey, this is something that this is something that I could see myself doing." Identity politics is not something that I like to focus on, but understanding people's ability to connect in a moment is something that's undeniable. Like I don't run because I think that the Libertarian Party needs more white guys who are disaffected from the Democrats and Republicans. I'm running based on the issues that I support. Yes. But to a lot of people, who they see running and what party they're affiliated with, that communicates to them that they, as a group, especially if you are a historically disadvantaged or downtrodden group, okay, I can find acceptance there. They nominated this person as a candidate. That signals to me that there is that acceptance and that respect for diversity in the party. So I would love to see more candidates apply. Also, I don't typically like it when only one person runs internally for a race in our convention process. The more competition we have, the better, because that allows the best possible candidate to emerge. In my own particular race, I didn't know this at the time when I was filing, but two other women actually submitted to be candidates for Congress in Texas District 2. And I ended up taking the nomination at the county convention where that nomination happened. But it was good that there was competition. We got to get up there and give speeches and say what issues are important to us and what matters to us. Something that helped me out a lot, I think, to add legitimacy to my campaign was by that time I'd already been endorsed by the Houston GLBT political caucus, which I was their lone Libertarian to receive that endorsement for the primaries. And by me reaching out to them, that was another diverse group that I showed them. Libertarians care about you. We care about equality. We care about getting the government off of your back and not having systemic bigotry in place. And that's something that some Libertarians say, well, that's not something the government needs to worry about. Why would you say that? But I respond, if there's any kind of injustice, if people are being treated differently, then we as Libertarians have a moral responsibility to stand up for, to stand up for people in that situation.
And help remove the barriers the government is creating.
Exactly.
Yes.
And it's 2020, and it took a Supreme Court ruling earlier this summer for gender and sexual minorities to even get added as protected classes under the EEOC. So up until June of 2020, you could get fired for being gay, and you couldn't sue for that. And that's when you consider all the other protected classes, and since the Civil Rights Act was passed in the 60s that have emerged, and you think that how can there be this many people in our society that affects? It was overdue. In fact, that was one of the major platform planks I was running on, and it was nice of the Supreme Court to help me out with my campaign by getting that done for me before I even get elected to office.
Whew, not too shabby, Elliott.
Yeah, I'm not taking credit for it. I'm just glad they did it.
Well, Elliott, why don't you tell people where they can find you and any kind of last parting words on the topic of women's equality or encouraging women to raise their voices and be heard in the liberty movement?
Certainly. And I am really fortunate to be involved with the Libertarian Party of Texas, where we do have an outstanding leadership core of really amazing qualified women who are, our chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. They're all great. And they all were the best people for the job. And that just happened organically. We didn't say, hey, let's set out to make this happen this year. We attracted people who are talented and wanted to share that talent. And if you are thinking about, getting involved politically, I'd really like to welcome you to join one of your local libertarian meetups. If there's not one, or you're in an unincorporated county or state, well, not state, we have all the states incorporated, but if you have an unincorporated county, reach out to your state party and see if maybe you can set one up. One thing I learned about being involved in this size of a party is that if you see something not being done and you want it to get done, you should probably start figuring out how to do it yourself and invite others to help you along the way, rather than just, cheering from the stands and saying, hey, this should be done, and then nothing happens, and then getting disappointed when nothing happens. So, stand up, be the change you want to see. If you are interested, you can follow me. I have pretty active social media. On Facebook, it's Scheirman for Congress. That's spelled SCHEIRMAN, and 4 is spelled out. And you can actually see the spelling right there next to me this whole time. You can follow me on Twitter at Vote Scheirman, again, SCHEIRMAN. I'm on Instagram at Scheirman for Congress. And you can also check out my website at ScheirmanForCongress.com, where you can donate to the campaign if you like, or sign up to be a local volunteer. Or if you just want to keep up with the campaign and you're not on social media, I've got a news feed there that keeps track of most of my posts. So I really appreciate it. If you are local in Houston, please reach out. I'm getting ready to do some block walking and would love to have your help and support. We've got yard signs to give out. We've got bumper stickers to distribute. And just in general, we want to tell people that there's a better choice. And I've stepped up to help represent that, and I'd like to invite you to do the same.
Well, that was excellent. And I just put your link to your website into the chat stream, so Elliott, they can reach you from there. It's good to have new candidates on.
Thank you so much, Elliott. It is always a pleasure talking to you, my friend.
Likewise, and thank you for doing this. This is amazing, and I hope that people really get the chance to get all of these different perspectives, to hear about how important women are, and the history of women being able to be included in the political process. So again, thank you for doing this. Great way to celebrate women's equality.
Okay, and do we have Marc with us? I think Marc is up next.
Yep, Marc is on next, and we're just transitioning him in there. Marc, can you hear us?
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Marc.
Hola.
I'm so glad to have you with us. You are a video star already, so I knew this would be a good fit for you.
I wouldn't say so much of a video star, but I have been extremely active as of late, yes.
You have been. So, Marc, I've had the opportunity to get to know you a little bit through social media, but for those who might not know you as well, or just getting to know you for the first time, why don't you tell people a little bit about yourself, who you are, where you're from, and how you got involved in the liberty movement?
Well, who I am, I would say father, veteran, I would guess now Black Lives Matter activist,
Yes.
Libertarian. Where I'm from originally, I hail from Miami, Florida, bounced around with my service in the Marine Corps, and somehow, some way, I landed up in North Carolina. And with everything going on in the world, I knew that Donald was in it, and I knew that Joe Biden was in it. So I kind of figured to myself, well, I guess I'm not going to vote. But I don't know how it happened, but I caught wind of the Libertarian Party through Facebook. And I was like, is this a real thing? And then it turned out it was a real thing. It was a real thing. And I just dived in head first, spoke to my professor, who's actually a libertarian. And he gave me some great reads. A few reads that I'm working on is, if I can find it in my notes, it is by Friedman, Capitalism and Freedom.
Good one.
Yeah, which I am diving in and I'm studying and I'm taking notes. One thing that I've learned so far with libertarian, I can never say it right, but being a libertarian is that you gotta be on point. You gotta be on point. You gotta be on point when you're debating these Republicans and Democrats, because that whole your third party will never win is kind of frustrating to hear. So I got to keep my head in the books. So when I am given that opportunity to stick it to them, I will plunge it in deep, real deep.
I love it. Well, and Marc, I think that you come from a background that's similar to a lot of people that have kind of found their way organically to the liberty movement, that they were dissatisfied with either party. We've seen so many veterans that have been attracted to the liberty movement. We've seen young parents, you're a young father, supporters of Black Lives Matter, all of these different kind of convergence of people coming together and saying, we think we should have another option, and we think that the liberty movement is it for us.
Yes. One thing that has been really, I would say, not a burden, but like a good pack to carry is promoting it throughout all my social media, whether it's being a libertarian or promoting Black Lives Matter. And at the same time, getting people to understand the right perspective to have within being, whether you're supporting Black Lives Matter or you're being, or what exactly is being a libertarian.
Sure.
I wouldn't say it's difficult, but it is interesting. It's really interesting to see, I've been called a communist. I've been called a terrorist. I've been called everything under the book, but, you gotta have tough skin. I don't think I answered your question, and I don't want to be out here ranting with all these great speakers that came before me, because I've been listening all day at work, and I was like, ooh, I'm so nervous. But I just thought to myself, as long as I could be authentic, then hopefully it could stick to anybody that's watching in the live stream.
Exactly. We don't want people all coming on and saying the same damn thing.
I know, right?
We don't need to hear an echo chamber for 8 hours a day. We need people talking about different stuff.
I know, that's right.
So, Marc, I think we've talked to, as you heard people from a variety of different experiences. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how, your experience as a veteran? And my brother's a Marine, Semper Fi. So, your experience as a veteran maybe shapes your worldview, or how your experience as a young father has shaped your worldview.
All right, veteran father. All right, starting off with veteran, I was going down a tough patch in Florida, Broward County, Florida. So with the crowd that I was hanging with, I thought to myself, well, I'm about to be a bum. So how do I stop that from going? And then lo and behold, a recruiter came to my school. Fast forward, I'm in Paris Island. Fast forward, I'm in California. Fast forward, I'm in Japan, Okinawa, Japan, miles 36. When I spent 5 years, loved it there. Being a Marine or serving as, active duty military is something that I truly believe that everyone should at least experience, but I know that everyone cannot due to that commitment. And it is a steep commitment. You have your highs and you definitely have some lows, but my time as a Marine definitely shaped and molded my thinking into, hey, we are all the same. We bleed the same, we think the same, we feel the same emotions. Why is this whole stipulation of Black versus white, Latino versus Latino, Asians versus, all these racial slurs that are, don't get me wrong, there are racial slurs, and the racism is definitely in the military. And if anyone wants to argue, I'll argue to the death. It is in the military. But with being a Marine, you are held to a higher standard, and they have a thing called sustaining the transformation, which is something that falls by the wayside, if we're being real here. But sustaining the transformation as being that jarhead, that hard charger, is one of the feats that I think to myself was my downfall. Not my downfall, but something that I failed to do to the utmost of my abilities, because it's hard mentally, and that's not an excuse to say to anybody, oh, don't be a Marine. If you got it, go ahead. It's been my honor serving this country, but it's just, you're going to have some days, there's a reason why we marry young, with BAH to get paid more BAH when you should be getting married for love. There's a reason why we're having all these SARS classes, all these PowerPoints Hey, make sure you consent. Hey, don't touch her. That's sexual harassment. What's the difference between sexual harassment and sexual assault? And it's like, wow, why are we having all these, shouldn't we be better because we are better? No, because it's happening within the service. Like just now, they found the body of that Sergeant E, because I can't remember his last name, on Fort Hood. Personally, they need to shut Fort Hood down because something's going on. They need to do a mass investigation. But that's veteran. Hey, before I transition to being a father, you will have the best time. Like culturally, I think the reason why America is dying in front of us in real time is we do not want to accept all the vast cultures that we have here. And traveling the world, everyone needs to travel the world. At least go to a different country and see how they operate. The crime rate in Japan is non-existent. Why? Because they will beat you down in jail. Like, not saying that to scare anybody, but my buddy got like locked up for being drunk and disorderly and on Naha and Gate 2, and they fed him like fish heads for like dinner, and I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yes, bro, it was the worst experience of my life.
My brothers have stories.
like prison and any type of criminal events, like if you do a crime in Japan, you're going to feel it, and I assure you. And that's for anywhere. Like being an American is really a blessing, and we don't tend to see it due to our, we're complacent, and we just can't see a good thing in front of us because it's tough. It's really tough out there in the real world. Like, but we are too complacent. We're stuck in our phones. We're stuck in our own bubble. Is like what I like to call it, like our own bubble of reality, of influences, of things that we can control. And I'm like, you have to step out of that bubble for you to grow. Really, for you to grow as a human being. But let's transition into being a father. That changed my entire life. I am 24. My birthday was like yesterday. And so I don't think I'm ready, but I have to be ready. Some days I'm like, how am I going to do this? How am I going to plan her college fund? Like, how am I going to be a good dad for this cold world that we live in? She is a Afro-Latina American citizen. She's only 2. She doesn't know about the things that I'm fighting for, the things that everybody else, us, the Libertarian Party is fighting for right now due to the powers that are currently in place from doctrines that were, made like some 60, 80 years ago, 100 years ago, whatever. A lot before I was born. That's one thing I know for sure. Before I was born. And times are changing. Like innovation is key to anything, to a business model. And I'm pretty sure that Donald Trump tried to run America like a business, but unlike his recent history, he went bankrupt, and we're going bankrupt right now in real time. So it's kind of frustrating to see how can we be the change. And I do believe Gen Z is this change. We're stubborn, we're hard-headed. I can say that I claim Gen Z with being born in 1995, with that bridge between millennials and Generation Z. So it's like I'm a bridge between all these old, like I wouldn't say old folks, but older people.
I was say, watch yourself.
And these younger people, it's like, how do I connect that we're all the same? Mm-hmm. Being a father is a blessing. Being a father is a best decision.
And specifically a father to a young girl.
Yes. A beautiful baby girl.
And when we think about women's equality and the challenges that women have had to work through, the barriers, your life experiences have been informed by, some wonderful opportunities, traveling the world as a veteran, becoming a father to a beautiful young girl. This has shaped your worldview. Being from Gen Z has shaped your worldview. And you spoke about barriers and policies that have been in place for generations that are still holding us back. And so, you made the decision to join the Liberty Movement because you recognize that it spoke to your values the most, right?
I know that's right.
So, tell me a little, as a veteran, there are a lot of issues specific to veterans for whom the Liberty Movement makes a lot of sense. There are
bringing our vets home.
Yeah.
It's getting to the point where no matter how you want to call it or splice it, we're dying out there. our commander-in-chief is like low-key a traitor with all these with all these allegations that he's having with China, with all these rumors. With if us as a service is trying to hold ourselves up to a high standard, let's get that out of the way, like what they say about Marines. Mm-hmm. The person we answer to, shouldn't that be held to the highest standard imaginable for us to emulate? So with all these notions that's going on against them, I'm like, this man is going to be our downfall. And I'm not saying that coming from, a left-leaning perspective, being, most people of color are raised Democrats. I succeeded and not succeeded, but I transferred into being a Republican during my service because why? All my peers are Republicans. Is that true? Yeah. Yes, it's true because, patriarch, like being a patriot. And so I'm looking at what he's done for vets. He's done some good things. He raised, our minimum wage. But why do we bomb Soleimani? And why is there a warrant out for his arrest? Why? That's the question. Why? And so with the rumors that I'm hearing from my active duty buddies is that, they're gearing up for war. I'm not trying to really use OPSEC security because, I don't want the wrong people to hear this, but hey, if you research hard enough, you'll find it. China is preparing for us. China is preparing for us. And when I caught wind of that, we all talked about it in our little group chat. They just told me to be careful with what I'm doing out here, and that's confronting, the racism in North Carolina. I am fearful. The next 10 years, I foresee a big engagement, as well as other engagement that we have ongoing. But we need to bring our troops home and buff up the defenses of this nation, like now.
And Marc, I think you're speaking to an issue that resonates for many women and resonates for parents, that we don't want our country embroiled in wars that we can never win. And we don't want to continue sending our sons and our daughters to wars where they might risk their lives when we have no business maybe being in it. And yes. I say this as a woman, as a military connected family member who has members in every single branch that you can think of. My brother's a Marine, my cousin's a brigadier general. She's a woman as well. But this is something that I feel passionate about, that defending our country means defending our country, and doing that from a place of strength and security here at home. And so my views as a woman about the policy on war and why I align with the Libertarian Party, you're speaking to issues that impact a lot of women and who feel strongly about the view on wars. So tell us a little bit about the liberty principles in the party and how this aligns with your views, because I think women want to hear about how the party, views those policies.
From my personal opinion, and bear with me, don't start nothing that you cannot finish. It won't be no smoke if you don't want to touch the fire. You know what I'm saying? Bear with me. But with the NAP policy that we have, the non-aggression principle.
Yes, non-aggression principle.
So I've been, like I said, I am still in my studies as well. But if I don't hurt another human being with anything that I'm doing, there's no victims, no one's hurt, I'm good. And, as a law-abiding citizen, it'll be to my best interest that, hey, if I'm doing good, if I'm being holding steadfast to what I believe in, and that is being a basic human being, I don't have anything to worry about with him, her, they, she, whoever under the sun. So when it comes to women equality, I talk a lot. I like to host interviews with individuals, and right now it's primarily protesters. Whenever I'm at a protest, I'll just take them to the side and I'll be like, what are your thoughts? And that's my little plane to drag them into the Libertarian Party. But yeah, so when it comes to women, like I said earlier, with sexual assault and sexual harassment, you're infringing on her body. You're infringing on her rights. No one, who raised you? There's no way or no reasoning in my mind that can compel another man or another woman to ever touch somebody without their consent. And as a girl dad, one of my biggest fears is me failing to raise my daughter to, one, defend herself, and two, to know that, hey, this person is treating me in an unjust manner. This person is making me feel less of a human. You know what I'm saying? So it's tough. Hopefully her mother and I can come together to actually do our due diligence to raise her properly. But to put a nice cherry on top, when it comes to my views and from what I've seen with other libertarians, it's your body. Keep your hands to yourself.
Well, and Marc, I love that you brought that all together, because the non-aggression principle really informs our stance on war, our stance on sexual assault, sexual harassment, and aggression. It informs our view on everything, that we uphold the respect and dignity for each individual first and foremost. We respect your right to live as you choose to live, just as we respect, another country's right to do what they're going to do and not get into war with them over that. We respect consent between a man and a woman. So the non-aggression principle informs our views on everything, right?
I agree. I didn't know if you wanted me to start talking, but
yeah.
Whoever you are under the sun, I'm not too sure on the pronouns. I'm kind of, learning myself, whether the LGBT community, trans, whether you're trans, black, white, whoever you are. Just let people live and keep to yourself. This really, one thing that someone told me earlier when I was, like I said, I do talk a lot, is that, and she spun this really nicely. Americans make laws for Americans, but not humans.
Mm.
And it really sunk. It really hit hard. And I was thinking to myself, wow, because if I know that you bleed the same way that I do, and you can feel the same emotions that I feel, how come I don't have enough empathy to empathize with what you're going through? Why aren't there laws in place, like right now? For example, everything that's going on in Wisconsin and in the rioting and the looters that left 2 killed and 1 injured last time I believe.
Yep.
And last time I looked at it, and every time where I bring this up, or I'm being told, Marc, how do you feel about this? Marc, how do you feel about this? And I'm thinking to myself, the kid, one side says he was practicing self-defense against the protesters, but with a loaded weapon, you have all the protection in the world, while these individuals are unarmed. So where's the equal playing field? Why are you there when you're from Illinois? My bad. This is about women's equalities, but there's a lot going on right now when you have mothers, aunties, grandmothers that are either about to lose their daughters and sons and children. Mm-hmm. For example, this kid ruined his family life because now he's arrested. I know how Twitter works, especially Black Twitter. Yes, there is a Black Twitter, the same way that there's hashtag no libertarians under 1K. These hashtags are powerful. You attract the whole world and anybody that can just see your profile. They are searching and researching this man, and they have everything. His Facebook, if he had Instagram, his history, and they're scrolling and they're trying to pull out all the dirt. It's really wild. It's crazy. I don't think I answered your question. I just started ranting.
No, and I appreciate that, because you're right. There is so much going on in the world right now. It's hard to separate the issues. It's hard to say, this is one issue, this is another issue, this is another issue. They all bleed together. And they all bleed together, to your point about, not treating people as humans and not having that respect for each other, for personal responsibility, respect, and dignity, the non-aggression principle. But it would be difficult for us to sit here and say, oh, let's only talk about women's equality, when all of these issues impact one another. I can't be a woman in this world and not care about those other issues, because those issues are mine just as much as the issues of the veteran community or of the Black community, LGBT community. Those issues are mine as well, because if none of us are equal, no one is.
No, that's right.
I appreciate that. And, Marc, you've been able to be very active on social media. You said you're talking to everyone. So let's talk about where and how people can find you. And let's talk also about the group that you help support. It's called Why I Support Joe Jorgensen, correct? So
I know, that's right.
Yeah, talk to us about that group and talk to us about how people can interact and find you.
So, well, my name is Marc Geneus. All my social handles is Marc Geneus, and posted is a link tree. Link tree is basically an app that, you know, you put all your, hey, you can find me here, in a nice little, super nice and convenient. That's one way. Why I support Jo Jorgensen is the brainchild of Sarah, Caitlin, and a couple, Cassandra, and I don't want to say their last name because that's the government. You don't want to do that. And my buddy George, who's actually, you know, a good mentor of mine. The main theme of the group is to, after being told by time and time again from spamming all these Facebook groups and links with memes, these are bots. Why are all these bots? If you guys are familiar with that Headstrong dude, Trap, who is Trap? That makes no sense. But when he was going against Spike, and basically he was just drunk. So it's like, why are we wasting our time with these individuals that will not let us win? The goal right now is to win. Why I support Jo Jorgensen is just a Facebook group. The main goal is for you to promote, you know, a 2 minute, 30 minute, not 30 minute, 2 minute to 30 seconds video of the reasonings of why you like promote or why you do support Jo Jorgensen and Spike Cohen and the Libertarian Party. And basically, really, with the hashtags that we use, why you're a Libertarian, you know, your reasonings or your principles or what brought you here. So I would say it's basically this whole live stream that we're doing, but you can do it. They can do it. Somebody from Oregon, Tallahassee, hopefully it blows up and we can actually use these videos in the campaign. So that's Sarah's goal. So.
Well, and that's our goal at People for Liberty. And one of the reasons I reached out to you and to Sarah, because we want your voices to be heard. And so this live streaming event is one of those ways that we're helping to get that, you know, awareness out there. But I would love for people to visit your group on Facebook, to connect with you on Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. And Marc, you know, if you had parting words about women's equality, and again, we've talked about how all of these issues really interact and impact all of us, what would be some of your words to the women?
You could do anything that you set your mind to, honestly, and that's really with anything in this world. I have the pleasure of serving under some great women in the Marine Corps, great leaders. One of my favorites is Sergeant Chanel Horn. I would say her name because she is, I would say, a public servant now. She do have a lot of medals under her belt, but just hearing how she cared about her subordinates made me want to be a lifer. You know, that didn't happen, but just lead by example. You know, when it comes to everything that's going on in the world, all the injustice, you got to stand for it. You got to not stand for it, but stand against it. Yes. You know, with your chest held high, because women, like, without you guys hitting the streets and protesting, we wouldn't have had rights. And I did some research as to exactly why. 1848, Declaration of Sentiments, 1893, that's when New Zealand actually grant rights for women to vote. And 1975, you know, Iceland, women and people of Iceland strike for equal pay. Equal pay should be regardless, because you're working, you know? So which is another policy within the Libertarian campaign, you know, to get rid of that minimum wage and that the employer and the employee, you know, negotiate, hey, how much you should get paid and how, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll leave you with this. Common sense. Americans, I feel, are lacking common sense. You know, if the job posting says, you know, you gotta live 50 lives, you know, and not to you know, claim, but if I was a woman, I wouldn't want to. You know, not to you know, like, I could do what I want, actually, if I wanted to, but I don't want to sound ignorant. But you could do whatever you want. But common sense dictate is a big that I think that we're lacking in this nation when it comes to equality. It shouldn't be a option.
So, Marc, what kind of world do you want your daughter to grow up in?
One filled with love, man. One where people are judged by the content of their character, not what they look like or not what they do, especially. But some things are unforgiven. But if you can just practice being a basic human being, you know, with basic human decency, with empathy. I've been saying that a lot because that's what I feel like people are lacking, empathy. Then hopefully maybe the generation after us or we can build a society where we can love our neighbors, you know? And then that's my goal. That's if I could just change one perspective at a time, make them think just a little, not left-leaning, but a little with more compassion and love, then hopefully I'm on the right track for my daughter.
And you feel that the Liberty Movement, the Libertarian Party, is that party of human decency and for love and empathy?
I know, yes, ma'am, because why? I'll leave you with this. Trump is Trump. You know, you could just look at his background and how he basically commandeered the entire Republican Party. And with the Democrats, like, they're just pandering to the minorities. Like, there's no way all these promises, change will come, but when? That's the thing. When? We've been looking at you guys for years now, and it's just a whole bunch of empty promises. Like with Nancy Pelosi, like taking a knee in Kute cloth, like, or Joe Biden, you know, I guess being baited into saying, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And I'm like, oh, you lost me there, buddy. Who's next? Who else we got?
Hey, Mark, real quick, from the chat, somebody wants to know your opinion on the wall of moms and people putting themselves in between protesters and the police.
It's scary. I don't know if anybody has actually been to a protest. Like on my page, I try to document everything. These mothers are God's gift. I've never seen anything more powerful and embodied. I get chills looking at them, and I'm not even trying to sugarcoat it. Tear gas hurts and rubber bullets hurts. And if you haven't experienced it, count your blessings. It does not feel good. And these moms have children. They have a whole family to support. And it's like, and you choosing to put this movement in front of your well-being, like let's be real. Like the Black Lives Matter has been not commandeered, but it's been infiltrated by negative forces, and we all understand that. We don't support the organization, but the movement behind it is what we support. And there's a lot of people that want to do ill will to peaceful protesters that are trying to get their voices heard. So with the moms in Portland, Oregon, if they ever see this, hey, from North Carolina, from everybody on the East Coast, please stay safe. It's not just you. It's dangerous out there. People are dying. Don't let it be you. Please don't let it be you. I didn't mean to take a somber tone, but people understand the gravity of the situation.
I appreciate that, and you got me feeling some feelings now, Mark.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is emotional stuff, and I appreciate feeling feelings. So, Colin, thank you for sharing that question. Mark, thank you for being with us. Love interacting with you, and can't wait to do more of it. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, guys.
Bye, Mark.
Bye.
All right, thank you, Mark, and welcome on, Miss.
Hi, Kasie.
You're still muted at this second.
Oh, Kasie, you're on mute.
See if I can unmute you.
Oh, no wonder.
There we go.
Hi. Oh, sorry.
I didn't interrupt. I just thought that was a good question with how moms are interacting.
He was
with
such a
Black
good
Lives
speaker.
Matter.
Watch out for that one, man. Watch out for that one.
Oh, I love it so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Colin, are we pulling Kasie up on video?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so Kasie, I think Colin's bringing you up on the live stream. I see you have your victory red. Yes, ma'am.
I've been rocking it.
Yes. So we've mentioned a couple times that you were going to join us because we've been talking about the Let Her Speak movement and educating people about what it means and what's been happening. So I think this is great timing that we've been throwing out some teasers here. So now to have Kasie Dailey, the founder of the movement, I think is bringing it all together. So Colin, I'm happy to turn it over to you to, share as a male ally your support for the movement and help Kasie to tell her story.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren.
All right, Miss Kasie. How are you, by the way?
Wait till Colin gets on, I guess.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think he's adding you. Kasie, why don't you start off with, telling people who might not know about you, who you are, where you're from, and how you joined
I'm the one
Liberty
who's muted
movement.
now. That's the whole issue.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that, Kasie. I'm excited to have you on board. Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah.
And we got the original OG of the Let Her Speak movement popping in.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Well, actually, Lauren was one of the original OGs too.
Doesn't surprise
But yeah,
me.
I guess I'm the brainchild of it, but I didn't do it all by myself. So I'm the founder of it. But I'm just a grassroots volunteer. I have no experience in politics, and I'm a digital marketing strategist. So that's what I do for a living, and I productize marketing for teams to scale and grow. And so that's what I do. And I'm also a mom of 3, and my husband and I live outside of Houston. So, pretty busy. But so I don't, where would you like me to start? I have a lot of things to say, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say.
Sure. Well, I figured I'd just start with kind of who are you, where you're from, and we got a little bit of that knocked out with Houston, and then what got you involved more in the Liberty movement.
Okay. Yes. So Ron Paul 12 got me involved in the Libertarian movement. Prior to that, I was a Republican, but not very. I've always thought lesser of two evils, kind of feel like I have to do what I have to do sort of thing. I also grew up in a very staunch Republican household. My grandmother was the treasurer of our county for 35 years. And, she met Reagan, and she was super, super Republican. And so I just didn't know, if anything else different until Ron Paul came along, and, he changed a bunch of people's lives and opened up a bunch of our ideas and our eyes to the Liberty movement. So that was also the year I got involved in marketing. And so it took me a while to develop my skills and expertise. But so I felt like this was the year I could finally, get involved on a grassroots level to try to make some difference. So that's sort of
with
the
your
history.
life kind of in order at this point, or was there a certain political agenda that you just really reacted to, or?
It was just the taxes and the taxation is theft really spoke to me with Ron, and the world police really spoke to me, and it's just, it hasn't stopped. We're at 800 bases in 70 countries throughout the nation now, and it's just, it has not stopped, and it's just really strange. Whatever the strategy is that the government has, I wonder what it is, but I don't know why. We have 800 bases and all around the world, and none of them are coming home. So that really, really stuck to me when I heard him kind of open up my eyes to that.
And now you're pushing one of the more successful social media libertarian campaigns that's been pushed. The LetHerSpeak has kind of taken a movement. Can you tell us just a little bit more about that and why you decided to get involved with it?
Yes. So, I was still pissed from Gary Johnson. I think we were all really pissed, doing our effort, doing as much as we can with the polls, and then just, kept finding out words where they're not asking about, Johnson, and they won't let me add them. And it was like, what's going on here? And we, just sort of opened up our eyes to this, how the Republicans and Democrats are actually colluding, and they're purposely suppressing the vote. They don't want us on the debates. They're doing whatever they can to stop us. And it was like, wow, this is not democracy. And so I was still mad. And whenever Joe Jorgensen got nominated, I was just totally fired up. I mean, it's like, this is a woman that I can, lay my sword down and, just go for it, for this lady. And so, yeah, I mean, watching her during the primaries and watching her hold her own with all those men and, going toe to toe with all of them. And there, some strong, smart libertarians on there. And she just kept, coming up and fighting back with the real grace about her that I was like, I'm following this lady anywhere. So that's what got me fired. I think a lot of us were all like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And I was thinking, I just knew non-voters didn't vote. We have to get to the non-voters. So I started searching about the non-voters. Well, non-voters don't go online. they hate the political atmosphere online during politics. I mean, a lot of them don't even go online at all during election season. And so you can't really target them with like digital marketing efforts because it's not like they're going to self-identify anyway. And then the other thing is that they just didn't really like, a big thing of it was like they didn't like the two choices. They refused to vote for lesser of two evils was like a big thing coming up in the research, which I was like, those are our people. Yeah. You're principled. That's good. And they can't stand the backbiting and the lies and the ugliness in politics. And it's like, we're a really fun party. We just have to show people that we're fun. So I was like, we have to get in the communities. It has to be local, but it has to be national. What can we do? And then COVID was spiking up, and it was not like we could do marches and really be effective, 6 feet apart with masks. And I don't know, it just didn't really seem to make sense. So we said, it's like, okay, let's try a convoy. It seems fun, and we can decorate our cars, and we can, go live and get crazy, and so that's where it all came from.
Do you feel like the bus tour was a big success?
The bus tour.
Dr. Jorgensen's bus tour, where she came to Texas.
Oh yeah, it was so weird because we're thinking convoy. And then they were doing a bus tour at the same time, like it was just kind of serendipitous how it all kind of turned out. But oh yeah, I mean, I came whenever she came to Austin, I got to meet her briefly, but I got to meet her, and I got to speak at the convoy at the bus tour. That was pretty crazy, But yeah, so I think it's been very effective. There was like 250 people show up, and I think a lot of them were not libertarian. They're just coming out to learn about her. But there was a great response and a lot of good questions that were asked and stuff. And so it's just I love the spirit of having a politician come down to the communities and meet with people and answer their questions. It just feels so like,
organic, man.
Old days. Yeah. It's just really cool.
Do you think this could be kind of a bit of a rebranding for the Libertarian Party, is to take up things that we traditionally haven't been known for, but like women's rights and those, which if you look through the history of the party, yeah, there's lots of hints that we've been very strong on this. But now, for a messaging standpoint, because that's kind of your specialty, I mean, it seems like an interesting place to tap into. We have lots of very exciting people coming into the party now. How do we rebrand ourselves as...
Yeah. And I will say, like, coming in 12, it's very it wasn't very intimidating as a woman. Like, in the libertarian groups, so it was mostly men, and they were, they're very vocal and passionate about things. And, so it's hard to speak a different... especially when you're learning, you don't know a lot about this stuff. So it's hard to, say something that you think, but then, you get pounced on by all these men. Right. It's like, okay. So I could see why a lot of women haven't, spoken up, because they haven't found their voice in this party yet. But I think this is the year where we find our voice, and it's thanks to Jo Jorgensen. And I think also that men in the party are just being, in general, like I've just noticed a tone has changed. Like they're shifting towards more conscientious responses to all people. And they're being, like even the trolls that come out, they're trying to be more educating and calm and like, okay, this guy's a troll. Let's, not feed the trolls or whatever. And, because there are some people that come in and try to, backstab us, I guess you could say, but it is what it is. But you can always see who the real libertarians are, who the real patriots are, and who really cares about freedom and is willing to, have the voice that you aren't sure if it's going to win. You don't know if we're going to win or not. Like highly unlikely, considering our history, but if there was ever a year that we were going to win, 2020 would be that year. So, it'd be pretty just crazy enough to actually happen.
It's the year of the double hurricanes and the COVID, and we've all kind of been expecting a recession, but nobody kicking the door down like this with the COVID-19.
Just everything that's been weird, has happened this year. Might as well vote for a brand new party and squish the two-party system and bring in the first female president and everything. So, I think having the first female president and the first Libertarian president in the same year, I would, die happy. That's it. I'm done. Good. I'm happy.
Well, don't give up just after 2020. We still got some time.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll live around.
Yeah. So, what do you feel were some of the most appealing parts about the Liberty movement for women and kind of the barriers they've helped remove in the past 10, 20 years?
It's hard to say, but I think with Joe coming in and talking about education and talking about healthcare, public schools have really failed our kids, and a lot of moms are noticing it, and we want something different. We don't know. They don't know why our public schools have gotten so bad. They just want it to change. And so Joe comes in with, this is why the public schools have gotten bad. Yeah. And, there is a solution, and it requires getting the federal government out of the public school system. And here's, the plan to go out of, here's the next plan. We're not just going to completely, the states will decide and we'll have school choice, and there's other solutions here. It's not just going to be completely cut off for all of the, low income neighborhoods and stuff like that's a big concern for a lot of people. So I think just speaking to those people hey, it's not, we're not just doing completely cutting off all federal government and just leaving you high and dry. We're going to say states are going to decide about some of these things. You can decide where your tax dollars are going to go, and you can push for the agendas and the things that you want in your state. That's how the founding fathers. That's how they set it up. That's why we have states. Yeah, right. So they knew that our personal lives couldn't be decided by the federal government. There's just too many points of view, too many things going on. So we have 50 states. That's 50 opportunities to have a billion variations of how we want our lives to be run. And you can move to the state, or you can fight in your state, and try to push your initiatives that you want. So, or if you don't have that initiative by the state, you can go open up a private charity or something. There's other opportunities besides federal government, which. If the federal government fails, we can't say, oh, you're fired, no more federal government here. It's like, we don't get a choice, So, yeah, don't get me started. But yes, I think
the whole point is let you roll on it for a little bit. I mean, it's fascinating.
But yeah. Thanks.
The new push is going on. Obviously, the Victory Red is interesting, and it's kind of fun on the social media, and you're tying back into all movements that have pushed that have been successful. Where
Kate came up and she was telling me about this new Victory Red thing. I'm like, I just love this. It's such a cool way for me to engage me personally and other women. This is how I feel about it. It's like I have a lot of friends who are Republicans and Democrats who I feel like over the past few months, with me being super active with LetHerSpeak and everything, being super vocal, I feel like it's been kind of distancing to my girlfriends in that way. So it's kind of nice to have a campaign that everyone can participate in, and Victory Red really does that for women. I think that's fun.
Well, making the Libertarian Party more fun is not a bad thing.
Yeah, and we are fun. I mean, I've met some of the funnest, coolest people by doing LetHerSpeak, and smart, funny, cool. These are our people. They're really neat people that are in the Libertarian Party. So, but yeah, I mean, and I think because it's like passion and drive, and freedom is fun. So like if you're not having fun, then there's no freedom. And so I think at the bottom line, if we're pushing for freedom, then we need to be pushing for fun. And so if we're talking protests, make sure that there's fun included in the protest, right? So like convoy, it was a protest convoy, but it was fun. And so in our next initiatives that we're going to be doing to directly target the CPD, those are still going to be fun. We're not going to be, we have to be careful about how our image is to Republicans and Democrats, because they really would love to just spin us as, crazy or angry or whatever. And so, how we position our campaigns is important. And I think it's really hard to argue with fun,
Yeah, and it can take some of the tension off a lot of the serious issues we're discussing. Like with the victimless crimes bill and things you're talking about, taking human beings and putting them in cages, bringing a little bit of mockery to that and having a harsh tone towards that kind of authority, I think is important, but also making sure that we don't come off as the angry party of like, oh, they just hate everything, because we're in the middle of like the defund the police side and the hardcore law and order people, where it's like, well, maybe this would just be a practical solution that could bring a lot more people, because we all want to live in a peaceful place, right?
Yeah.
Have the same kind of...
Yeah, and, we want to live in a peaceful place, but we have two parties that have not provided peace in, a century. I don't know, like, they've turned war into an economic tool, like, and prisons. They've turned these awful, the worst parts of life, war and prisons, and it's like these are the worst parts of life, and they've turned it into our economy, and it's awful. It has to stop. So yeah, I mean, the number one thing that we have to do right now, I think once her and Spike get on the debate stage, I think it's game over. I mean, personally, right now, with all the momentum, I think we have more momentum now than we did with Gary at this stage in the election. So, and we've all seen the chart, right? So in 2016, it like quadrupled compared to the previous election. So, and I think we're further along now. So, the linchpin here is the debates. And so we have to get on the debate stage. And they're not going to let us do it. They're not going to let us willingly do it. Like, we've taken it to the Supreme Court. We've done like all kinds of things to try to get on the debate stage and prove that they are rigging the polls and stuff. And it's not working because they're supposedly a private organization. So it's like, okay, you're a private organization. We're going to treat you like any other private organization, What do you do with a private organization that has abused their power? We're going to boycott their sponsors and protest their host locations. Their colleges that have the host for the debates, it's like $5 million to host that they have to pay. I mean, these people, they're just raking in buttloads of money from their sponsors and hosts, and we have to put the squeeze on them, So that's our next thing that we've teamed up with. We've teamed up with pretty much all the admins from all the grassroots organizations that we have, like the pollsters and Escort Joe to the debate stage, and the dank memes and the Twitter bandits and the Stop Voter Bullying and the Respectful Q&A, and of course LetHerSpeak. So all those groups, plus People for Liberty groups, grassroots groups, they're all teaming up to create a monster campaign that's going to have a ton of initiatives, and we're going to be launching it the week after Labor Day. So right now we've finished up all the strategy for the different initiatives, and we're working on building all of the pieces for it, so like the instructions and the just like, Let Her Speak. So we have like the instructions and the resources and the graphics and, all the tools of the toolkit that they will need for each individual initiative. And then so people will be able to choose from a variety of things how to best impact the CPD's monetary goals. So we want to take down the CPD and make sure that they feel the pain that they are causing us. And so, it's a private organization. They have monetary goals. And so if they're not gonna play nice, then, it's a monster problem and we have to treat it with a monster solution.
Maybe we do need some more. I mean, there's the whole League of Women Voters used to run the presidential debates until Ross Perot changed the rules. And they changed the rules so much so that the League of Women Voters said they wouldn't host this event because they didn't even call it a debate. So maybe losing those edges of fairness. And now, of course, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, it just seems like okay boomer versus okay boomer. This should be the perfect time to let somebody on the debate stage like this.
Yeah, exactly. And the League of Women Voters, they actually called it hoodwinking. They called the CPD, they were hoodwinking the American public. I mean, that's pretty harsh terms from the League of Women Voters, So I would love to make the suffragettes proud this year by getting Jo Jorgensen. I think the suffragettes would look at Jo Jorgensen and say, that's our girl. Like, she is part of us. She is with our tribe. And so I would love to have her as a president this year, and it'd just be so symbolic in so many ways for her to make it in this year.
Yeah. Plus, it'd be really interesting to see her just destroy those debates between two creepy.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. With grace, and oh man, she would just sit there and treat Trump like an angry schoolboy and just.
Or like a psychiatrist talking to a sociopath.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh man.
So it's neat that this is probably one of the best things that libertarians could do to get their message is get into the presidential debates. It's something we've known for decades now, and that's why it's been one of probably the highest profile fights in the Libertarian Party from going back to Harry Brown, really. And then seeing Jo Jorgensen be probably our strongest contender we ever had to pull this fight to the 2020 where it needs to really be had. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing with Let Her Speak, and it's a whole banner, and it's kind of cool just to kind of sit back and listen to a lot of strong women that maybe haven't had a voice for a long time, and that's been a mistake, to not let more people like that into the Libertarian Party and let them kind of carry the torch forward.
Yeah, and it's not just Libertarian Party. I mean, I feel like every kind of group has its own version of, women's suppression, women inequality. I grew up in the Christian church, and I see a lot of that still today. And I love my Christian church, but it's there is resistance around women being in leadership in the church, and you have to be a certain way, and don't speak out, and don't rock the boat, and be a good Christian. So. And, that kind of conditioning that we grow up with, even boys, seeing their moms grow up and see, their moms sit down and be quiet when they should stand up and talk, and, or do all the things around the house and all of the work and still have a full-time job while, that affects kids on how they, which is affecting the next generation. So I think the biggest thing that women can do to help inequality is to be a strong mom, to show your kids that you can have a full-time, big grassroots campaigns that will affect the nation, and but you're also going to have to call into support, and that everyone has to pull their weight. I get my son regularly. He regularly helps me with, chores. He's a big help. I've been teaching all my kids bodily autonomy, what do you call it? Like bodily maintaining your body, and, if you don't want a hug, you don't need to give someone a hug. And there's just making sure that they have rights over their own body, that they're free to express emotions, how they need to express them, just kind of developing more trust and confidence in our children will help their inequality in their own mind,
It's interesting you say that because we've had a number of women on the stream today that have made a point that they don't really like the identity politics. And maybe it's interesting to talk about just because, social people get caught up in the emotion of these things, but with the key to libertarianism and maybe key to equality is just teaching everybody that we're just humans and that they have their right to the respect of their space and that, we're really not all that different when it comes to a lot of different things.
Yeah, and I think living it out in your home and whenever it's harder when you're young to be able to speak up to that creepy boss or speak up to somebody who's harming another person. It's hard to have that voice, I think. You aren't sure how to express it, but with age comes wisdom, and I think it's very important for us to reflect that to our kids, for them to see. Don't shelter them when it comes to hard things, because they need to see that you can speak out against oppression in your life in any way, and they'll have the confidence to do that as they get older. So
where do you see with women that want to join the Libertarian Party or just get involved, not necessarily in the Libertarian Party, but just in these kind of movements, where's the easiest way for them to fill in? Where do you need talent? I know you guys are up to a lot of different things right now, so.
Yeah. And I have no interest in running for office, probably ever. I can't imagine looking at a bill and trying to interpret it and trying to figure out what's best. It's not my bag, So I do love marketing, and that's my gift, my kind of superpower is strategy, sort of. And that's where I feel like I've been able to participate. And everyone has their own sort of superpower, and they can participate in any way, especially with the Libertarian Party, because we're so small, not really small, but we're so, I think, open to people's different ideas and opinions. And I think as long as you have, don't just come up with an idea, come up with an idea and a plan, and then be willing to lead and then go through, and don't just expect someone else to take that. I think that was a big kind of eye-opener for me. I was like, I have these ideas for what I want to do, but tossing them to the campaign or tossing them here, and who wants to take my idea? Who wants to help me with this? And no takers. So I'm like, okay, so I have to figure out how can I do this, And so, luckily, actually, Lauren she was in my network, and she looped me in with the grassroots teams. So she's been a huge part of this too. And so, but I think, back to your question, finding your own power. So if you speak really well, I'm more of a writer, so I feel like I'm more messaging and strategy are kind of more my superpowers. But if you're really great at, speaking your truth, and get out there and start speaking, we just heard from the previous guy. What was his name? Marc.
Yeah.
Marc
Geneus, yeah.
Yeah, Marc Geneus. Pretty amazing speaker, and he's just getting started. So I think, finding your ways to speak, or if you're a graphic designer, there's all kinds of opportunities. I don't know I think if you just have a certain skill and you have an idea of ways to impact people, either directly in your community or in the campaign at large, you can find ways to use it.
Yeah, and it's a big movement. It's not all just about winning public races, and those are a big part, obviously, as a political party. But as a movement, it's just like working in a really cool economy. You want to live in a town where there's lots of different shops and lots of different services. And I think we have volunteer opportunities for pretty much anybody. But so how can they reach out to you if they want to get more involved, and what can they do?
I'm most active on Facebook. That's where our LetHerSpeak, there's a LetHerSpeak planning group. And so that's where a lot of our amazing hosts and participants have been coming up with new events, still coming up with new convoys, still coming up with Twitter events. And there's also a LetHerSpeak Facebook page where I'm trying to get all of the various events that we're creating into one spot. So then you can go to the events tab on that page and see them. And then just reach out to me. Like, I'm totally available to talk to. So just PM me in the Messenger app of Facebook, or you can also, tweet me. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. I don't know, everywhere.
Well, Kasie, thank you so much for what you do and for coming on. And
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to thank everyone that helped LetHerSpeak. I think that's the big thing, is that there was so much love and power and volunteerism in that. And that's the reason it was a success. And I think we had 150 hosts, and over half of them were grassroots, not politically involved at all. And most of the participants, there was like 1,700 participants, and a lot of them were not libertarians. So it was very amazing to work with all those people, and I'm excited to work with them again on the next initiatives that we're doing. So I just want to say, everyone that made it happen last time, plus more. If you kind of came in late, you just heard about it and you weren't sure if you were going to do it, you have an opportunity. There's going to be a huge number of initiatives. So I'd say start rallying your troops right now. Start thinking about, who can be in your, and who can host, who can support, who can we bring in, just start talking to your local team, start talking to your local county and state libertarian groups. And so be ready to take action whenever the Debate Mayhem campaign drops after Labor Day.
Heck yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much. I think we're ready to move on to it's Miss Angela.
All right. Thank you.
It's Ashley. I'm sorry. Oh, she's on the phone right now. Thank you, Kasie.
Okay.
All
bye.
Right. Let's bring Ashley, are you with us right here?
I am.
Let's see if we can bring up your camera. Let's see. Bam. Look at that. How are you, Miss Ashley?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. You can't see my face on the Zoom, but if you're on the YouTube channel, you can see it. So I apologize if you're just talking to a black wall here. But happy to have you on the stream here. Tell us just a little bit about who you are and where you're from and how you got involved in the Liberty Movement.
Yeah, so I am from Massachusetts. I am the chairwoman of Outright Libertarians. I am the education director for the Vermin Supreme Institute. And I am a policy advisor for Spike Cohen. I've been involved with the Liberty Movement for a little over 2 years now, and it's very near and dear to my heart. And I'm a very proud libertarian and an activist for both the Liberty Movement and the GSM community.
Excellent. So Vermin Supreme is an interesting character in the modern political landscape.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about working with him and how he helps with empowering women's rights, and what draws you so strongly to somebody like him.
So what drew me into working with Vermin, and I got a chance to join his presidential team and be a part of that. And I was his policy girl. So I did all of his policy that ended up going on the inonthejoke.net website, which was his legit policy for actually making change with libertarian goals and ideas. And I got drawn into working with Vermin and his team because they are the type of people, and Vermin helps culture this environment of love, compassion, and kindness for everyone. And so that's so important within this movement. And it's also so important for having more women involved in the movement. His campaign manager, Desiree, was a woman. So there were a lot of strong females as part of his team working to help. And we have just such a great culture as a team of kindness, love, compassion, empathy, and really doing the right thing. That makes everything worth it when you find a team like that. So it's an honor and pleasure to be a part of Vermin's team.
Excellent. So we're celebrating women's rights today, Women's Equality
Mm-hmm.
Day. What do you feel kind of drew you into the Liberty movement? Was there anything specifically from the women's side of things that attracted you to the party?
Yeah, so I am transgender. I'm a transgender woman. And for me, coming to Liberty was a natural move for me. It meant that I could be myself and be who I am. And it meant that I was free to do that. And I think that's what, in general, most of us want, is the ability to be free to be whoever we are and live our lives how we choose. And that's so important to the women's movement as well, because we should all be treated as the same. We're all human beings at the end of the day, whether we have male or female parts, whether we are different religions, colors, races, whatever, no matter where we come from. At the end of the day, we're all human beings. And the Liberty movement is the only movement out there that treats all people like human beings and says, you know what, everybody should have the right to be who they are. Everybody should have the right to do what they want to do as long as they're not hurting anyone else. And everybody should be empowered to speak and be heard if that's what they want to do. And so you only find that within the Liberty movement. And that's what brought me here.
That's why you started outright Libertarians, right?
So I didn't start. The organization's been around a long time. It's been around since '98. But I did recently become the chair back in June. I've been involved with Outright for a little under a year. I got involved last September. And this past June, I was elected the chairwoman. So I work with Outright Libertarians. Our organization is there to bridge the gap between the GSM, or LGBTQ community, and the Libertarian Party, to bring people in and show them that this is the party that cares about all of your rights all the time. This is the place where you can be yourself, and you should be yourself. And when we talk about gender and sexual minorities, we're talking about all types of people, and that includes women, because women in society are still treated as minorities.
Yeah, it's weird when they're half the population. But how do you feel?
It is weird.
Do you feel like you're having a lot of success when you talk to, with the LGBTQ communities? And for Libertarians, I feel like we really don't care that much about what people do with their lives if they're not hurting anybody.
Exactly, and that's why we're the most natural home for that community to come in, because we're not going to sit here and say there should be laws preventing you from living your life. We want you to live your life. As long as you're not hurting anybody else, why do we care how your lifestyle is or what you're doing? And so we are natural allies to the LGBTQ, or as we call them, the GSM, which stands for Gender and Sexual Minorities, for that community, because we don't care if you are gay. We don't care if you're whatever, as long as you're going to come in and be respectful and kind and treat people like human beings. We don't care what you do. Just don't hurt anybody and don't take their stuff. So working with the outright Libertarians and working with the LGBTQ community, I mean, for most of people within the LGBTQ community, we just want to be treated as human beings. We want the same access to the market that anybody else has. We want to be able to participate. And that's all we're asking, is for people not to restrict us from participating, to allow us to live our lives the way we choose, and not actively try to harm us with policy and legislation and whatever else. And that's kind of the Libertarian way. Don't hurt people and don't take their stuff.
Yeah, well, it's like being in a club that you don't have any choice to be in, but they can pass a lot of things that have a lot of say over your lives. So this is why we have to engage in political parties, even people that aren't necessarily very political. In general, we're all affected by these laws. What do you think of Dr. Jorgensen and the LetHerSpeak campaign right now?
I think it's so important to have Dr. Jorgensen be able to speak. I've been able to have personal conversations with Dr. Jorgensen on different issues, and she's somebody who truly does care and wants to actually help people. And that's so important in a leader, to have somebody that genuinely wants to help people, to genuinely wants to see people have better lives. That's so rare in a presidential candidate. Presidential candidates only care about their power, their party, their power, and themselves. And we have somebody very intelligent, like Dr. Jo Jorgensen, representing our party. And while I don't completely agree with all of her positions, and I don't think we'll ever find a politician we 100% agree on, unless that person is yourself. So, I may not agree with every position that she has, but she's very intelligent. She represents the party in a very intelligent way. And I believe that both her and Spike, their voices need to be heard around the country, because that's how we fix what's going on. That's how we make the culture better. That's how we bring liberty to everybody. So it's so important that Dr. Jo and Spike both be allowed to speak.
Yeah, it's a weird time, and it seems the Democrats are losing by talking too much about identity politics. Do you feel like they're losing out on like the GSM community? Is there a lot of opening space there? 'Cause they're not really.
There is, and here's the thing: the Democrats say, well, we're the, and a lot of people get behind this idea that the Democrats are going to save the LGBTQ community from Trump's harmful policies. But they're not, because if they wanted to save us from them, they would have done it years ago. They don't care about us. They throw us a carrot every now and then to try to help us, because that's how they suck in people and get them wanting to vote for us. But overall, they don't give a damn about the LGBTQ community. They don't give a damn about what we're doing or what our problems are. And they're really just trying to get people to vote for them. By every now and then they throw something out there. It took until 2016 for marriage equality to be the law of the United States. That could have been done decades ago, and it wasn't fought for. The Libertarian Party's been fighting for that since its inception. So, the Libertarian Party and the Liberty Movement is the natural home for disenfranchised people who are sick and tired of the elites telling them when they should and shouldn't do things, who are sick and tired of getting fed little carrots instead of being able to eat a full meal, who are sick and tired of just being given little trinkets, just enough to keep you drawn in. Well, if you're tired of that, if you really want true change, you have to look outside the system. And you're not going to find that if you continue to vote Democrat and Republican.
Yeah. Oh, and just to clarify for people listening, GSM stands for gender and sexual minorities.
Correct.
Pretty much is a broad-based term. I don't know. It probably encompasses almost everybody.
It allows, it's a term that we use in outright and within the Liberty Movement for the LGBTQ community, because it's a bit more inclusive. And it doesn't add to the alphabet soup every time there's a new discovery. So, the LGBTQ plus, and then there's always additional letters. This allows us to, focus on the acronym and just cover everybody without having to add more people, and make sure everybody's still represented as well.
So, if let's say somebody wants to get more involved with like outright libertarians, or just in general feel more of their voice if they're a sexual minority within the party, how would you say you could do that easily? And what's the easiest way to reach out?
Yeah, so we are on Facebook. You can reach out to us at Outright Libertarians. You can reach out to me directly. We do have a website that's currently under construction. It's outrightusa.org. Once we get it back up and running, we'll be taking memberships again. We are just revamping our website, modernizing things to bring it up to 2020. So once that's relaunched, we'll have that out and going. And if you want to get involved, if you want to be a part of things, reach out to me directly, reach out to any of our Magnificent 7 board members, or just reach out to the Outright page. We're always happy to get more people involved and have more people participate.
Awesome. Well, Ashley, thank you for coming on. Lauren, would you like to add anything?
Yes, Ashley, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us. This was really a last minute plea. I was messaging with Ashley, and, I think that's serendipitous. And I found that so often in the Liberty Movement. that I'm able to have real conversations with people and talk to them about, what we're trying to accomplish or what we may need. And what I found is people are always willing to say yes. People are always willing to step up and help. And that was true in my conversation with Ashley the other day, that she said, yes, I will help. I will help support your effort. And let's talk about how we can raise awareness for the causes that we care about, which include women and sexual minorities and people who feel disenfranchised and underrepresented across the board. And Ashley, I'd really love for you to, kind of lead us out as we're about to go into Vermin, and that's going to be high energy, but talk to us about some of the things that you are most excited about the liberty movement changing for people that are considered gender and sexual minorities. How can the liberty movement support people who identify as such?
Yeah, so the best way to the liberty movement can support people is to just understand and accept that people are different. We all are different types of people. We're still, at the end of the day, we're all still human beings. We all still want the same things out of life, which is dignity, respect, a place to call home. We all share those same traits and qualities. We all still want those same things. And to me, the idea of liberty is the ultimate form of love. Right? To tell somebody that you deserve to be who you are, I trust you to make the best decisions for your own life, that is the ultimate act of love. That's how you show love to another person. It's by saying, I don't want to control you. I want you to live your life. I want you to be who you are, and I accept you. And that is what this is all about at the end of the day. It's about bringing people together. And if there's anything that we've learned from this pandemic is that we do need a not good for human beings. It's painful, it hurts, and eventually it drives people crazy. So we do need to learn to be better to each other. We need to learn to listen more to what other people are saying, especially the disenfranchised, especially the marginalized communities. And we need to welcome them in with open arms and say, you belong here too. We're happy to have you because freedom is for everybody.
I'm going to print that and put it on the wall and put it on bumper stickers. I love that we've had speakers now in succession talk about how the liberty movement is the party of love. Mm-hmm. And I think it's something we don't talk about often enough when we're caught in rhetoric or academic principles or, getting bogged down into the minutia of what freedom or liberty mean. We forget about the love.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing us full circle on that and front and center what matters to each of us most.
Absolutely, and I do want to point out that your next guest, Vermin Supreme, is all about the love.
That's a segue. Yes.
And being part of his team is one of the most amazing experiences. So if you're looking to get involved in the liberty movement, reach out to Vermin's team. It's a team full of love, compassion, and empathy. I can tell you there's a wonderful project Vermin is going to talk about this evening that we're doing with the Vermin Supreme Institute. It's a Women in Politics series that we're going to be doing that I'm directing as his education director. And I'm going to let Vermin tell the world about it. So he's going to tell you all about that coming up soon. But if you want to get involved, please reach out. If you're looking for a team full of loving, compassionate, caring people, this is where it's at. And Vermin is the ultimate expression of that, which makes him the perfect person to come here and talk, because he empowers women, he empowers people, and he shows them that love is truly the way to go.
Amazing, Ashley. And I'm looking forward to exploring how People for Liberty can support those efforts. Outright Libertarians, certainly the Vermin Team Supreme, who I love. So again, great way to bring us full circle tonight. Thank you so much for joining us again and making time.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right.
Thanks, Ashley.
Let's see. I'm pretty sure I've unmuted Vermin here.
Hi, Vermin. Can you hear us?
I've invited him to unmute, I guess.
Okay. And I'm not sure if Desiree was going to join us as well. It looks like we do have Mercy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a great team tonight.
Let's see.
Okay, Mercy says she's having tech issues, but she's trying to sort that out.
Okay. And then
Let me check in with Desiree.
we're talking about bringing more fun into the Libertarian Party. It's hard to talk about somebody more interesting than like Vermin Supreme. Just having a good time going around. I don't think you're a real libertarian unless you've got a picture with him somewhere with a giant toothbrush and his weird hat.
So Colin, while we're waiting to pull them up, how have you felt about today? It's been, I know for me, it's been emotional, it's been inspiring, and man, I'm just so glad that we did this, and I'm so glad the hurricane is waiting to hit until later.
Yeah, right? Well, a lot of it came together at last minute as much as it possibly could with the hurricane changes that wasn't supposed to happen. But it's been just really interesting listening to all kinds of different new people coming into the party, and there's nothing that could excite me more, because it's when we talk about what libertarianism is at its root, it's a respect for who you are as a person, and that, like, dude, I just want to see what you're gonna do. I love living in a place like Houston, and in America in general, that, you know, we allow more people to come out of their shell now, and just let's see who you are, let's hear what your voice is, and you might have something very interesting to add to the world. You know, I come from a very small community of, like, my graduating class is like 50 people, so moving out into the world was a very different thing for me, and that's one of the reasons I love the Libertarian Party. Let's see.
Well, and Colin, you know, we happen to live down the street from one another. We happen to connect through the Liberty Movement. These are all, again, acts of serendipity, and I think the universe moving people where they need to be. Most of these people who came on today, I met through the Liberty Movement, and well, not most of, all of them. I'm so blessed and grateful to say that I've made lifelong friends.
Yeah.
And I will say this, we don't always agree with one another. And we might have different stances on tactics to take, but at the end of the day, we all have the same end goal or outcome in mind. And that's where I've really, really feel that I found my tribe, I found my people, that we can all work together to achieve that end and respect everyone's unique skill set and original voice in that process.
Yeah, and you know, I've been a card-carrying libertarian since like 2008, and I met a lot of those Ron Paulers that I rode on the bus with and everything. I'm still friends with a lot of them, and most of us took a hiatus because we got so sick of just like, all right, this politics is not changing. And I feel like a lot of people are poking their heads back out right now, because one, we're united by a common enemy that is terrifying to most Americans. Like, we're not talking about this $10 trillion in debt, or Social Security going under, or not being able to pay our bills, or our kids in bad schools and diseases. This is the time to talk seriously about, all right, what can we do to put in practical solutions? And to do that, we need to have a very open source system where a lot of people can contribute in, and we can whittle these ideas down to what they need to be. So adding more voices into the party is only a good thing as far as I'm concerned. Let's see, we got Vermin gray screen going on here.
We might have Vermin, maybe.
He says he's standing by. Vermin, are you with us?
Not quite yet. Well, Colin, while Vermin's pulling that up, what have been some of your favorite takeaways from today?
Well, there's Vermin. But I really enjoyed just listening to, some of the voices that, like, from a different perspective coming into the Libertarian Party. And you've heard from, I think Patty was one of my favorites. Just get to talk to her. Hey, Vermin, how are you?
Oh, hello there.
Welcome to the party here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Happy with us. And Vermin, are you outside?
Yes, I am. I am in my yard in the woods of Cape Ann, Massachusetts. I live in the woods. It's true. Not only you may have heard people say, he looks like some guy who lives in the woods. Absolutely true.
Well, we were talking earlier. I'm in Houston and Colin's in South Carolina, so I'm currently battening down for Hurricane Laura. So your lovely leafy foliage looks wonderful, my friend.
Well, thank you. It's still summertime here, and we are still loving it and loving life and living large out here in the woods.
And it looks like we have Desiree joining us as well. Hey, Des.
Des, can you say something real quick so we can test your mic?
Can I what?
There we go.
There you go. And Vermin, were you intending for Mercy to join us as well?
I certainly, if she can, I certainly hope so, yes. Yes, indeed.
All right. Well,
I'm texting her right now.
Towards the latter part of my presentation, she just, in the chat, she just said she was having some difficulties, but hopefully by the time it comes around 40 minutes in, that she'll be ready for that.
Okay. Well, my friend, my goal really was to give you free reign tonight. I think that for those who may not know you already, which I think would be few, but for those who may not know you, can you tell our audience a little bit about yourself?
Oh, well, I am a highly respected political satirist, beloved by millions. I have been conducting a satirical, farcical presidential campaign for over 30 years, and that has given me a level of notoriety and audience and reach that allowed me this year, this particular year, to actually make a legitimate seeming offer to the Libertarian Party of my services as a candidate. Of course, I ultimately wasn't chosen, but there was such a real argument to be made, and so, I think we did a really good job. And of course, I'll be addressing that a little bit during my remarks.
We're so glad to have you. And Desiree, do you want to introduce yourself a little?
Well, I'll be bringing her on in a little bit, I think.
Well, Vermin, today we're celebrating Women's Equality Day. We're celebrating 100 years since we wrote into the Constitution our right to vote. But as we were discussing with some of our earlier speakers, women's issues are everyone's issues. And
Absolutely.
when we talk about the social, the economic, the global impact that women have on our world, we know that you have a unified message of love and respect for all, and that your take on women's issues is really in line with the libertarian principles. So
I believe so, and I believe that all the people who have been working on my campaign and supporting me, and believe that this particular method of communication is indeed important and legitimate and effective. And it has certainly been a privilege and a pleasure to be able to offer my services over the past year, just bringing people in and having people take a second look and having people, members join on my behalf. And it was really a wonderful experience for sure. And I can start anytime you're ready. Obviously, I have 45 minutes of serious content here that I hope to present to you. And so, you know, the sooner we get down to it, I guess, the sooner we can get done with it, perhaps.
The floor is all yours, my friend, and to have at it.
All right. Well, thank you. I will be reading from my prepared remarks, of course, because I am a politician, and that's what politicians do. So get ready, people. Hold on tight, because here we go. Hi, everybody! It's me, Vermin Supreme! You know, the guy from the internet, the boot on my head, ran for president. You know, Spike's friend. Now, some may question why Vermin Supreme is capping off this amazing day of women's empowerment in commemoration of their struggles. I was also wondering. I do trust that there was indeed a number of various committee meetings, high-level discussions between the organizers, and that ultimately it was decided that there was value in letting me speak as an ally of women's liberty and liberation. So I will not question this decision, and neither should you. Let's just hope that they were right. First of all, I'd like to thank all the amazing organizers of this fantastic event, Lauren Postler and the People for Liberty organization. It is